the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm silent, boy, they can't change me. No.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Been down and out for too long. Nigga, I'm too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
We live, man. We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going down? So, today is a great day, man, in boxing. We're going to talk about what we always talk about on Mondays, Movie Mondays. Salute to everybody coming through, showing love, man. What's going on? Rob Brown, man. What's going on, big dog? How you feeling, man? Centos Boxing, what's going on, family? My dog, highly anticipated, man. What's going on, big dog? All right. Y'all know what today is, man. Movie Mondays. We on a little earlier than usual, man. Tone Brown, what's going on, big dog? We on a little earlier than usual, man. So you know. Get down. What the hell? What's going on, man? Rob P Film, what's going on, fam? I'm trying to post this link, but shit, it ain't trying to let me post this link. I don't know what the hell is going on. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can post it in. Let me see if I can do it like this. Man, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what the hell's going on my internet, but shit, they ain't gonna stop nothing, man. So the link is in the chat. I had to do some other shit to get to it, but I had to go to YouTube to do it, man. What's going on, Jay Dixon? What's happening? You want to join that panel, man? The link is in the chat. If you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. Yeah, I don't know why it's tripping. Why I can't just put the link in there, man. I don't know what's going on. There we go. Big DJ, what's going on, big homie?
What's going on, my brother? How we feeling tonight?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. You know, nice and early, man. How I needed to be.
Yeah, man. I'm finishing up cleaning these last few weapons up, man.
For sure. Look who it is, man. Look who it is. Big Fred, what's going on, man? Join the panel. But yeah, man. So today, man, we so this morning we had a discussion, right? OG Shelton Moore, he compared Jamel Charlo to Cobra Lane, right? Which I think was spot on. So in the chat, y'all tell me what y'all think about the comparison between Jamel Charlo and Cobra Lane. I think it's spot on. DJ, what you think?
Wait, he said Jamel Charlo is Clubber Lang?
Yes.
That's hilarious. Oh God! As a matter of fact, if they decide to make another Creed movie and decide to make that Clover Lang's nephew or grandson or whatever in the next movie, I think he'd be the perfect guy to cast for that. I think he has the charisma to pull it off. You said Jamel, not Jamal, right?
Jamel Charlo,
The,
yes,
the
sir.
the actual lion, not the one who acts like he won't smoke and then when throws stones and hides his hands. Not Jamal. You talking about Jamel? That is spot on. That is hilarious.
Yeah, so that shit, yeah, that's like, bro, we talking about just the attitudes. What's going on, Big Tank? What's happening? He said he the real.
That's funny.
I'm telling you, bro, that was so spot on, bro. So tonight, that's what we're doing. So we're gonna compare boxers to different characters in movies. All right. So hold on 1 second, because I gotta I got a comparison to do, right? And I think y'all gonna love this one. If you seen this movie, I think you're gonna love it. But I always gotta what's going on, man? What's going on, Jesus Hernandez? What's going on, man? Salute to you, my player partner. So I gotta, we always gotta try some new stuff. Wednesday, we're gonna do the same type of thing, but we're gonna use The Wire. So we're gonna use The Wire. So I'm gonna give y'all one today, and then I'm gonna do a whole thing where I'm gonna use The Wire.
Okay. It's been a minute since I've seen any Wire episodes. I don't think I've watched it. I think I watched it again after it wrapped, probably like 10 years ago. That was the last time I saw it.
Man, I listen. I try to listen. Big Tank got you. He make you want to watch it every 5 minutes.
Yeah. I listened to that show that night. He says he watches it probably like every few months or whatever.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
So I know so the first comparison was a great comparison, right? I'm gonna give y'all a little something. It ain't as good as that. It ain't good as Cobra Lane. It ain't good as that.
That was pretty good. I got it. Who said that? You said Shelton said that?
O.G. Shelton said that.
That was pretty good. I gotta give him that.
Yeah, man, that's like real classic. Dude, I don't know what the hell's going on with my StreamYard been tripping today, dude. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Shout out to everybody in the chat coming in with us, man.
Man, let me see if I can get this thing to shake, man. It's man, my and I ain't been able to. I can't even like post it the link in the chat, man. I had to go through YouTube to do it. But let's get to it. Bang. I don't know if y'all familiar with these two movies.
Yeah, James the Grim Reaper Roper. To me, he'd be closer to Tank than Adrian Broner.
Nah, hell nah. He don't talk because see, Adrian Broner had that talk. If you listen to how he talked in his interviews,
man, I can beat Conklin and my meat at the same time.
I'm telling you, bro, this is Adrian Broner, man. As soon as I because I've been thinking about people all day, bro, and that's why I had chose The Wire, because there's so many boxes that you can relate The Wire to. So that's kind of where.
But then again, you also got to remember that Roper had that promoter in Samuel L. Jackson. What was his name? Saul something. I can't remember his name. Well, he told him, "Shut the hell up. You fight who I tell you to fight." Who that sound like? Who that sound like?
Bob Aaron.
I was gonna say Big Head Ellaby and Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'm pretty sure that's how they do it. Tank right now. You shut the hell up, fight who we tell you to fight.
So J.A. Dixon, the reason why we say Edgar Bronner, he got his personality. You know what I'm saying? He got Edgar Bronner's personality. Like, James Toney, he could talk shit, but his charisma and how he does it, I think, man, I wish I could pull up a damn clip and show y'all, man, on how
The Great White Hype is the name of the movie for people who hadn't seen it. It's a great movie starring Damon Wayans, Samuel L. Jackson, Jeff Goldblum. I mean, it was a great movie, man. Great movie.
It had some niggas in it. It was a great film. That's one of my favorite movies, man, to be honest with you, man.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing, DJ, in a couple of weeks, I'm about to get a couple of movie posters in here for the cave. So I'm looking at it. I'm gonna get a couple of movie posters and shit like that up in here. But man, the man cave is coming along, man. It's coming, man. I got a few things coming, so hopefully, man, I can get it done within a couple days, couple weeks, whatever. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I miss having a man cave, man. Then we had a second child, and guess what that went to?
Second child, man. Damn.
So now if I want one, I got to get a bigger crib.
Yeah, it's only right, man. It's only right. So how far is Alabama from Atlanta?
Where I live, I'm only about 90 miles from Atlanta, so about an hour and a half.
All right, well, listen, man. June 5th, you better get your chunky ass in gear and get to Atlanta, because we kicking it. TJ Lawson is fighting. A friend of the program, a friend of the boxing section, will be fighting June 5th, and wife are going to hit Atlanta, and then we're going to try to hit Miami to watch Lil Hackett fight. So that's the
TJ Lawson. That wasn't the featherweight that's 6 foot tall, is it?
Nah, that's Sheem. He fight this weekend, so I'm going out to Philly for his fight this weekend.
What's his last name? Because I was like, man, that is huge for that weight class. What's his last name again?
Rasheem Jefferson.
Rasheem Jefferson.
Yep. Rasheem Jefferson.
Check him out. I want to see how he performs, man.
What up, Cam?
What's happening?
Oh man, another like the other one, same super heated, man. Dave the Real Thomas, man, salute to you, my brother.
Man, y'all was up thugging last night.
All right, man, we had our stream. Shout out to the Street Science Examiner. Shout out to IETV and Movie Talk. Shout out to the Movie Maven. Shout out to Big Tank for holding the stream down. You know what I'm saying? He held it all the way down last night. I don't know why my StreamYard is tripping like this, bro, but it won't let me post anything on StreamYard.
I was over here nodding off. They were still going. I said, man, I'm about to just close this computer. It is what it is.
I'm trying to figure out why can't I post anything on StreamYard, but I guess I got to keep going to YouTube to do it. So the link is in the chat. But hey, so my anniversary is June 1st. So we're gonna, me and the wife are going on a boxing extravaganza, aka and plus, so that's one of the things we're gonna do on our trip. So we're gonna hit hit Atlanta, go to the fights, probably do something together. Then the next day, have hella fun in Miami. Then go to the fight, and then the next day, kick it on the beach, feet in the sand. Then come home on Monday. So that's the plan. This is what me and wifey gonna do. That's what I'm hoping for at least. I think that's gonna be cool. But we gotta link up though, DJ. If it's only 90 miles, which that's like what, an hour and a half. So
yeah.
we gotta link
Depending
up.
on traffic now, it's 90 miles.
Yeah, we're gonna have to link up for sure, man. For sure. I'm about to hit my boy right quick, see if he's still up. I don't know if he's still up, but I'm gonna hit him up. My boy Sugar Sheen also is gonna be on that card. I normally have him on my Instagram live, but I'm switching everything over to YouTube. So we make other.
Okay. But going back to the movie thing, man, I believe James Roper was closer to Tank than anything. I mean, because he was undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. And he had a bunch of yes men in his corner, if you remember that. I think there's also some that Tank has going for him that's not good, but what was the guy's name in that movie, man? He's in prison now. I think he was convicted for killing his wife. He was the antagonist in that movie. Remember, he was dang, what's his name, man? Jamie Foxx played his manager.
That's the guy that played Clover Lane.
No. That was no. That was Mr. T. I'm trying to.
I thought Mr. T name was something else. I guess it was Clover Lane. But yeah, I got my. Yeah, the guy you talking about. I was thinking of. That's the guy that killed his wife and went to prison in real life.
Yeah. He was always accusing that guy of ducking him.
Yeah, in this movie, in The Great White Heights.
Ducking him, and Jamie Foxx played his man. What was his name, man? I know he's in prison now for life, forever, as well as he should be for killing his wife.
Yeah, he done. I can't think of his name though. Hey, Reggie said something about Carlos Monzon. Who was that?
Uh-oh. Carlos who?
Reggie just posted something, said Carlos Monzon. I'm not sure if he's talking about the same person we're talking about or somebody different.
Hold on, I got my laptop right here. I'm about to Google this dude, man. See, cast of Great White Heights. Michael Jace. That's his name. He played on The Shield too. You remember that show?
Yes, I do. That's why we always talking about we got to rewatch The Shield. Michael Jace.
Yeah, I watched like the first couple seasons, and then I kind of felt like I started watching something else. I got that bad habit of I start watching the show and then don't finish it.
Yeah, that's you got to see how that whole story ends. All the you got to see how all of the storylines get wrapped up.
I got you.
That guy was on his way. He was an up and coming actor too. His career was starting to come together when all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you said you like Forrest Whitaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he comes he eventually comes on board in the cast of The Shield.
Oh, really?
Okay. Gotta watch it, brother. Get on Hulu. Finish it out. Check it out. Get on Hulu. Started from episode 1.
Oh no! God dang it! Damn it! I just lost my firing pin. Damn. Son of a bee. But did you ever watch Boardwalk Empire?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. What did you think about that one?
It was a great show, a great series. They took a lot of liberties with history, but for what it was still a great series. When it first came out, I went and looked up the real Enoch Thompson and the history and all that kind of stuff, and turns out that he never met Al Capone and Lucky Luciano, these guys. But so like I said, they took some liberties, but what with what they did on the show with the series, I still think it turned out great for what they ended up doing with it and with those liberties.
What show is this?
Boardwalk Empire.
It's Boardwalk Empire. It's about the Prohibition era in New Jersey on the boardwalk, and it's actually loosely based on real life events with the U.S. Treasury, who was in charge of that region in New Jersey. He was actually on the side when Prohibition struck. He was actually one of the leading bootleggers in the region, and so he had a lot of ties to organized crime once Prohibition hit, and they made it hard to buy and sell alcohol. So he eventually became one of the leading suppliers for everybody that was around. And his brother was the local sheriff, who he used as his right hand. And without any spoilers, I'd just say just check it out. It's a great great.
I'm about to say, don't give away too much now.
Yeah. No, that's something that you can read in the synopsis on the back of the damn DVD or something like that. You know what I mean? But as far as the cast, it's they use a star-studded, very talented cast for the series, and I highly recommend anybody who's like into storytelling, and it's a time period piece. Like I said, it takes place in the Prohibition era.
Mike from Boston, salute to you, my brother. Also, Pugilist, what's going on, man? Hey, so Big Tank, two things. One thing is the guy that was one of the bad guys in that movie. He also played an Ant-Man. I was his personal security guard for for a Woody Allen movie. He's one of the coolest dudes that I've met. What's going on, Trey? Gump 88, what's going down?
Okay, which guy? What was that? Your mic went out.
So the one that played on Ant-Man, the one that played the cop on Ant-Man, and he also was in that series. But he was one of the coolest cats. I was his
Khan, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I was his personal security for a Woody Allen film. Number two, we're gonna have to do on TV shows where they do like where another show they connect with each other for a day. I can't think of the name. I can't think of what they call it, man. When they put two shows together and they do like a whole
crossover.
Week. It's called a crossover event.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a crossover event because I have I got one of the best ideas that was given to me today by Sheldon Moore, by him saying that. So I want to take The Wire and compare all the characters on The Wire to current boxers today. And I want us to do a crossover to where as we watch The Wire on your channel, we come to my channel and talk about the different characters that remind you of different boxers. So that's what I want to do. I want to do that ASAP. I want to do that very, very soon. I know Wednesdays is a great day to do that. We got Mark Nash. Right after him, I come on after Fred. So I think Wednesdays would be a great day to do that. So if you want to do that, man, let's do it Wednesday. I think that'll be fresh. Can you hear me or
Yes, sir. My bad. My mic was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah. We just got to figure out how to watch it because that copyright shit. So
Nah, man, you watch it.
So everybody gonna have to.
So
we're gonna have to end up just like watching it on our on HBO. We got to find out who has what streaming platforms because I don't expect everybody to have the DVDs like me.
Now, if you listen, HBO, if you got Comcast, HBO got every. If you get HBO Max, you can get every episode. So, yeah, man. So what is this week? I'm going to Philly. So next we're gonna start. I think every Wednesday, man.
Am I going in and out, Kyle?
I just came up with some. I just came up with a good name. Wire Wednesday.
Woo! Let's do it. Got me hyped.
Yes, sir. So Wire Wednesday. Is there? If you're down for Wire Wednesday, put a fire emoji in the chat. I think Wire Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Wire Wednesday. Hey, you talking about the guy who played the cop in Ant-Man and who also played he had a role in the later seasons of Boardwalk Empire. His name is Bobby Cannavale, but he also my favorite role of his is there's an old miniseries. It's not too old, but it's old in comparison to what you would call now because it came out in like around 2003. But it was called Kingpin. Has anybody seen that? Had Bobby Cannavale in it?
No, sir.
Yancy Arias. Y'all familiar with who Yancy Arias is?
You talking about Kingpin with Woody Harrelson?
No. That's a comedy. That's like a movie. That's like a movie. This was a miniseries about a family. Yeah. So it's for my brothers who like these organized crime genre plot lines. It's Yancy Arias is the guy he plays in what's that new show people like about the lady drug dealer.
Queen of the South.
Queen of the South. Yeah, he plays in Queen of the South. He also has a role in Bosch. I don't know if anybody watched Bosch. That's like one of those shows that I've had to put people on, like literally, nigga, go watch Bosch, then you come tell me it was weak. But Yancy Arias, what else did he play on? But anyway, he was the lead character in this series, and then Bobby Cannavale plays his older brother, who's his right hand man and enforcer. But that was a great little mini series that came out in 2003, around the time The Wire was rolling. Recommend that one. But I just thought of that because Kyle said that he was his bodyguard. You know what I mean? He did security for him. Cool. And I was like, damn, that dude was a beast in that Kingpin. Go ahead. I gotta go re-up on my coffee. Something tells me we're gonna have a long night tonight. I was trying to rewatch the last yesterday's. I was like, damn, dude, I was on there literally for 8 hours, like a goddamn work shift.
Yeah, I saw that, man. I was at work, so I was coming in and out, and I heard y'all talking about different subjects. A couple of them I wanted to actually hop in on, but like I said, I was busy and couldn't do it. But yeah, I saw it was 8 hours. I was like, whoop, somebody went to sleep again. Forgot to end the stream. But y'all really talked for 8 hours, man. Y'all broke the record.
Man, no, we really talked the whole time, man. It was crazy. She was crazy.
Oh, man, y'all broke the record. If Fred's still in here, they broke the record, Fred.
No bullshit, bro. I looked at that shit and I was looking at it because I was editing. I was like, yeah, right. Because I was trying to take like excerpts. Because I was like, man, who's gonna sit down for the whole 8 hours and listen to the whole 8 hours? Let me break some stuff up. And I looked and I was like, hold up, bro. From the beginning to the end, it was damn near nonstop conversation going on.
All right, and I gotta give y'all this. I gotta give y'all this one, and then I'm gonna call it a night, and y'all can just hold it down. I got.
Don't call it a night.
Listen, I gotta be at one of the most boring posts tomorrow, bro. And if you fall asleep at that post, you're fired. So, man, they got me at that damn post twice. They got me at that damn post twice this week, bro. I gotta drink I gotta drink about 2 5-hour energies just to stay up for that damn post. Can y'all hear me, or am I going in and out?
Yeah. I'm with you. I was waiting on it.
I'm trying to find this damn other picture and shit. Yeah, man. It's called Family Care, right? And it's where it's the paternity floor.
Gotcha.
When I tell you, bro, if you fall asleep at that post, you might as well go ahead and get that because it's over with. Let me find another. Let me find this. I gotta find something like a racing track, man. I'm gonna give y'all a sneak peek. I'm gonna give y'all a sneak peek of what Wednesday is gonna be like. You know what I mean?
All right. Yes, sir.
Y'all gonna film me on this. If y'all don't film me on this, fuck you. Let me get to it. Let me hop to it. Y'all gotta film me on this. And I'm gonna explain to you after it show up. If y'all don't feel me, I'm gonna explain. Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of resemblance.
That's spot on. The young killer, you know what I'm saying, ready to do whatever. Vice versa. You know what I mean? When I think about Mike, I think about Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I thought about The Wire, I thought about Devin Haney and Mike. And I think that's like spot on. What do y'all think in the chat, and then what y'all think on the panel? We'll start off with DJ, Centos, Cam, and then Tank.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with this one. I mean, similar in both ways. They don't care who you are, how old they are. Anybody can get it. Simple as that. So, oh man, that's a good one. And if
what you say, DJ?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Centos.
Yeah. God dog it. Yeah, I like this one. This is a good comparison. It's like they were both they were smart guys for young guys. They didn't look like a thug or gangster or anything like that, but they got the heart of a lion at the same time. And these guys depict the look of a saying I like to use a lot that I heard years ago. Don't let the smooth taste fool you, because they will get at you.
So We're gonna go Tank, then we're gonna go H Money. Go ahead, Tank. Tank, I think your mic is muted. H Money.
Yo, what's good? I see you got my nephew Devin Haney on the screen. What's up? And who is this kid by Devin Haney? Who is this?
Oh, you ain't never seen The Wire?
Nah, I mean shit. I seen The Wire, but I don't know who that is. Who is that nigga? I thought it was a nigga called him Devin Haney. I'm like, who is this nigga?
Oh man.
All right, my bad. I'm back.
Okay.
My bad. I thought it was somebody calling him out. My bad. I thought it was a young talking shit. What's good? Shout out to the panel though. What's good?
Boxing in the building.
My boy Tank, DJ, what's good?
What's good, brother? How we feeling today?
Man, I'm good.
What's up, H Money?
What's good, Santos? What's good? So,
my brother.
So, what you saying? Pretty much, Kyle, right here. You comparing you comparing Devin Haney to The Wire or something like that?
Okay, so what we doing is we taking characters from The Wire, right? This is gonna be Wednesday's show, but this is just one of them I had to give y'all today. So basically, we taking a character from The Wire and then a boxer from today, and then you put them like who does this boxer remind you of? So the character that reminds us the most of Mike is Devin Haney. They both was young killers. You know what I mean? They both was about their business. They both was smart. They both man, listen, they did what they had to do to make it work, to make it happen. You gotta watch The Wire, bro. And then when you see Mike, and then you think about Devin Haney, you go be like, oh shit, that nigga was right. These two niggas, because you know how Devin Haney, he won't smoke with everybody. He don't give a fuck who it is. You could be 39 years old. He want that fight. You know what I'm saying? So
he could be Lomachenko. He wanted to fight Teofimo Lopez, Gary Russell Jr., Tank Davis. He want to fight everybody.
And that's Mike.
For sure. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney, youngest champion in boxing. You know what it is, man. The next Mayweather, you feel me? Like that. You know what I mean? The best thing going right now, man, straight out of Oakland. So, you know, hey, Kyle, I see you had Stephon Fulton on your pound for pound list over Devin Haney. I don't agree with that because Devin Haney been a champion. So Devin Haney should be over Stephon Fulton. I think Devin Haney a better prospect than Fulton. To be honest with you, you know what I mean? He got more fights. Fulton just beat all he beat was Angelo Leo, and I like Fulton. He a good fighter, but I mean, how could Fulton be over Devin Haney though? That's all that I'm saying. He's not. Devin Haney is better than Fulton, different levels.
Brother, go look at his resume. He beat 8 undefeated fighters, bro. Go look at
that. Bro, could you name some of these guys?
He beat Joshua Greer. He beat Angelo Leo, of course. He beat who the hell? He beat a few people that got names.
To 8 fighters, bro, but you named 2. So come on, man. Let's just keep it real. Devin Haney beat Gamboa. He going against Linares. Linares Gamboa better than an Angelo Leo and Joshua Greer, whoever that dude is. You know what I mean? So I'm just keeping it real. Devin Haney levels above a Stephon Fulton, bro. So next time you do your pound for pound list, especially you from Oakland, Devin Haney should be above a Stephon Fulton. Oh God.
And it was a reason. It was a reason why Devin Haney wasn't on there. I can't think of the reason. It was I think because I was waiting on him to fight somebody, like a fight. He was getting ready to fight somebody, so that's why I didn't put him on there just yet. But that list was some months ago, though, player.
So it's all good. It's all good.
But Big Tank, what you think about this comparison?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mic check. All right. Salute to the boxing section, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, and everybody that's listening on the replay. All right, you got Devin Haney and you got Michael Lee. All right, so in comparison to the two characters, I'll say when you first see Michael Lee on The Wire, I believe it's season 4, Boys of Summer episode, the first episode, he's with another group of uh, young brothers. My bad. Go ahead. Somebody say something.
My bad. I was just getting up. My fault.
Okay, so you got when you first see Michael Lee in The Wire, it's a season 4, Boys of Summer episode, and he's with a group of a bunch of other young boys. That's in his a group of young men that's in his little inner circle, and that he runs with. As the season progresses, you realize that he has a little bit more of something, whatever that it factor is. Michael Lee has the it factor. He starts to separate himself from the pack. Not intentionally, it's just how it goes, right? As it goes, you can see that there's something different about his mentality, the way he approaches things, the way he is cerebral with the way he thinks things out. And he's kind of, in a way, very, very self-sufficient, much like Devin Haney. When Devin Haney first came out, you started hearing his name associated with a lot of other young prospects. But as time has gone by, you started to see Devin Haney start to separate himself from those other names that he was in the amateurs with. Now Devin Haney I think he's still right now currently the youngest world champion in boxing. When you talk about self-sufficiency, the man stays in the gym for the most part. He don't have to be motivated extrinsically to train and prepare for whatever he needs to do. He's very, very, very cerebral. Just like when people saw Mike Lee early in his the introduction to his character in that episode I was talking about, Boys of Summer. You see Marlo. Or I shouldn't have said it for anybody who's down. Well, anyway, so you see the local drug kingpin takes a liking to him, and he refers to him as somebody who he refers to him as big paws on a puppy, and that reference is, damn, he young, but it's something about him that he got an old spirit, and that's like Devin Haney. Devin Haney is a throwback fighter. He looked young, but Devin Haney was always young, but he was like a young puppy with big paws. And that's the same thing with Michael Lee. As the series progresses on, season 4, season 5, there's another character in the series that sees Michael Lee at one particular point in time, and he's looking out of a window, and he's looking at the local drug dealers organization, and he's trying to attack this organization. So he's picking them off, and he's making a list of who all the dangerous players are in this drug dealers organization. And at one point in time, Michael comes up to meet with the local kingpin of the city, and the guy who's making the list, he looks and he sees that kid. He sees Michael. He has a partner, and his partner's like, "Hey, is this one of Marlo's? I mean, damn, is this one of the guys? Is this one of the guys who's a part of the organization that we need to be looking at?" And then the guy that's hunting him down, he looks at Michael Lee from the window and he says, "Nah, he's just a kid." Well, that's how people see Devin Haney. They see him as somebody who don't have power, as somebody who's a non-threat, so to speak. But they all know that he's nothing to play with. They all know he's nothing to play with. But when they look at him, all you hear is what? Oh, he don't got power. He's not a threat. But ain't nobody messing with him. And when you watch the series of The Wire, you realize ain't nobody messing with Michael Lee either. And when they do mess with Michael Lee, you see how he reacts. He steps up to the plate. He rises to the challenge. He ends up outthinking the person that's trying to plot against him. Same thing with Devin Haney. Devin Haney tends to outthink the person that's in the ring that's trying to outthink him. And so far in his career, he's been successful as he is still the youngest champion in boxing. So I think that's a fair comparison between Michael Lee and Devin Haney.
Yo, y'all still there?
Yeah. I was just
over the silence for a second. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take the time to say a few things, you know, since it was a moment of silence. I think there's a few fighters that don't get respect in the sport of boxing, and they deserve to be respected for what they accomplish. And I feel like we should put some respect on certain fighters' names. You know what I mean? And one of those fighters I want to talk about is Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury went in there. He beat Deontay Wilder fair and square, bro. I mean, when are the brothers gonna get that man his credit for? You know, Wilder is a great fighter. He just lost to the better man that night in Tyson Fury. So I think, you know, Tyson Fury deserves the credit for beating a great fighter like Deontay Wilder. Like, as far as the excuses, the spike water, the costume, and I mean, I think we gotta just give it up to the man and give Sugar Hill his credit, bro. Because I mean, I felt for the okie doke. You know, I was riding around talking bad about Mark Breland for no reason. Turned out, you know, the man did nothing wrong. You know what I mean? So, hey, man, I think Tyson Fury is a great fighter. You know, I think Wilder's a great fighter. You know what I mean? Anthony Joshua. But right now, in the heavyweight division, Tyson Fury is number one because he beat the best man in Deontay Wilder. Tyson Fury beat the best heavyweight in Deontay Wilder. So Tyson Fury got to be the number one heavyweight over Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua ain't mixed it up with nobody yet, bro. You know what I mean? So that's all I had to say.
That's your opinion, and you're allowed to have it.
I mean, do you think I'm speaking facts? I feel like there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying, though, because he was the better man that night, my brother. Tyson Fury predicted the knockout. He got it. As far as Wilder saying the costume, and some brothers say he never did say it's the costume, and then we see the video where he did say it was the costume on audio. Reggie put it out. So I know Reggie ain't lying to me because he put out the video. Reggie is a reliable source. Wilder said it. He said it was the costume. Then his brother said it wasn't the costume. Then they say he never said that. Then it was a Mark Breland spiked the water. I feel like Mark Breland was done wrong. He was done dirty. I love Deontay Wilder, but I didn't like how Mark Breland was treated. And people forget about it, bro. So, I mean, hey, listen, Wilder, he just a man just like us. I love Wilder, but we got to admit when we wrong, bro. We don't hear nobody saying nothing about the gloves no more and all of that, right? Because we knew Tyson Fury had a history before the first fight. And Wilder still was cool with him, you know, said that was his brother, you know, kissed him. I love Tyson Fury after the first fight. And it was all buddy. And then once he lost, then I'm hearing all of these excuses, bro. That's all that I'm saying, Tank. I'm just keeping it real. If we going to report boxing, let's keep it real. Tyson Fury is a great fighter. It took a great fighter to beat Wilder. It wasn't like Wilder lost to a bum, like AJ lost to Andy Ruiz. Nah, Wilder went in there for greatness against Tyson Fury. Come on, man. That's all I'm just saying, bro. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, we agree. We agree on the Mark Breland thing. I think whatever they had going, whatever disagreements they had between each other, should have stayed between them, or should have stayed in that locker room. I don't like the fact that, you know, that stuff got out. If he feels like he was poisoned, he knows his body, then that's just what it is. I'm not saying it is true. I'm not saying, you know, any of that, but whatever would happen between him and Mark Breland, that should have stayed between them two. I didn't like that got out. For whatever reason, whatever happened, he lost. That's just where I'm at with it. Now, I can't respect a man who goes back on his word, and that's what Tyson Fury has done several times. Now, as a boxer, he is a great boxer, but I just don't respect him as a man because you've gone back on your word. You signed up to fight this man 3 times, and here it is, you're trying to duck out of it. So I can't get down with that.
Yeah, I respect your opinion. You feel me? You got a right to feel that way. You know, it was a contract that was signed, even if the contract was expired. You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel Bill Haney said the same thing as you. You know that at least give the man a third fight. You know what I mean? Wilder gave you opportunity. But I'm just saying in the ring. Tyson Fury is a great boxer. Great boxer. You know what I mean? He beat the #1 heavyweight Deontay Wilder. A great champion, Deontay Wilder. It took a great fighter to beat Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. That's all I'm saying. Fury is levels above, I think, Anthony Joshua. AJ ain't mixed it up with none of these top.
Both of them are. Both of them are.
I agree. I agree with you.
Both of them are. Wilder and Fury are levels above Anthony Joshua, and I can tell everybody why. But I'm gonna save that for the Wilder hater come Thursday because I know he's got a few things he's gonna want to say.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. They don't give Wilder his credit, bro. He was knocking out.
They don't. I'm trying to figure out how a man boxing a year and a half ends up medaling in the gold and not gold, but ends up medaling in the Olympics. People who've been training since they were 12 don't always even make the Olympic team, let alone get a medal. So you have to have some kind of boxing skill to get a medal at the Olympics, man.
Facts. we got to remember also a lot of the people that are speaking foul about the abilities of Deontay Wilder are speaking foul out of biasness, not as a boxing aficionado or a boxing purist or a boxing enthusiast. They're speaking out of pure biasness, and it'd be the same if I sit here. Even though I don't like some of the things that Tyson Fury has done, he's known for having a history of doing some things that's below board and a little dishonest. And he's also known for not responding to rematches. So it's nothing new. He's had a history and a pattern of doing these things. But at the same time, me calling myself a boxing fan first and a fan of boxers second, I have to admit that Tyson Fury is a good or great fighter. You don't beat the #1 most dangerous heavyweight in the world, let alone one of the best heavyweights as far as punching power in the history of the sport, and not have skills to be respected. And that's Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury has skills to be respected. He has balls to be respected. I absolutely feel that he and Deontay are the top 2. Anthony's below them, but I also feel that Anthony Joshua does have what it takes to beat a Tyson Fury. But that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that I'm going to place him above Tyson Fury at this moment, because he has not faced Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder has not faced him, but we know how that saga went about. And those two, Fury and Wilder, were willing and brave enough to fight one another without hesitation in the first fight. So I gotta put those two at the top, and I gotta give, as a boxing fan, I have to give Tyson the edge because of the win. I don't like some of the stuff that went on with the win, but he did win the fight. So it's just a matter of people out here in the space that we share are speaking from their personal biased opinions when it comes down to these two fighters. No, when it comes down to these 3 fighters, let alone other fighters in other divisions. So we can't get ourselves riled up and too worked up about what these people are saying. We just have to discount the fact that they're not who we are, and that's boxing enthusiasts, boxing aficionados, boxing purists, boxing fans first.
Yes, sir. Tank.
Yeah, what's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I had to go ahead and step in the booth like Superman and change my whole avatar, my name from Tank TV and Movie Maven to Tank the Sweet Science Examiner real quick to touch on this boxing.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it sounds like, I believe, H Money, his premise, correct me if I'm wrong, brother, you saying that people need to start giving Tyson Fury his credit after he beat Deontay Wilder, because Deontay Wilder was the best heavyweight at the time when Tyson Fury beat him, and he's due respect that he's not getting. Am I understanding that right?
Well, that's accurate. You know, Tyson Fury beat the #1 heavyweight Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, undefeated at the time, 11 title defenses, knocking out everybody. And Tyson Fury was the man to dethrone him. So Tyson Fury deserves the credit. He shocked the world, you know, against Deontay Wilder. You know, and they did fight twice. So it was a rematch. You know, as far as the third fight, that still hasn't happened yet. Tyson Fury did give a rematch to Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora, who just fought against Joseph Parker. I thought Derek Chisora beat Joseph Parker. So pretty much is that Tyson Fury did.
I second that, H Money. I second that. I believe most people believe that Chisora beat Joseph Parker. I saw the replay of that fight. It was like, no, man, ain't no way Joseph Parker won that fight.
Yep, that was a robbery. Even Dylan White, I know the brothers don't like Dylan White, but he said it was a robbery too. You know, so to be honest with you, you know, Tyson Fury, he did a rematch with Derek Chisora. He did 2 fights with him. He did 2 fights with Deontay Wilder. We all want to see the trilogy. And Tyson Fury, I think he said the fight will happen. So, you know, hopefully it does, you know. But, yeah, that's all I was saying, Tank.
Okay, so well, as far as I'm concerned, Tyson Fury has got to do credit for that, for everything that you just said. After being Deontay Wilder, or before beating Deontay Wilder, I don't believe he was anywhere near on the. My bad. Somebody said something. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Nah, yeah, I hear something in the back. I hear something, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me mute my phone.
I never heard the brothers give him credit like on the platform.
Right, that's the thing. That's why. Let me go. Let me speak my piece. As far as their overall respect, I hear a lot of people giving him respect. I see a lot of brothers taking pictures with him. I see a lot of brothers speaking positive on his behalf, and I see that he, prior to him fighting Deontay Wilder, his name wasn't anywhere mentioned amongst the top 10 fighters in the mainstream media at all. And after he beat Wilder, he's in the top 10 of their pound for pound list across the board for the most part. ESPN, who's the network that he fights under on the American side, even put him at number 6. So I think that he's getting the credit, and I think that he got the respect that based off what you said. As far as certain individuals having sharing that mindset, or certain individuals, like you said, that be on panels and things like that, in terms of independent media, you know, it's kind of split. You have some who give him the credit that you're talking about and the respect, and then you have some who don't respect him and don't give him credit. But it just depends on who it is that you listen to, or who it is that the person that is coming up with this is listening to. You know, and to that I say, everybody don't have to agree on everything. That's not something you can't uniformly make everybody love Devin Haney. You can't make everybody love Mike Tyson. You can't make everybody love Muhammad Ali. You can't make everybody love Floyd Mayweather. If you respect them, you respect them. If you like them, you like them, and that's where it lays. You know what I mean? We can't just expect everybody to think like we do. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. Everybody has a right to see boxing from their own perspective. Everybody has a right to take the same information that we all see and disseminate the information based on our understanding of what happens in the boxing rings and outside the boxing rings. I don't think it's my place or anybody else's place to tell somebody else that they have to respect this person or that person. Only thing that I can do is defend my position. I believe Demetrius Andrade is a great fighter. I believe Demetrius Andrade deserves a shot at the winner between Gennady Golovkin and Murata. These are just my perspectives. I can't force my perspectives on anyone else. They have a right to look at Demetrius Andrade, and then they have a right to say, well, to me, he's boring. They have a right to say, well, to me, I don't see anything special. They have a right to say whatever they want to say. I can't force that upon them. I can respect the fact that they know their boxing and they see things from the way they see things. For me, personally, when it comes to Tyson Fury, I have never been a fan of Tyson Fury, even when he had hair. So this is nothing new for me. I'm just not a fan of his style. And for a heavyweight, it's not his style per se, as in, you know, I don't like this kind of boxing or that kind of boxing. It's just that for his style as a heavyweight, the way he fights, I personally have never been a fan of that. I haven't been a fan before Deontay Wilder was a professional fighter, and I'm not a fan now that Deontay Wilder is a professional fighter. So my position has nothing to do with Deontay Wilder. My position has everything to do with Tyson Fury's style as a heavyweight. I am not the only one that has this position. You have countless articles out there prior to him fighting Deontay Wilder, where you have people in the media, these same people or these same organizations who put him now in the top 10 of the pound for pound list. At one particular time was saying that his style doesn't cater to the heavyweight division. He's too much of a boxer. He's not a knockout artist. He doesn't hit hard. You know what I mean? He now is being aligned with the great Muhammad Ali, but Muhammad Ali was in there knocking guys out left and right on a consistent basis, not just when he got with Sugar Hill. So for me, that's my position. Do I respect Tyson Fury? I respect Tyson Fury because I respect mostly all fighters that step into combat sports and compete, because I know that the sacrifices that they put on the line, whether it's their personal well-being, time spent with their family, putting themselves at risk to be taken advantage of financially for those risks and all the above. So I respect them. I give credit where credit is due, but I don't have to like anybody that I don't want to like. I don't have to be a fan of anybody that I'm not a fan of. I would not, and because I know that of myself, I would never, ever, ever press upon someone else to do the same. I like The Wire, but I can't make anybody else like The Wire. I can just tell them to watch it, check it out. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, leave it alone. Yeah, but that's my take on it. You know what I mean? There's nothing that I can say to change anybody else's mind. There's nothing that anybody else can say to change my mind in regards to the things that I personally look at, take into consideration with my mind, the way I understand things, and then I say my piece, and then I let the chips fall where they are, and I try my best to not disrespect anybody's accomplishments or anybody's contribution in the process. So I feel like as long as I do that, and I'm respectful in the way that I voice my opinion, and I'm fair, then I think that I can look myself in the mirror, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, like Tyson Fury, he showed power. He knocked out Derek Chisora. You can look at his knockouts. He got a lot of knockouts. He just stopped Deontay Wilder. But the thing is, how is he getting credit? And everybody's saying, making excuses though. Oh, he cheated. He cheated every time. That's not giving a man credit for when he didn't cheat. When nobody has proved that he did cheat. If he cheated, he would have never got the win. If he cheated, he will be held accountable for his actions, bro. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. And then it's always an excuse that he beat Deontay Wilder. That's not giving him his credit. It's been excuses coming from Deontay Wilder himself, blaming Mark Breland with no facts. You know what I mean? So that's not giving the man credit. Deontay Wilder ain't. So a lot of his fans ain't gonna do it. That's all that I'm saying, brother.
I know, but what you're saying has hold on, because he's responding to what I said. Hold on, he's responding to what I just said. So let me respond to what he just rebutted to what I just said. Okay, with everything that you're saying, H Money, I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is that's irrelevant because I'm not saying that everybody is giving him credit. I said he's got the credit that he deserves on the grand scheme. If you wanna do it in terms of what he personally would, if you have the a fighter, that fighter would rather get notoriety on the big level than on the small level. He goes around, people still want to take pictures with him. He goes around, people still want to do interviews with him. He is labeled right now by most people's list as the best heavyweight in boxing on the grand scheme of things. What it sounds like you're saying is that you want everybody to give him credit. You want nobody to have a dispute. You don't want any people to be out here talking about how he cheated or he did this or he did that. But I'm saying that that's their business. I'm not doing it. If you ask me, I just gave you my perspective. But like I'm saying, you can't make anybody else not say that they believe that he cheated. You can't make anybody else say that you believe that he's the best boxer in the world. There's going to be some people who agree with that, and there's going to be some people who don't. But that doesn't mean that you don't see that they're not giving, that nobody's giving him credit. There are people who are giving him credit. He has the credit. But because he doesn't have 100% of the credit, doesn't mean that he doesn't have credit. That's what I'm saying.
For sure, he proved he was the better man that night. You know, he just proved that he was a better fighter than Deontay Wilder. You know, all excuses need to stop. That's all that I'm saying. And you ain't got to agree with it, but all that cheating nonsense and blaming Mark Breland, that's some bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? The better man won that night, bro. And all those excuses it just ended, bro. You know what I mean? Please, bro.
I'm gonna let Santos get in, and I got another question for you, H Money. Go ahead, Santos.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, H, have you ever done anything and not been caught and punished for it?
Man, yeah, plenty of times.
I think we all have. That doesn't mean that we didn't commit the act just because we won't get caught. Now, the situation, we don't know where they are with proving or not proving that situation of with the talks of the glove. Now, I agree with you about the Mark Breland thing. He needs to leave that alone, personally, in my opinion. I don't think that's part of Mark's character. And I think it's to go beyond someone else besides Mark, because anybody could take a syringe and squirt something in your beverage and you're not noticing. So who knows how it happened? But at the same time, as far as like the evidence that's been displayed so far with the gloves issue, I'm not talking about this egg weight thing. I don't know nothing about that. But as far as what my eyes have told me, what I've seen, because I had the fight recorded, the first fight, and I had the second fight recorded. I went back and checked them out for myself to make sure that there was no trickery with the videos that I was seeing online. And I slowed them down, paused them, all that good stuff. Those gloves, it was obvious. You could see in the first fight he had his glove pulled down past his knuckles, and you can look at the wrapping on that down past the wrist was much higher than the other hand, and that's not common. I've had my hands wrapped, and it just don't work. But hold on. But at the same time, in the second fight, the glove wasn't the same situation. But it does look like some padding had been manipulated in one of those gloves, because I know he's got big hands, but his hands ain't that big where his print's just gonna come through all that cushion like that. It just don't happen. Like, they don't design those gloves that way. You can go buy some cheap gloves and you can see that.
Yo, I'm gonna step off, man. As much respect to you, Santos, Eli, Zachary, my brother on the panel. Much respect to you and Tank. It's just, at the end of the day, brother, we didn't hear nothing about Tyson. You mentioned the first fight. So after the first fight, why we didn't hear nothing about that, bro? Why we had to wait until after the second fight? Let me finish. What? Why we had to wait till after the second fight when Wilder lost? Then they brought up all of this is some bullshit. My brother, it's some bullshit. All that stuff is nonsense, bro. It's nonsense. Mark Breland got brought into the nonsense. He got blamed, and then Wilder said himself it was the costume. Then they said he never said it was a costume. Then they released the audio where he did say, "Bro, Sento, it's some bullshit, man. The better man won that night, my brother. That's all that it was, man." You know what I mean? And Wilder's a great champion.
I'm not saying Tyson didn't win. He won the fight. He won the fight. I'm not taking the fight. I'm not taking the win away.
In spectacular fashion, Santos. In spectacular fashion.
But I'm not going to discount the fact that Tyson does have a pattern of cheating throughout his career. I'm not.
Why nobody said nothing about that until after Wilder lost, bro? We knew that.
Wilder did say he was slippery and slimy.
We knew that before the first fight. If he was such a cheater, why would he even fight him? And then why did Wilder say that was his brother?
Same reason why he gonna fight him now, because he a skilled fighter. He want to prove that he the best.
Bro, he knew he was a cheater in the first place, but nobody said nothing until he lost.
Yeah, they know they all cheat, bro.
I don't think he did know that. I
didn't know he said it. I got the audio 4 years ago. I got an interview. I got an interview from 4 years ago.
He's probably talking about the PEDs. He's probably talking about PEDs.
No, he was talking about Steve Shanahan. But I can show you. I can send you
the dirty fighting and all of that. They know he fight dirty, but at the same time, if you know that H Money, then you know to say that he cheated, but he's a very skilled fighter.
But I never say he did. He didn't cheat against Wilder.
Okay, then that's the only part. Then he can.
I'm about to go because I got respect for the brothers. But I'm gonna say this: if Wilder knew he was a cheater and he called him a cheater 4 years ago, why would you even fight this man? Say that was your brother and kiss him and say you love him and you was hugged up with him? Come on, man, that's some bullshit. Eli, the best man won. Let's stop making excuses, bro. Fury beat him, bro, in spectacular fashion and stopped him.
You can't ask
questions.
I'm gonna do it. But I got respect for y'all, man. I don't want y'all to get mad at me.
Let me ask you one thing.
Hold on.
Nobody get mad at you, bro.
Before you go, have you ever befriended a brother that you thought had your best interest? You thought y'all were cool, thought y'all had an understanding, and thought everything was on the level, and then he turns around and do something that you couldn't believe he did toward you. You ever had that to happen?
Yeah, but I'm not a boxer, bro. This is different. This is boxing. These guys go in the ring try to kill you.
But people do this. People do things like that. They do things like that. They're good with it, and then they cut your throat.
But that's what he's supposed to do. Go ahead, Tank. I'm a roll, man. I gotta go. Go ahead.
Salute to H Money Boxing. Salute to H Money Boxing as he dips out. Salute to that brother, man. Go follow H Money. Go follow H Money Boxing, man, and please support H Money Boxing. Follow his page. He got some dope content that he got going on his page constantly. The brother's growing his channel. The brother's made a pivot, and he's providing great content. He has all kind of different opinions and perspectives on his panels, and I love the way he rock out, man. Please, if you rock with Tank the Sweet Side Examiner, please go rock with H Money Boxing. Follow that brother, please. But I wanted to say this: we can't get into the point where we're answering questions for other people. Those questions are for Deontay Wilder, why he said he was his brother and then made accusations towards him. That is up to that individual. I can only speak for myself. If you ask me why I have a particular perspective on a fighter, I can only speak for myself. I'm not in the business of, I don't get in the habit of trying to psychoanalyze why somebody else did what they did. If somebody wants to know why somebody else did what they did, then you go ask them. And if they can't get an answer from them, then they gotta sit on that. But they can't be asking me why somebody else did what they did. So that's how I roll. You know what I mean? Because what happens is we get into a trick bag of saying, well, it's because this, and that. Have you ever experienced this, and that? And then that person comes out and be like, Well, it had nothing to do with that. I actually only did it. I said he was brother because this, and this, and then you end up looking like, well, I was just speaking in generalities. Well, there was no even point to speaking at all because, in a way, it has nothing to do with you. Only thing you're responsible for is why do you have the perspective that you have on, and can you defend your perspective? You know what I mean? Like I said, I have never been a fan of Tyson Fury's style. Before Deontay Wilder was even a professional boxer. So my perspective has nothing to do with Deontay Wilder. I don't have to. I never brought up. I don't have to bring up anything that he had done with Deontay Wilder to explain my perspective on Tyson Fury. And I think a lot of times, to H Money's point, is that a lot of he's seeing a lot of people, and I'm seeing it too. A lot of people's perspective on Tyson Fury is solely based on what happened between him and Deontay Wilder. The Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury fights, and that's fair enough as well. But you know what I mean. If that's going to be it, then you got to have something to stand on. You know what I mean. But me personally, it's just like, hey, look, he's a boxer like everyone else is a boxer. Some people like fighters, and some people don't like fighters. It's just that it's not that difficult. The Tyson Fury has cheated in the past, and for anybody to say that this has never been brought up in the past, that's in a little bit, in a way, that's disingenuous because Tyson Fury has been fighting longer than social media has been around to the extent that it is right now. So some of us have had our opinions about this fighter and about how he goes about doing his business way before there was a YouTube platform, a StreamYard, an Instagram, or Facebook to speak on this.
Bro, I honestly, what H Money just said was all I wanted him to say. He said, I didn't say he didn't cheat. Well, then I can say that he cheated, and you can say he was a better fighter, and I myself can say he's a very skilled fighter. I'm not going to take credit away from him from being a very skilled fighter. Did he beat Deontay that night? Yes. Do the corners have to do better? Yes. But as a fighter that's known for being dirty, as a fighter that's part of your trick bag, people are always going to have those questions. And we flat out seen this man cheat. It is what it is. Now, all the costume stuff and all the water spiking stuff and all that, that's not for me to speak on. If it ain't no evidence of it, like, that's not for me to speak on. That's for Deontay Wilder to confirm and say, yeah, my costume has something to do with it or something like that. If he does, that's on him. I don't know about that. I can't tell how that man body felt that night as far as that costume goes and that being unfit. But as far as seeing him wrenching on his neck, covering his nose, the glove flopping around and all of that stuff, I saw that. And I ain't gonna sit up here and say I didn't see all of that. I saw it. And we even saw Dillian White watching the live stream, cheering it on, saying, do it. It's obvious that it was done. I just want people to stop saying that he didn't cheat. I'm fine with saying that he's a very skilled fighter and that he did his thing. But I mean, at the end of the day, people are not going to stop saying that, no, he didn't cheat. He didn't cheat. So at the end of the day, I just say to myself, I know he cheated. I saw it. I'm not going to sit up and deny my eyes. Yeah, it is what it is. It happens in boxing. Deontay got to respond a different way the next time, and shit, we move forward. I mean, it was a fight. Honestly, shit, we done talked about it so much. Just get a man his third fight, and y'all go ahead and square it up and settle the score. It is what it is. The man could have walked away with his belt after the draw. He didn't walk away. He said, nah, come on, I put you down 2 times on your ass. I had a very, very good case for myself that I won that shit. You talking about you boxed and stood and as he say, pillow fought me, and won to a decision, but I put you on your ass twice. He could have walked away with it like that, but he came back and fought. It's in the contract for a third fight. It was in the contract for a third fight. Fans like us want to see a third fight and see how it turns out. We saw the cheating. We saw all that. It was brought to attention a little too late. Tyson Fury won that night. I'm cool with that. It is what it is. It's not gonna get taken back because everybody said he cheated. That L is there, that W is there. At the end of the day, though, don't sit up here and lie to us like we didn't see the cheating, because that's what white people do every day to us. Tell us what we didn't see when we know we saw it. And that's the part that Deontay Wilder is saying, and that he's putting up there. Don't sit up here and tell me something that I saw when that I didn't see something that I know I saw. We saw the gloves, we saw the wrenching of the neck, the extra little chokeholds and covering of the nose. We saw all of that stuff. Like, it was on video.
A lot of boxers do that kind of stuff, though. So it's like, to me, that's part of boxing.
That's what I said, Tank.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm piggybacking off what you're saying, and furthermore substantiating what you're saying is that it's part of boxing. But you know what I mean? We're not going to act like Bernard Hopkins was, like, for me, right? I respect Bernard Hopkins, but he's not one of my favorite fighters stylistically. I wasn't a fan of his style. I know that it was effective. I know that what Bernard Hopkins did was effective. I know that it got him a lot of wins. I know that that's part of the game. My job it's a fight, and my job is to do whatever I can do in the ring. It's the referee's job to catch me breaking rules. If the referee's on the opposite side of me, and I can get away with doing a little something, that's what fighters do. If I get hit with a low blow and the referee is not calling the low blows, then it's my job as a fighter to hit my opponent with a low blow. These things are part of boxing. Is it dirty? Absolutely. Is it cheating? Absolutely. Does it happen? Absolutely. But we're not going to act like it doesn't happen when it happens, and we're not going to give anybody a pass when they do. In terms of fighters beating other fighters, do y'all consider Jermaine Taylor a quote unquote great fighter?
No.
Good.
No, he was good, but he wasn't great.
Not great.
Just he was. Do you consider him a great fighter?
No.
I heard a lot of those. Okay, now he beat Bernard Hopkins for the undisputed middleweight championship, right?
Yep.
Now I agree. Actually, for the record, I agree. He wasn't a great fighter to me, in my opinion. He was a good fighter. If you want to say really, really good or put extra goods on it, that's fine. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't think he was a great fighter, but he beat Bernard Hopkins, right? My point that I'm making is, just because somebody beats a great fighter doesn't automatically make them great. So I categorically am of the opinion that I do not agree with the ideology that because Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder, who has 10 successful title defenses at heavyweight, is a great fighter just because he beat Deontay Wilder. Sometimes good fighters beat great fighters. If Tyson Fury is a great fighter, then how many title defenses does he have at heavyweight? Successful.
I don't think they're basing it on that, though, Tank. I think they're basing
that. No, that's what he was. He just said that. If you listen to what H Money said, he said we got to say he's a great fighter because he beat a great fighter in Tyson and Deontay Wilder. And that's not. It's not a thing. It's not a thing that H Money. He's not the only one saying that. I've heard multiple people say that. I've had conversations with people in my inbox on that. I'm just using this platform to speak my mind on it because it's a live mic. So I'm saying, in general, my perspective on that is, just because a fighter beats a great fighter, for those of you who are saying that's your reasoning for saying I must give Tyson Fury this particular credit, or I must say that he's a great fighter, or this, that, and the other because he beat Wilder, is historically I don't have to do that. There's precedent that exists where fighters beat other fighters, and in the end of their careers, they were not considered great. I personally believe that Mike Tyson was a great fighter. That's my belief. Some people think that he was overrated, but my belief is Mike Tyson was a great fighter. I don't believe that Buster Douglas was a great fighter, and he beat Mike Tyson. So there's more than one occasion that I can bring out where there's precedents of fighters who were not great that beat other great fighters. I will not be forced to say that Tyson Fury is a great fighter because you believe he's a great fighter because he beat Deontay Wilder. For anybody out there listening, I have my own mind, I have my own opinion, and I can defend my position.
Go ahead, my bad, Tank. Another good example of that is, I don't think, God rest his soul, I don't think Vernon Forrest was a great fighter, but he beat Shane Mosley twice. I don't think Antonio Tarver was a better fighter than Roy Jones Jr., but he beat it. So that was going to be my question. That was going to be my question to H Money is like, do you think Tyson Fury is a better fighter than Deontay Wilder, or was he just better that night? And that was going to be my question before he got out of there.
Giuseppe Russo in the chat. You said you black folk can't admit Fury won. I think that everybody on this panel right now is black folk, I guess, to whatever the definition of that is. And I believe that we all admitted that Tyson Fury won. Did anybody say that Tyson Fury didn't win that fight?
Nope,
I think we all admitted that he won.
So Giuseppe Russo, that's an incorrect statement. Us black folks can admit Tyson Fury won. Joggers mad a white man is on top. I didn't hear anybody
so he's that guy.
him saying that. I didn't hear anybody on this particular panel reference that they have a problem with a white man being on top. Or you spelled white with a number instead of a letter, but whatever. Let me see who else is in the chat. White supremacist. I'm sorry. Mexican supremacist said, "That's you. Much respect to the moderators. I don't know what you're referring to." Rob87 says, "I really don't know what happened in that fight. All I can say is I'm riding with Wilder to the end." He said Taylor was all right. Yeah, Taylor was all right fighter. He was a good fighter. I thought he was good, especially on fight night.
Yeah, he was good. He just I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he was good.
I think he's a Hall of Famer, but just being a Hall of Famer don't make you great when it comes to boxing. It's sometimes in certain sports, being in the Hall of Fame is more about your accomplishments or what did you do anything lasting. As being a undisputed middleweight champion, you know what I mean. He did enough to have respectable accolades. I'm not saying he's a shoo-in. He has to be in the Hall of Fame at all by any means, because just like I can make a case for him being in the Hall of Fame based off some other people that are in the Hall of Fame, I can make a case for him not being in the Hall of Fame. So, just to be clear on my perspective on that. Best Pugilist said no. We have some no's. He wasn't a great fighter. Robert Brown said he was better than Shane Mosley twice in the pros and in the amateurs. Vernon had Mosley's number, referring to the Viper, rest in peace, Vernon the Viper Forrest, who I wouldn't say that he was a all-time great fighter or anything like that, but I thought he fought great. You know what I mean? People who understand what I'm saying, they understand. I'm not saying he was an all-time great fighter, but I thought he fought great. And for me, the only fight that I would have rather, when everybody talk about Floyd Mayweather should have fought this guy, should have fought that guy, the only fight that I really wanted to see stylistically that I never got to see Floyd Mayweather fight was against Vernon Forrest. I'm not one of those people that just needed to see him fight Paul Williams or Antonio Margarito, any of these guys like that. I wanted to see what he looked like against Vernon Forrest, just because of the styles that they fought. Rob87 also says Fury versus Klitschko, one of the worst fights in history. Right, exactly. Rob87. And the article, one of the articles that I'm referring to that I read, I believe, was in the aftermath of the Tyson Fury versus Klitschko fight, where they had their opinions on Tyson Fury. So, like I said, Tyson Fury stylistically is not this great fighter that the American media has put out there for him to be. A lot of people in a lot of different places of the world do not agree with that. And they have their own opinion. They can have their own opinion based off their understanding, just like we can. We do not have to be forced to like somebody just because somebody else likes them. You know what I'm saying? I reject that. Since we on Kyle's show, in the words of the great poet Tupac Shakur, I reject your deposit when it comes to that premise.
If that was the case, then everybody would be huge fans of Canelo Alvarez and Ryan Garcia. I spoke his name. I said I wasn't gonna speak his name. I spoke his name. God.
Is there any fights that are signed to come up that anybody are eager to see? You know what I mean? We got some fights that are signed. You know, a lot of people talk about these fantasy fights, and I want this guy to fight that guy. What about Crawford versus Spence and Fury versus Wilder and Fury versus AJ and all this other stuff? These fights are not inked. You know, they're not signed up. They're not finished. But we have some pretty good boxing coming up. Anybody got any of these matches that we have that are inked and set to happen that they're looking forward to?
Tank versus Barrios for me is that's the number one for me. I want to see how Tank adjusts to moving up to 140. I've said several times that I think Floyd and Big Head Ellaby did him a disservice by moving him out of that 130 division, because I felt like there were a lot of good fights to be had at that weight class, but they moved him up 2 weight classes. So I'm interested to see how he adjusts. My opinion, I think he's going to be a gorilla in that weight class. You're giving me a Tank that does not have to cut weight at all. I think that's going to add to his power. That's going to add to his speed because he doesn't have to drain himself now. And we'll also see how that affects his cardio, that he doesn't have to cut weight. The number 2 fight for me is the Castano and Jermell Charlo undisputed fight for 154. That's another fight that I'm looking forward to. And anytime I call him El Cucuy, but David Benavidez, I'm looking forward to his fight. I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan of his every time I see him fight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to those fights.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the same fights that were just mentioned, and not only that one, the Nery and Brandon Figueroa fight. I have grown to like to see Brandon Figueroa in fights. He puts up a good showing for himself, and Nery is one of those guys that has good power, but he's been at question, like, as far as his boxing ability, really. And I just want to see if him in a firefight with Brandon Figueroa, what's going to happen.
Yeah, I like all those fights too. I'm reading the chat. Hold on, let me see. The San Francisco City Slicker said Mel versus Castaño. That's right. That's a good matchup for arguably the most competitive division in all of boxing is the junior middleweight division, and they're going to be fighting for the undisputed championship of the world. Who is the top dog at 154 for real? That's what they're going to be fighting for. Won't be no speculation. Won't be no, well, this guy got that belt and this guy got that belt. Those guys are on that side. These guys are on that side. This fight will be for undisputed, and we're going to find out who is the top dog after that at the 154 division. Last night, when I was talking about this particular fight, I brought up the fact that Castano has one advantage over Jermell Charlo in that fight. And the advantage that he has is that, for the most part, he doesn't have to deal with any expectations. The expectation is, for the most part, that Jermell Charlo is just moments away from becoming the undisputed champion at junior middleweight. I think that if we did a poll, that the overwhelming majority of the people would pick Jermell Charlo to win that fight. So Brian Castellano is only coming in there to do what he does. He's only has to come in there, execute his own game plan, and his game plan should be to get in there and try to win 7 out of 12 rounds. And if he can get in there and get a stoppage, then, get in there and get one. But on the flip side, Jermell Charlo is going in there with the overwhelming expectations looming over him that you are supposed to win this fight, whether it's by winning 7 out of 12 rounds or by in spectacular fashion. And I probably would lean towards assuming that the majority of the people who are looking forward to this fight feel that he is going to win the fight, or he should at least win the fight in spectacular fashion. We're going to find out if this pressure has any effect on Jermell Charlo that night. It's different to have pressure in other fights, but when it's now at the end of the road and it's time to grab that brass ring, it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals and down to the wire. It's a kind of a different pressure in that closeout game than it is in a Game 4 or Game 5 closeout game. And so we're going to find out if Jermell Charlo rises to the occasion and, gets out there and takes care of business, or will he give Castaño a chance to breathe, give him a chance to stay around and execute his advantages and his game plan, use his hand speed, use his aggressiveness, and raise his confidence as the fight goes. And is Castaño going to pull this out? That makes for an intriguing fight, because Castaño doesn't have to deal with that. He just has to go in there and deal with boxing. Jermell has to deal with the ambiance of the entire event and what's at stake. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. Anybody got anything on that?
Yeah, I honestly hope Jermell comes in and boxes and puts on a good performance boxing, picks his hard shots that he actually takes, not just those wild winking head hunting shots, for the simple fact that I don't know why anybody would think that he's going to just come in and knock Castaño out, when the fact of the matter is Castaño haven't been knocked out. Castaño is a fighter that is undefeated and that now is a champion and has been in some damn good fights with a boxer like Lara, and just went and took a belt from Teixeira. Like, I don't see why anybody would just think that Jermell's going to come in and just knock him out. Now, outboxing him and have the capability of knocking him out, like, that's where I would hope Jermell's mind would be, and not coming in head hunting and setting himself up for the same type of fight that Harrison had, where he actually gets outworked on the back end because he's head hunting the guy and the guy sees the punch coming and gets more confident and gets off his punches because he's fighting on the inside, not going to the body or not working behind the jab and setting things up. So that's my thought. I hope he come in with good boxing.
With me, man, to me, it's just as impressive beating a guy the way Errol Spence beat Mikey Garcia. That's just as impressive as a knockout to me. When you get in there and you whoop a man from pillar to post for 36 minutes, excuse me, that's just as impressive as a knockout. So I hope, like y'all said, I hope Mel doesn't go in there with the impression that he has to get this guy out of here and become undisputed super welterweight champion in dramatic fashion. Like, man, just get the belts. Just get the belt, man. I think I've only seen Castaño fight one time, and I think Jermell Charlo wins this fight. I want to say 8 rounds to 4. Just off him being a superior boxer, man. Just get on your stick early. But like Tank said, it's something I didn't think about. The pressure of becoming undisputed. How does Mel deal with that? I really hadn't thought about that. It's like, okay, here we are. I got 3 belts. I need 1 more to be undisputed in this weight class. And Castaño coming in there with no expectations. People are expecting him to just hand the belt over to Jermell Charlo. And I wonder how, because, these guys are fighters, man, especially at this level. And he has a lot of pride. I'm guessing he has a lot of pride in himself, especially becoming a champion. So that's a good point, man. I'll be interested to see if he does what Danny Jacobs did to Peter Quillian, however you say his last name. Y'all remember how that fight went? Quinlan, I think it is. Kid Chocolate.
Peter Quillen.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see. Now that Tank brought that up, I'll be curious to see if he approaches the fight that way, just bum rush him from round one, trying to get him out of there. He called it the Rumble drill, and Danny Jacobs said they actually used to practice that. They actually used to train that way in his gym. So, yeah, man, I didn't think about that. The pressure of being the undisputed champion, of trying to become the undisputed champion with another champion coming in as an underdog, and how do they react to that? That's a good point. That makes that fight even more intriguing now.
You got anything on that, Santos? Because Trey brought up.
I personally think that I think Charlo is poised enough to understand what that fight means to him and his legacy, but I don't think he's going to be any more nerved than he was in his last fight when he became unified and picked up two other belts. So I just think he's looking at it, hey, this guy is coming in to take my head off. I got to take his head off. And I think what he'll do is put more emphasis into the belt that basically, based it on the outcome of the fight, win, lose, or draw. Just these guys' personalities tell me a lot about themselves, and I just don't think he's going to put that much into it. I think he's going to put into it, I got to go in there and beat this guy. And I think he'll worry about this. I think he'll put more emphasis and thought into having the fourth belt and being undisputed at the end of the fight. I think right now it's just he's approached it the same way he will approach any other fight. They just they're very confident guys. I understand their attitude. I'm a Leo myself, and we got our mind made up on something. We don't worry about what other people think of the little stuff. We worry about going there, making that accomplishment, and moving, addressing things at that point, at the end of it. So I just don't. They personality just tell me that ain't where they are mentally before getting to the fight. I think that comes after this.
All right, Trey says that he's looking forward to the Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor fight. That's going to be an interesting fight too, just because of stylistically, all the fights that have different certain styles are the ones that interest me. This one is no different. Josh Taylor versus Regis Prograis was an interesting fight in the World Boxing Super Series. The skills that Josh Taylor was forced to use in that fight in order to be competitive with Regis Prograis and come out eventually on top to win that. Probably impressed me more than I thought it would. I've only watched that fight once. I haven't watched it multiple times, so I won't get too in depth into it. But off the first watch of it, that's what I took. I don't like to get too in depth into fights that I haven't seen 2 or 3 times over and start critiquing it. But just off the first glance, I noticed that he used some skills that I didn't know that he could use against Regis Prograis until he got in there and used them against Regis Prograis. Now we're going to be able to see if he can use those same skills, or if he has even some more skills in his repertoire to do the same versus Jose Ramirez, who's also a tenacious fighter in his own right, a fighter who will come to you and step to you, is not afraid to exchange. We're going to find out. Hold on, am I getting an echo? What's that?
Let me mute my
background.
might be Bigfoot. I just let him do it.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I think that when it comes to Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor at 140, which will be for undisputed as well, is an intriguing fight because the guys that are coming more so not only because of their particular matchup, but because whoever comes out the winner of that fight, especially if there's no rematch clause or there's no clamor for an immediate rematch, they are already, as soon as that fight is over, going to be looking over their shoulders because of the next crop that's coming up next, which will be Devin Haney. He's getting ready to move up to 140, as we keep hearing. We've been hearing rumblings of that for more than a year, as well as Teofimo Lopez moving up to 140. We've been hearing rumbles of that for more than a year. And especially, we've been hearing it a lot more lately. And of course, as somebody else pointed out earlier, I think it was DJ, that one of the fights that he's looking forward to is Gervonta Davis versus Mario Barrios, which would be at 140 as well. And so when you got Gervonta Davis possibly going to be competing at 140, you have Devin Haney possibly going to be competing at 140, and you have you have Devin Haney, who's going to be definitely competing at 140, and you have Teofimo Lopez, who's definitely going to be competing at 140. That's 3 of the 4 main guys that everybody was talking about who had revived the 135-pound division, moving to the 140-pound division. So whoever wins between Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor, right after that fight, they're going to have to start immediately looking over their shoulders, especially if Gervonta Davis can come out on top and defeat Mario Barrios and win the WBA 140-pound title. Whoever wins that undisputed, whoever is going to hold the WBA super title, and a piece of that title is going to be in the hands of Gervonta Davis. And people are going to say, hey, what about Gervonta Davis versus Jose Ramirez, or Gervonta Davis versus Joshua Taylor? Likewise, if Mario Barrios pulls it out and he defeats Gervonta Davis that day, he's going to have a claim to say, hey, I know this new crop is moving up, but I've been here putting in the work. I am the WBA quote unquote regular champion. Where's my shot at undisputed? So that's what makes that fight intriguing, because of the ramifications of that fight are going to be damn near immediate. What do you guys think about that?
Personally, gut feeling, whoever wins that fight, I believe is going to move up, because I think both of these guys are top ranked fighters, and I think Bob Arum's been putting that in their head for the better part of, I guess, 6-7 months in the build up to this fight. Whoever moves up is going to fight Terrence Crawford. That's just my gut feeling. But whoever does stay down, I believe if they the winner, I believe whoever wins that fight and they do stay down, I believe they do have a lot of challenges coming up. I believe Teofimo will move up maybe after the Kambosos fight, or he'll probably have one more fight at 135. I don't see him staying at 135 past I want to say 2022. He's not probably by the beginning of next year he'll be at 2020. I mean at 135. Excuse me. Tank Davis, I don't want to see him in there yet with those bigger guys at 140. I want to see him get at least 2 or 3 fights in at that weight class, see how he looks, see how he feels before he decides to start calling out some of these guys at 140, some of the upper echelon guys at 140, like a Regis Prograis, or hell, even in E Bunny Easter. Is Adrian Broner moving back down to 140, or is he staying in 147? That's another question. So I believe this weight class will a lot about this weight class will get ironed out after this fight. But gut feeling, I think the winner move. I think both guys move up, but especially the winner.
Yeah, for me that's a damn good fight. I'm interested to see how it comes out. Majority of people do have Josh Taylor picked to win, but I think honestly Ramirez is a live dog in this fight, and I'm not just overly impressed by Taylor, but I do like his grit that he shows in the ring. I do like not just in the ring, but the way that he approaches the fight game as a fighter. Haven't seen him turn down any fights, or turn down any challenges. So I like that in Josh Taylor. He is the favorite for me, but beyond that, I mean, 140, like you all are saying, I believe is going to be a real hot division, especially if it's Tank Teofimo there, Devin there, if AB is there, Pro Grace is there, and if these guys realize that that division is that hot and that they can still make that weight, if they are there too, then that is a real hot division to contend with. That's about six to seven fighters right now. That is 6 to 7 deep. Without thinking of the guys like Barichick and Postall that are still lingering around. You know, the former champions, and you know, the relics and guys like that. Even the Zapatas that are coming in and give you a war every once in a while. You know, so I mean, I like what that division is shaping up to be. We'll see what happens with 130 and 135. You know, in the next years, or maybe 6 months, really.
Yeah, great point. I think that DJ brought up a great point as well, as which was one of the names that I left out when I was talking about guys who are already moved up to 140 and seeking to compete at that division, which was Robert Easter Jr. So he's also a name if he can get real comfortable at that weight. Robert Easter in his last fight impressed me with the adjustments that he was able to make. He didn't give up his natural advantages in reach and height like he usually does, or I should say he gave them up a lot less often than he usually does. I believe that only he did it in maybe 2 rounds of the fight, from what I remember, because he has the skills. I've been following him since he was in the Nationals, competing in the Nationals, and if he can compete at 140, and that's a weight that's more comfortable for him than the lower weights, then I'm eager to see where he goes from here as well. What you got on that, Santos?
Well, as far as Ramirez and Taylor,
right.
Taylor, I think. Well, when it came down to him and Regis, I thought worst case scenario should have been a draw for Regis. I felt Regis did enough early and a little bit toward the very late of the fight to edge it or to be a draw. However, I'm not overly impressed with Taylor. I'll put it that way. I don't see a real dog. He's skilled, but he's not a real dog in my opinion. I think Ramirez does have dog in him. If the Ramirez that showed up for the Hooker fight shows up for this Taylor fight, it's going to be some problems for Taylor. I think if Tank does his thing against Barrios, Tank's going to be in the upper echelon talk of the 140 ranks. It's no secret that Tank spars and trains against bigger guys. So I think, it's the guys that you all just named. I think that's who we have to look forward to fighting in the 140 ranks, because the money, they're going to find out the money's going to probably be there if they keep it hot and and keep it hot and ready in that division. Now, there's a possibility whoever wins between Ramirez and Taylor, that one of them may move up, if not both. But even if they were granted the fight against Terrence Crawford, I mean, I just see it as a sure loss for either one of them. I don't think either one of them are capable of beating Terrence. But same token, I don't think Tank has to sit around for a few fights if he beats Barrios. I think he can go ahead and fight against the upper echelon. I've always felt that they were making a chess move with Tank anyway, getting him up to 140 before the other guys at 135 to give him the edge on that end. And I just like to see how he compare. But it's obvious he was always much stronger than the guys at 130 that he competed against. With me watching various sparring sessions and him always in there with someone bigger than him, I don't see a problem with him fighting these 140 fighters at all. So I think he'll be all right. But it's just something to wait and see what happens, and then we can get excited more at that time. But I just think I just think we got a lot of excitement on the horizon waiting for us. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, like I would love to see a Teofimo Robert Easter fight right now. I think that'd be a great fight. I'd love to see a Devin Haney move up to fight a Regis Prograis right now. I think that'd also be a great fight. Yeah, 140 is about to be the next 154, in my opinion, once all these guys start moving up. Hell, even throw I believe Nakatani will beat Lomachenko. Even Nakatani moving up.
Thinking about that.
I believe Nakatani will beat Lomachenko. You see how Nakatani gave Teofimo problems, and Teofimo pretty much whitewashed Lomachenko for half that fight. So I believe Nakatani will give some of these guys trouble at 140, man. And 140 is about to be a hot division once these other fighters move up.
I think a lot of people discount Robert Easter, not just because of the Mikey law, but Rancis Bartholomew was such a boring fight that it didn't even give him a chance to really get a real good get back fight and to get back in the rhythm, because he only has that one loss really, and then he has to draw with Rancis Bartholomew. But that was a horrible, just statistically, that was a horrible matchup, and neither one of them pushed the pace, and it just left fans wanting more. Like not more of what they had, but wanting more. Like, what the fuck? What was it? And I think I've never seen Robert Easter where it was that horrible of a fight. I think that's just that style matchup with both of them trying to outbox each other, and Robert really working on keeping his distance right and using his length. I think it just didn't mesh with a more awkward style of Rancis. So I would like to see him get back in the ring with a nice action-packed fight.
And to respond to my guy Robert Brown in the chat, Tank is actually at a big disadvantage in this next fight with Barrios. I think he's like 5 inches shorter, and Barrios has like a 4-inch reach advantage on him. So, I mean, those are big disadvantages headed into that fight. That's what makes this fight so interesting.
G Trey said, do you guys think Haney will get a fight at 140? Devin Haney is going to compete at 140, and he's going to get a fight. So it's inevitable, especially if he comes up to 140 and goes after either the IBF or WBO top spots. Unlike the WBC and the WBA, where they have super and franchise championship titles or championship statuses, where it allows them to move around facing their mandatories. That's not the same when it comes to the WBO and the IBF. Usually, if you are the IBF mandatory or the WBO mandatory, you get a shot at the IBF champion or the WBO champion. So if Devin Haney decides to go that route, then he is almost definitely assured to get a title fight, um, versus whoever the top guy is or the top guys are at 140 pounds. Even if that's not the case, he can still uh, likely get a fight versus one of the top 10 guys, at least ranked in Ring Magazine. And at that point, you have your Taylor Ramirez, pro grades, uh, um, Robert Easter Jr.'s. You know what I mean? So there's multiple fights right there for him to fight. And uh, some of us remember when Robert Easter Jr. versus Devin Haney was a talked about fight some years ago, and the response from Robert Easter at that time was Devin Haney needed to become a world champion. And so I think at uh, this particular time in history, the roles are kind of reversed, not because of the championships, but more because Devin Haney's name is ringing out in the sport and his status has elevated. Whereas in Robert Easter Jr., he's at the point of his career where he is what you would call reinventing himself and reestablishing himself as one of the top guys in the sport. So even that's an intriguing fight that can happen. So I think that it's no question that he'll be able to get a fight at 140 for me anyway. Once Devin Haney just does decide to move up.
Yeah, you got a lot of fighters at 140 that are kind of in that category of either reinventing themselves or they're like right there at the cusp of, you know, they're a good fight for somebody, and anybody that fights them that gives them a good payday, they'll take those type of fights. Where you got the Baranachicks and the Zapatas and the Postals, the Relics, the Robert Easter. You have those guys, the pro grades. You have that group of guys. That's 5 fights that I doubt any one of those 5 fighters would turn that fight down with an opportunity to make a name for themselves with a young fighter coming to 140. That hey, he's not a knockout puncher per se. Everybody says, but he'll get in there and he'll mix it up, and I'll get an opportunity at a good payday. Fuck it, let me get in there. With Devin, that's one thing that you have. Devin is crossing that threshold of being a young superstar. If he hasn't already crossed, he's selling out. He's selling out. He's a big fight for any of those guys. And I think a fight with him and Prograde sells. A fight with him and Robert Easter sells. I doubt Adrian Bruner gives him that shot. But if you're going to be at 140 and you want a championship belt, hey, you got to do it. I mean, you got to go after a guy like that. And I think that's where the majority of Devin's better opportunity is probably going to be at the 140 division.
Yeah, I agree. Devin Haney is definitely going to get fights at 140. I believe Devin Haney and T.O. and even Nakatani, I believe those guys are going to eventually fight at 154 before their careers are over with. You look at it, all three of those guys are still young. I think Nakatani is probably the oldest out of all of them. I think he's 25, 26. So those guys are still growing, not only physically but mentally in the sport. So before it's all said and done, they'll both be fighting at all three of those guys will be fighting at super welterweight. So they'll definitely get good fights at 140. I believe T.O. and Nakatani will cross paths again, and T.O. and Devin will cross paths. It won't be at 135. I believe it'll be at 140. Just like I believe Bud and Spence will cross paths. It won't be at 147. It'll be at 154.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that 100%. Read the chat. Robert Brown said he's talking about Regis Prograde. Okay, he was specifically talking about that particular matchup because I think somebody had brought it up. But like we were saying, there's
Oh,
a lot of
okay,
different
okay, yeah,
matchups
I
up
see it
there.
now.
There's a lot of different matchups at 140. Should Javante Davis team decide to allow him to compete at 140 pounds? Of course, there are going to be people out there and that are that believe that that's not even going to be the case. His his coming up to 140 is more of a publicity, or not publicity. My bad, wrong choice of words. More of a chance to. It's like a status grab for him to get a. Go ahead. Or somebody say something? Or was that just? Oh my. Okay. But yeah, that is more of like a status grab for him to get a chance to get a belt up there, and that they're going to move him back down and move him around. I think that would be a disservice to um, Javante Davis is to make him move up and down and weight over and over and over and tax his body in that regard. If he can uh, make a weight, that's one thing. But to just do him like that, I don't think that that's fair if it's not a thing that he can comfortably do. If he can comfortably make these different weights and compete at these different weights, and there's a lot of different money to make at these different weights, that's one thing. But if it's taxing on his body to gain and lose weight from 130 to 140, then as he gets older, I believe he's around 25 or 26 now. So go ahead. Oh, that's who's that? DJ?
Yeah, no, it's
You saying
just
something?
I'll mute my mic. It was just a little background noise.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, at this point, I think that he's around 25 years old or 26 years old as he's growing up, as he's growing into, you know, a grown man. He may not be uh, not only difficult to keep moving up and down between 130 and 140, but he may not be interested in doing that. Especially if he gets to 140 and finds out that his power transitions to the 140-pound division uh, when the bright lights are on, like it does in sparring. We all know that sparring is sparring and the fight is the fight. So, and sometimes you're sparring the same guys that you're fighting against, but those bright lights matter. When the record's on the line, that matters. And a lot of and when it comes to sparring, I know people talk about sparring, and people put a certain level of emphasis on sparring, but I think a lot of people have to understand what sparring is. Sparring is it's kind of like when you're sharpening a tool. And in boxing, you have several tools. One day you may want to get in there and work on your stamina. One day your trainer may want you to get in there and work on your defense. One day you may get in there and your trainers wants to get you in there with a sparring partner and want you to work on your lateral movement and your pivots. So and any given day, the person that's coming in there to spar against you, they may just be in there to make a name for themselves or try to they may get told a lot of times. A lot of people don't know these things, these intricate things about the sport of boxing, but like a lot of times uh when you have a fighter that's training a certain kind of way, the that fighter's trainer will go to the opposition and tell him, hey, can you have your fighter do this? Hey, just put pressure on him. I want my fighter to deal with pressure. Hey, I want you to tie my fighter up. I want you to lean on him. I want you to stick and move. Just hit him with the jab. And they won't tell their own fighter that that's what they did, just to see how their fighter responds. So there's a lot of different variables that goes into the sparring aspect. So even though sparring matters, and sometimes sparring gets heated and all of that other stuff that I just said, go ahead.
Like what's the little uh goofy guy that Pro Grace just fought that Tank was sparring with?
Oh, I
That
don't
just
know.
Ivan Red Cash.
Yeah, Rick Cash. Okay.
Oh, whatever. So Ivan Redcast, yeah, okay, yeah, that
Yeah.
when he knocked down the sparring.
Yeah. So like I think we talked about this whole Pro Grace and Tank going back and forth thing once on H Money's channel. And that there was people saying that they thought Tank could beat Progress, and I'm like, I have to see Tank at 140 before
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
see him.
saying.
But yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
before I see him in there with somebody like Progress, I don't know why people want to discredit Progress so badly. Like he. I'm not saying he's a special fighter, but he is a very consistent, steady, strong fighter that has enough versatility to his game to be very dangerous to any fighter in that 140 division. You know,
But that's where I'm
and
going. That's where I was going with what I was saying about the sparring. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
That's what I was saying. Is like people see these sparring videos and they think one thing, but they don't know what the person that they're sparring or they got the advantage over was working on. You see what I mean? Like
yeah,
Robert Brown just put in chat. He's been told, "Hey, you go in there and just slip punches." You see what I'm saying? You don't know
yeah,
what the person is working on. That a fight could have broke out while some one fighter was working on something else. Everything is not. It's not like people are starting to think that sparring matches are unsanctioned fights that get made without the permission of the sanctioning bodies. They won't explain it that way, but that's what some of these fans actually. You can tell that's what they think when they start talking about sparring. Ooh, did you see this person get beat up in the sparring? I think you beat Regis Progrades now. Well, listen, you don't know what was going on in that Red Catch sparring session. You don't know how many different boxers each of them was sparring. You don't know what the situation was. You don't know if one of the guys had an injury coming into it. Like I believe it was Kid Austin. His dad was saying how when his son Floyd Schofield was sparring Devin Haney, Big Floyd was saying that um, Devin Haney's hand was hurt. So even though his son did what he was supposed to do, with that, that's not his problem that the hand hurt. The fact remains is Mr. Schofield understood that Devin Haney wasn't able to be as effective as he normally would be had his other hand not been broken. You see what I
yeah,
mean? But people can run with that. I'm not talking about them. You can say whatever you want because you're in there. You're the one in there taking the punches. You're the one in there slipping the punches. You're the one in there getting hit by the punches and landing the punches and having to be in a part of the chess match that also goes into sparring. But I'm talking about outside looking in. People will get to start get into matchmaking in chats and all
create
these different
narrative.
platforms and creating these other narratives based off of sparring videos and what they heard about sparring from the fighters. The fighters can say what the fighters want to say because the fighters are the ones in there fighting. But for us to just take what they said and then start creating these narratives based upon that, that's a whole different thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm just saying that if you do it, it's not the end all be all, and I don't have to follow that same narrative. I can actually wait and see what happens once, like you said, let me see Javante Davis. Let's see. Oh, against Mario Barrios. Let me see how that goes before I start talking about Regis Prograde.
Yeah,
He gets past Mario Barrios, which is not a guarantee. Then we can talk about other people at 140.
yeah.
And that's
Because
just bearing that's
we know Regis is a championship fighter.
facts.
You know,
We
I
know
just
we
I
know
wasn't
Robert
ready.
we know
Go ahead.
Robert Easter is a championship fighter.
Exactly.
All these guys. Trey said, if you don't know that Tank can be Regis Prograde, well, that's the beauty. That's what makes them interesting. You know, those are, and I love when you say that because we all love competitive bouts. For the most part, from when I hear you guys talk, even if I don't chime in the chat or jump on the panel, it sounds to me like we're all in agreement that nobody wants to see a fight that we can pretty much already tell who's going to win ahead of time. We like intriguing bouts that it's like, you know what? This fighter may pose a problem to this fighter that makes this fighter have to go dig into his or her repertoire and they have to pull out some things that we may not have seen yet, which makes those interesting. And that's why we want to see the fights. So when people say things like, you know what, I don't know if Tank can beat Regis Prograde, that means for me, well, let's see the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I like it that narrative versus well, I don't think he can beat him, so let's not put him in there with him. No, I don't know if he can beat him, so let's put him in there with him.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I want to see competitive fights. If I see that a fighter is competitive at this weight class, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but I'm not just gonna degrade all of Regis' accomplishments and say Tank gonna come straight up to 140 and come wash him when I'm wondering if Tank is big enough. So this is the perfect gauge right here. Because they've been talking that shit and Tank getting to it with a lot of bigger people because he don't mind. He been sparring them, so he feel like he can beat them. Same way that Gary Russell when he said how he felt. I'll move up. I'll go fight this fighter. I'll go fight that fighter. You can't discount that
Right.
with leaders because of the simple fact they fight and they spar each other. But at the same time, like when it's like crazy significant jumps, I want to see you fight somebody at that weight that is, a winnable fight possibly, or are you just pushing yourself, not going crazy and overmatching yourself? If that's the case and I see it, then I can say yeah. But otherwise, I'm saying I don't know about that. Like same way when Mikey jumped up to Spence, I was like shit, he wanted, he begged for it, but fuck, I don't know, buddy. Like
And,
yeah.
and going back to something Tank was saying earlier, you never know what these guys are actually working on in sparring. That's a great example of that is when T.O. and Tank sparred each other. And a lot of people were saying that T.O. Fimo was actually beating Tank in sparring. But if you really look at it, you can see Tank's clearly not throwing that many punches. He was clearly working on his defense in the video that I saw. He was working on his head movement. He was working on trying to slip punches, and T.O. was giving him a lot of pressure. But then when it started to turn into a fight and Tank got mad or he just got competitive, you started to see the punch output kick up, and Tank started sitting down on his punches, and they had to end the session before Tank actually hurt him. So that's why you look at it, and that was years ago. I think they were both either Tank had just turned pro or T.O. had just turned pro, and they were sparring then. This was years ago, but I just think about that now when Tank brought that up.
I'll be right back. Y'all keep cooking. I'm finna load my route because this shit y'all be getting me through my night while I'm running my routes.
Yes, sir. I'm just
Yeah,
through the chat.
I was looking at some listing the other night. I want to think it was Box Rec, but they had Regis ranked as the number 140 pounder, and I totally agree with that. Even without the belt, I think he's the best 140 out of that whole group that's currently there. Like I said, I wasn't convinced that he actually lost that fight against Taylor, but I think if everything's even playing and everybody's healthy, straight up fight, I think Regis beats Taylor. Personally, that's what I believe. I always said it looked like something changed in that fight for him, like not from a punch or whatever, but like something was hurting him. May have been
that's what I heard
before the fight, and I think he had it before the fight, and I think what happened is as the fight went on, it started aggravating him. He was getting some pain from it. I think that's when he slowed down, whatever it was. I forget exactly what it said, but I noticed that in the fight when I was watching it, that something wasn't right once he changed, because it wasn't like he was getting pieced up real bad. His volume just dropped, because when he almost had I thought he had Josh out there almost in the early in the fight. So I knew he could hurt him, but he just wasn't able to apply the same pressure or pain or power after whatever it is that was ailing him. But I think it was BoxRec that had a listing of top guys in their divisions. I think it's the top. It was like a listing of top 10. They were going by or top something, but they were going by each division. what they thought was the best guy.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that Taylor and Prograis fight again. Now that Robert Brown brought that up, I had heard a lot about that, man. Heard Prograis actually hurt his hand or hurt his elbow or something in that fight.
Like
Robert Brown said it was his wrist, but I'd heard he had sustained an injury in that fight, and that's what changed the outcome.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead, man.
You sure, bro?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, that he didn't want to make any excuses about it. He just went on and said it was okay. It went on. He didn't want to take anything from Josh as a professional and a good sportsman. That's why, in my opinion, he did that. He speaks on it a little bit nowadays, but he still gives Josh credit. But he feels in his heart that he was a better fighter than Josh. With with no pain, injuries or whatever, and I feel that he beats him too because he was just he was putting it on him in the beginning.
Yeah, I think like to your point about him, I'm not sure which list you said that it says was number one. I think you said it was you said BoxRec, right?
Yeah, I think it was BoxRec.
Okay,
They had a list.
Yeah, so like
guys,
even
they feel
top
front runners
140
in their weight divisions.
Yeah, so like even like that, even if that like on the Ring Magazine list, he's number 2. So wherever you go, you're gonna see Regis Prograis ranked very, very high at 140 because he's a problem. The guy only has one loss, and he has come back from that in a very impressive fashion. Has got back on the horse, so he appears to be going right along, moving right along with his career trajectory, and ready to take on the challenges necessary at the division. To speak on his wrist, hand, or elbow injury, whatever that was, that's part of boxing, and it to me when I hear fighters who when I hear of fighters who lost fights because they had injuries in the fights, it makes me respect the fighters who fought through injuries in their career even more so. You know what I mean? Like I remember when Tim Bradley hurt both his ankles or something like that in the first Pacquiao fight, and he was able to still utilize his head movement to barely slip a lot of those punches or roll with a lot of those punches that Pacquiao was throwing. And I believe that he won some of those rounds with his defense because of head movement, even though he wasn't able to move laterally. That was very impressive to me. Andre Ward in the Super 6 series, when he fought Carl Froch and broke his hand, he was still able to pull out a victory against top-notch fighter who was actually believed by some people who was going to go in there and because of his power and his tenacity make Andre Ward look bad and take his oath. You look at people always talk about when Floyd Mayweather fought Jose Luis Castillo, and he lost that first fight. What they always tend to omit from that narrative is that fact that Floyd had a shoulder injury, a noticeable shoulder injury in that fight. The reason I use the adjective noticeable shoulder injury is because that adage is necessary because a lot of fighters say that they hurt this or they hurt that, and you don't see it in the fight. But after the fight, they start to say, "Oh, well, I hurt this," a la Vasyl Lomachenko or Manny Pacquiao. But during the fights, it's like, well, we couldn't tell. But when Floyd fought Castillo in that first fight, anybody who's in the chat or anybody that's in the comment section on the replay watching this and listening to this, go back, watch the first fight between Floyd Mayweather and Jose Luis Castillo, and you can clearly see between rounds Floyd getting his shoulder massage. His left shoulder. You can clearly see at points of time where he has to switch to southpaw. So he puts his injured hand behind him, so he could because he couldn't effectively jab with it. You also hear the announcers during the fight, not after the fight. During the fight, you hear the announcer saying something's wrong with his shoulder, and then as some networks used to do, some networks still do, is that they got uh, in the moment commentary on it. They'll send a reporter down there and talk to somebody in the corner and find out, hey, what's going on with that shoulder? And they came back later on in the program during the fight and said Floyd had injured his shoulder on the heavy bag during training. So we see this all the time. And so it's impressive when you see guys like Devin Haney, who's coming off a broken hand and getting into the ring and taking on Yuriorkis Gamboa. And they say, well, he didn't knock him out or he didn't drop him, but he puts on a masterful boxing lesson where out of 12 rounds, you can't really say that he lost 1 minute of that fight. But he persevered through a broken hand. And so when guys do lose, and guys that I respect, like a Regis Prograde or some of these guys who injure their hands, like Maurice Hooker had a bad break when he broke his hand on the head of Virgil Ortiz. It gives me more respect for those guys who are able to fight through that and still come on top when they had injuries in the ring. Facts, Robert Brown. Facts. I was reading chat. He said that Robert said exactly. And watching the first that fight, Floyd still won. It was just closer than what people were used to seeing. It's like when judges give a guy a round because he did better than the last few rounds. And that brings me to a point that I was bringing out. Great point. And that brings me to a point that I was bringing out last night. I think that the Mario Barrios versus Gervonta Davis fight is a very, very winnable fight for Mario Barrios. That is probably an unpopular opinion. But just like like I was saying last night, just like I can make a case that it's a winnable fight for Mario Barrios, I can make a case that it's a winnable fight for Gervonta Davis. I truly, honestly am rooting for Gervonta Davis to win, but I won't be mad if Mario Barrios wins. I'm a fan of Virgil Hunter. But at the same time, I want to see Gervonta Davis win, not only in boxing, but in life. I want him to go on to be positive and do positive things in the sport. But Mario Barrios is a fighter that can win this fight. But on the flip side of that, I don't want people to be surprised if Gervonta Davis has to go into his boxing skills and do some things that you're not accustomed to seeing him do to pull out the victory. I see this often when people watch fights and a fighter that they expect to do one thing has to do another thing because the fight is a little bit tougher than a fight that they've had before. They tend to say, well, that fighter got exposed, or you see that fighter lost. You know, if Gervonta Davis gets knocked down early in the fight and has to get back up and make adjustments, and there's times in the fight where he has to tie up Mario Barrios when Mario Barrios comes in with pressure, and Gervonta Davis has to utilize some inside fighting and make it look real messy and real gritty, like Andre Ward when he fought Darnell Boone, and Darnell Boone dropped him early in the fight, and then Andre had to make adjustments in order to win the next couple rounds. Or when Andre fought Sergey, the woman crusher, Kovalev, and Sergey dropped him early in that fight, I believe in the second round, and Andre had to get up and make that fight messy. He had to make it it looked bad, but he did what he needed to do to win. He tied Kovalev up when Kovalev got in. He didn't let Kovalev hit him with the same shot that dropped him. He rushed his body for the remainder of that fight, but because Andre Ward didn't box him on the outside, because that was the keys to victory, or utilize his jab and all these different things, people say that he lost the fight. And I don't like when people do that because there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. And Gervonta Davis has over 200 amateur fights. Gervonta Davis is a skilled boxer, and he can go into a repertoire that he has not been made to go into. You got to take that into consideration. Just because he's been knocking people out, just because he's been stopping guys prior to fighting Mario Barrios, doesn't mean he has to do that to beat Mario Barrios. He may have to tie him up at times. He may have to slip the jab in order to get around Mario Barrios's reach advantage. He may have to use his own jab. He may have to use inside fighting. He may have to use a lot of moving and pivoting when Mario Barrios comes in to rush him. And like I said, he may get hurt and may have to adjust to that. But that doesn't mean he's going to lose the fight because of that. We have to take every thing into consideration. We have to take it round by round, and we have to be fair to what we're seeing, not to what we were expecting before the fight. Facts, Robert Brown. On the flip side of that, if if Mario Barrios can, I believe that if Mario Barrios, his best chance of winning the fight is has to do with what he can do on fight night, in terms of his own natural advantages, with the combination of Virgil Hunter's game plan. I think that Virgil Hunter is going to be a key in this fight because he has a high boxing IQ. Some people don't like him. Some people don't give him credit. Some people do the Phil Jackson thing where they say, well, he had Shaq, Kobe, and Michael Jordan and Pippen, and Virgil Hunter had Andre Ward and Andre Berto. Of course, he's gonna win. Well, the thing is, when you listen to Andre Ward talk, and Andre Ward has a high boxing IQ, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with his takes or not, he's able to pretty much make sense of the position that he has, whether you agree with the position or not. He's going to explain to you why he's saying what he's saying. It is up to us as the listeners of what he's saying to say, I rock with that, or I don't rock with that. That sounds like crap. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to boxing and the sweet science, the nuances of the sweet science, you'd be hard pressed to find a boxer with a higher boxing IQ than Andre Ward. And when you hear Andre Ward talk about boxing and the nuances of boxing when it comes to his own matches and who taught him how to do this or that, he gives the credit to Virgil Hunter. He says, my godfather taught me how to fight on the inside. My godfather taught me the importance of fighting on having an inside fighting game, because not every fight you're going to be able to utilize your jab and keep the distance and to keep the fighter off of you. My godfather, Virgil Hunter, is the one that taught me the importance of having great feet in boxing and balance in boxing, and how your feet are the first line of defense on your defense, not just your offense. So these things let me know that Virgil Hunter has a very high boxing IQ, and I'm assuming that he shares that with Mario Barrios. And Mario Barrios, it's up to him to go in the ring and effectively apply and execute the game plan. Now, some people will say, well, Virgil Hunter also had Amir Khan. Well, the thing is, you can't teach chin. You can't change the nature of a person. If a person that you're training or teaching and you're trying to get them out of a particular habit that they have, but they're coming to you late in their career, you can only do so much, because once that person gets into a firefight and the fight gets difficult, sometimes they will revert back to who they are. And I can tell you how to slip a punch. I can tell you how to roll with a punch. But if you get clipped and you don't have the whiskers, as they say in boxing, or the chin to withstand the shot that you're being hit with, there's nothing that I can do as a trainer for that. So I don't hold Virgil Hunter accountable for every little thing that his fighters do. But and I don't give him credit for all the things that they do. But I do know that he has a high boxing IQ. He comes up with great game plans. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to boxing. And if he can give or prepare an excellent game plan for Mario Barrios to take advantage of his natural advantages versus Gervonta Davis, then yes, I can see Mario Barrios coming out of this fight with the win. And I believe that Leonard Ellerbe and Mayweather Promotions also believe that this is a tough fight for Gervonta Davis, and not just some kind of gimme fight where they can just move up, take his belt, and move on back down and do all these other things, which is one of the narratives that I'm hearing out there.
Did anybody, did y'all discuss? Well, I'm sure you probably did. I wasn't on last night, but you guys discussed the knockout that Lara submitted to the other guy, Cornflake, over the weekend.
Yes, sir. And we actually took it one step further, and we were talking about the fact that now that he's the WBA junior middleweight regular, they call it the regular championship. I just call it the WBA championship, and I call it the WBA super the WBA super. No difference than when I call Jamal Charlo. I don't call him the WBC regular champion. I just call him the WBC champion. And at 160, if somebody else has a franchise title, then that's what that is. But anyways, to my point is, we were talking about Lara and that thudding shot that he landed. And we were saying that Fundora, who he's a fighter who, like Paul Williams used to, and to an extent Robert Easter Jr. would give away his natural advantage, which is his height and reach. And he gets in there and he can tend to get into slugfest with his opponents at times, or lured into slugfest unnecessarily at times. And if that's the case, how would a matchup between Lara and Fundora look, even at Lara's advanced age and this point of his career? And so we kind of had a little bit of fun with that matchup, since that Fundora was able to put his name and make himself the mandatory for, I believe, the WBC junior middleweight championship. And after the fight, he said that he'd face any of the top 10 guys, regardless of the sanctioning body that they're in. We had some fun with that possible matchup.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive knockout. He set that up from the get-go. And my man just hit the right spot because it froze him. But yeah, I think it's going to be competitive at 160 with his addition. It's going to make it pretty interesting before all those guys move up. But as him, we're gonna see these guys, these different weight classes move up. Once the big Charlo moves up to 168, I see the smaller Charlo moving up to 160, and I think that may be around the time you might see Earl move up to 154. And then I think other guys, and I think we will see a day when Terrence will fight at 154 as well. I think we're gonna, these guys are all getting older, and the weight comes on and easy, and it comes off harder than it used to. So some of them, instead of all out killing themselves, they rather, to make weight, they rather just go ahead and fight at a higher weight division. And the elite fighters will do okay at those higher weight divisions. But the guys that haven't made a name for themselves or hadn't had significant fights over their career, it'd be an issue for them right at this moment.
Robert Brown said Lara actually is WBA champ at 160 now, and Fedora is at 154. So Fedora would have to come up. Well, that's not necessarily true, Robert. Erislandy Lara is also the champion at 154 at WBA. So like Gervonta Davis is the WBA champion at 130. At least he's the super champion at 130, and he's the WBA champion at 135. Erislandy Lara is the WBA champion at 154 and the WBA champion at 160. The super champions at WBA is Murata at 160 and Jermell Charlo at 154. But Erislandy Lara, he's the champion at both weights. So if there's money on the table that Lara could make, he doesn't have to make Fundora move up. He can actually just fight at 154 because he's still the champion down there too. Lara has put himself in a position to be able to compete at either 154 or 160. So his skills are what they are. They transition. He's one of those legit pound for pound guys. So we'll see where that goes. But at his age, he may just want to take the best fight for the money that he can make at the time, because he's one of those fighters who are what they call a high risk, low reward fighter. You know what I mean? It's a low reward to say that you beat Lara at this point at this stage of his career. But if you lose to him at this stage of his career, people are going to say you got exposed if you're one of the top guys in your prime. Comes with the territory, right, Santos?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's sad that it's like that, but yeah, that's exactly what people do. They classify fighters of being this or that before knowing the true facts, but just speaking by way of a biased overtone of what they feel about the fighter. And we these fighters are doing things that the majority of us either we wish we could do, or we are happy that we can't do, and we will not do. Period.
Well said.
Of the fact that fighters are courageous guys to get in the ring and let somebody attempt to bash their heads in, and while they attempt to bash the other guy's head in as well. And I mean, you just don't. When you're willing to do all that, no one's punk. You're a guy with who loves the sport, and is willing to get in there and face what you got at whatever oppositions. Now we know a lot of fighters don't want to make fights and things of that nature, but they're not like that when they first get into the fight game on the professional levels or whatever. From amateur to professional, they're not like that. when they get in there and they start making a name for themselves and money is involved, and they find out how much of a business it is, and they know some fighters are more risky than others before they can get to another fight that may, quote unquote, help them secure the bag. That's when you're going to have, all that I don't want to fight this guy kind of stuff going on. But before that, these guys truly want to fight. They want to fight whomever. And it's great for boxing. But, again, at the end of the day, it's a business. Everybody's got their hand, in the pot. Promoters, promotion groups or companies, managers, advisors, sanctioning bodies, networks, which they give money. I shouldn't say networks, but they'll say, well, I guess that was everybody. You take that out because at the end of the day, those are the ones that go into making the fights. Of course, the fighters got to say yes or no. And then depending on the fighter's career, it's going to determine if they have a say or not as to, opposed to, a say or not as to who they fight against or not fight against. But it's just what it is. I mean, we as fans, first of all, we just got to learn to sometimes keep that biasness harnessed, and also recognize the fact that it's okay to love and support a fighter, but at the same time, when you're gonna speak, in a setting, in a conversation that people are basically looking for the facts. Biasness really is very much distorted when it comes down to speaking in a factual manner about any sport, and that's what we got to understand. We just got to, if we're going to say over here that we need to keep facts involved and talk about the facts of the matter and this, that, and the third, then we need to do the same thing over here. And it make life so much simpler. But what we find out is we have a lot of some fans that are true boxing fans, and some fans are just fans of certain boxers strictly, and the biases comes in, and the fact remains that we got people that won't support the facts of the sport versus the fiction, and I'm calling the bias part the fiction part. That's when everything gets all screwed up, because there are some people who basically like to be fire starters. They like to say things that they know are contradictory or has no true factual support, just to get others riled up about it and get things going. Now, we have so much of that over the YouTube space that is it's not even funny anymore. I mean, you know what's coming, and certain ones jump on, and it's gonna start, and and then some people are just passionate about the sport itself, and they just passionate about what they believe in the sport. So that's we just got to understand, facts are facts, biasness is biasness, and at the end of the day, all I care about is the facts as a boxing fan. If I'm about to make a biased statement, I try to give a disclosure before I make that statement, because I'm knowing what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling and what's about to come out of my mouth is biased. But I basically like the facts of the fight industry. I'm not gonna take anything, give credit where I'm gonna give credit where credit's due, and I'm gonna not give credit where I feel that it's not due. But that's what we have in the sport of boxing, and any other sport for that matter.
Facts. I love how you said that, because I do the same thing. I don't have a problem with. I'm like you. I'm gonna say, look, I'm biased, but guess what? I'm fair at the same time. You know what I mean? People like to link the two and say, well, you can't be biased and fair, but I don't think that that's true, because I believe that a lot of people have biases. one way or the other. They just want to act like it's not biased, but having a perspective over another perspective is almost innately biased anyway. So it's just a matter of are you fair? You know what I mean? And are you consistent? You know, and you just got to try to be that for the most part. With me, I try to not tear down black fighters, right? Well, that's a bias of mine. I don't have a problem with that. Or people accuse me of that biasness. My thing is, you know what? You're gonna hear them get torn down enough by everybody else. So why do I have to chime in on that just because it's news? Just because I can say something doesn't mean that I should say something. You're already gonna have half the people, half the population tearing down this person. They don't need me to do it too. Y'all got that. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about and when I want to talk about it. You know what I mean? On the flip side of that, you just heard me call Sergey Kovalev the woman crusher because I don't feel that he's got any kind of media towards what he did at all in comparison to what Floyd Mayweather allegedly did or what people saw Gervonta Davis, when he snatched up the young lady at the basketball on the court side of the basketball game, that the coverage of that versus the coverage of what the victim of Sergey Kovalev that got in terms of the boxing media is totally lopsided. So I'm going to talk about that. That's a bias, but I accept that. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody may say, well, that's not fair, and that's fine. But I feel like, you know what, enough people are going to talk about that particular negative thing. And I don't hear enough people talking about this particular negative thing. So I'm going to mention that every now and again. I didn't go in depth into it. I didn't go into the case or anything like that. I just make the mistake. I just made sure that I make the statement so people understand my perspective on that. And then I keep it pushing. Just like people do when they talk about, like, let's say I'm just going to throw an example out here. Is when Carrie Champion was interviewing Floyd Mayweather or having a conversation about Floyd Mayweather, and she used her particular experiences to explain why she felt that way that she felt about him because of the domestic abuse allegations in his life, right? So if I know that, and at that time, she had a huge media machine behind her in ESPN.
And which chick was that again? I remember.
Carrie Champion. Carrie Champion.
The black chick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I figure like you're gonna get it from our people enough anyway. So why do I have to talk about what Floyd Mayweather did? If I already know ESPN's gonna talk about it, and they are a much bigger machine than Tank the Street Science Examiner is. I don't have to talk about it. They got that covered. So
some biasness is warranted, you know.
So I don't
speaking of from that aspect, we all have biases, just like you said, which is 100% true because we're different individuals at the end of the day. And so there's going to be some biases when people like things a little different than others. But at the same time, it's how you handle or how you address that biases with other people. If you're very argumentative about your biasness, knowing that your biasness is bias, then that's just, you know, that's just, I mean, some people just argumentative with their biases. But like we're saying, is it the rain? Kiss my leg. I got caught out here in the rain with no rain jacket that easy. Go get my jacket, man. But at the end of the day, when it's wasn't raining at all when I pulled up. At the end of the day, when it's I'm gonna have to do some sweat. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of how you address the biases, with others. It's like, we all gonna have our biases. I like women. Some guys like men. Well, my bias is I like women. You know what I mean? So,
right,
it's about preference, And
and as long as you can defend why you have your position, then that's fine. As long as I can defend why I love women, and why I believe that this is obviously the natural
order of nature,
order of things, right? Then that's up to you to defend, substantiate why you feel otherwise. But I don't have to have that position that you have. All I can do is respect the fact that as an individual, you have a right to make that decision based on your biases, just like I have a right to make the decision based on my biases. And we can leave it at that. Robert Brown said something in the chat where he said, he said he was supposedly going to 160 permanently and vacating the 154. WBA was going, and the WBA was going to order Jarrett Hurd versus Soro for the 154 WBA title, and now they're looking at Fundora as well. But if he's doing that, then it's a great move. Yeah. And what I was saying was, when me and Cintas were talking about, is that for the money, you know what I mean? It's one thing to say this is what I plan on doing, but it's another thing if you plan on doing it and then you get to 160, and all of a sudden you can't get a fight at 160, but somebody says, "Hey, why don't you come down here to 154 to fight Fundora? We got a bag over here for you." Or do you think you can make 154 to fight Hurd, the winner of Hurd Soro? We got a bag for you. You know what I mean? That kind of thing tends to weigh on the fighter's mind, especially when they get up in age. If you feel like you can still make it in terms of the weight, then fighters historically have chosen to do what it takes in order to do that. As we've seen with my brother, who's a great brother, man. I mean, I don't know if y'all follow this brother on social media, especially on Instagram. Austin Trout, you know what I'm saying? That's a real good brother, man. Salute. That's a solid man. Salute to Austin, No Doubt Trout.
Hey, how much
but
was
Austin,
that,
No Doubt Trout has moved down to 147 just to try to get fights. He's trying to fight Adrian Broner. What'd you say?
He's trying to fight Adrian Broner. I didn't know that. I knew he had moved down.
He's been calling out Adrian Broner since Adrian Broner was saying Showtime. Remember when Adrian Broner was on Showtime saying Steven Espinoza, Mayweather, Ellerby, please, Al Heyman, get me some fights. Let me stay active. Remember when he was saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin Trout right away. He was like, "Hey, yeah." I mean, because you remember Al Heyman has a relationship with Austin Trout as well. He was his advisor, for a long period of time. He's like, "Hey, I'll do it." You know what I'm saying? You want to be active? I'll be a Huckleberry.
Right.
Same thing at 147, where De La Hoya is talking about who's out there that wants to fight me at my comeback. Austin Trout said, "Hey, I'll take it. I'll take your money."
Right. Now, Austin won a lawsuit a few years ago, a couple years ago.
WBO, right?
What's the real money on that? I've heard different things.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look into it because, like Austin Trout, for me, that's a genuine, real brother.
He is.
And even if he wasn't, and I didn't interact with him behind the scenes or anything like that, even if I wasn't doing that, and that wasn't a true brother, because he's a genuine person outside of the ring, even if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be looking into his money like that. I heard about the story. He touched on it himself. He put it out there public. The story came out there public. Even if that's the case, I still didn't go into it because it ain't none of my damn business.
It might have been last year.
Yeah, it was. But I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? It's just something we grew up in different eras. You know what I'm saying? Not me and you, but you and I grew up in different eras than some of these young people these days, where they feel like they gotta everything is for public consumption. We got to know what you're eating when you're eating it. So you got to take a picture and post it on your Instagram, your Facebook, your Snapchat. We got to know where you at all times. You on vacation. You on the boat while you on vacation. You over here. You got the skyline. You on the helicopter. You are visiting New York this weekend. Over here that weekend. Like, we don't need to know everything you're doing at every given time, people. You know what I'm saying? But we live in an era where that's the case. Oh, look at who I'm chilling with. Look at this girl. Look at this money. Look how much cash I got on me. Look at where I'm at. I'm over here in VIP. You know, that's cool if you have a brand or image that you're trying to put out there to build in the long run. But just to do it, just to do it, to me, you know, we come from a different era where, you know, my dad taught us growing up, especially me. He would be like, look, your women and your finances are your personal business. Nobody need to know about either one of them.
Straight up.
They don't need to know what's going on with your woman in your bedroom, and they don't need to know about what's going on with your money in your bank account. That ain't nobody else's business. So I kind of grew up like that. Even when you see, like, I still get irritated when I see the money for sports contracts get put out there by people other than the athlete themselves.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if I'm watching something and something comes across my timeline and it says Damian Lillard just signed X amount of contract for X amount of money. My thing is, as a sports fan, if I'm a fan of basketball or a fan of the Portland Trailblazers specifically, just give me the years. I don't need to know his money. I just need to know how long he's going to be with my favorite team. You understand? If Kobe Bryant's going to re-up with my Lakers, then I just need to know how long he's going to be with my Lakers. I don't need to know his business and his money. Just tell me how long he's going to be with the Lakers, so I need to know, so I know if I want to invest in his jersey or not. You understand? I don't need to know how much money he's making, how much money he's making per season, how much money he makes per minute, how much money he makes per shot, and all that other bull crap. That's his business between him, his wife, and his family. Just let me know how many years we got him on the squad.
Is it? It's too much of that. It's too much.
Yeah, it's just way too much. Robert said Trout is the truth, man, and he beat Canelo. I dare you want to say this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That kind of goes back to my point about just because we see a knockdown doesn't mean that person won the fight. Now, there's been cases where the knockdowns are the difference in fights. I am in no way negating that fact. I'm not ignorant of that fact. However, with that being said, sometimes fighters get knocked down and they get back up and they win the fight. Judge each fight round by round, case by case, and then go from there. A knockdown only gives you a 10-8 round if it's just one knockdown. Now, if you're talking about multiple knockdowns in one round, it's a whole nother story that we got to talk about, right? But a knockdown in one round only gives you an extra round advantage. If I win the next 4 rounds, that knockdown becomes irrelevant.
It's true. It's true.
You know what I'm saying? You now have to go ahead and say, damn, I got that one knockdown in that one round, but I need to step up and win a couple more rounds before this fight is over. Otherwise, I'm going to lose this fight. So, you know, we got to get out of the habit of saying, well, look what Manny Pacquiao, he dropped Keith Thurman, he kicked his ass. He really didn't kick his ass. He was actually losing the. I'm gonna give people something to think about, and I'm going off on a tangent. I know I just went left field on it, but it's because my brother Robert Brown just mentioned a great point in the chat when he said that Trout beat Canelo Alvarez. In his opinion, I want people to go back and rewatch the Manny Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman fight, and I touched on this a little bit last night, and I am on record saying what I've said the entire time since the fight happened. I believe Keith Thurman won more rounds, but I believe that Pacquiao won the fight. Well, somebody would say, well, how the hell can that be, Tank? And this is how. Whenever a fight broke out during the fight, I believe Pacquiao got the advantage. So the eye test, if I'm looking at the fight, I'm going to be like, damn, he's winning the fight. when a fight breaks out. His punches are the more significant punches based off of his opponent's response to getting hit by those punches. But when I look at it from round by round, and just for the record, people who don't know me, when I judge a boxing match for the men, what I do is in each round there are 3 minutes. So I break the rounds up in 3-minute increments. So from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, from the 3 minute to the 2 minute mark, I look at all the exchanges that's happening when the fighters get into exchanges, whether they're defensive maneuvers, punches being parried, slipped or landed. I look at what happened in that first minute. And then from the 2 minute to the 1 minute mark, I do the same thing. Who got the better exchange of the two whenever they exchanged from the 2 minute mark to the 1 minute mark. And then I do the same thing from the 1 minute mark to the 0 mark of that round. And I repeat the cycle until the fight is over with. That's how I judge fights. I don't just look and be like, some people look at fights and they say, well, who would I want to be at the end of the round? Or they say, that fighter stole that round. To me, I don't really hold to those ideologies. For me, it's real simple. Who won the first minute? Who won the second minute? Who won the third minute?
That's
now,
sometimes
they're even, right? Sometimes from the 3 minute mark to the 2 minute mark, half of that for 50 seconds, it looked like one fighter had the advantage, and for 50 seconds, it looked like the other fighter had the advantage. But if that's the case, that's how I end up with draws. And I'd be like, hey, look, I believe that round was close. So when the fight ends, I'll determine who I gave that round to, if I gave it to anybody, or this fight may end up a draw. That's how I do it. For those who don't know me, I explain that multiple times to people who do, and I used to be talking about boxing. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. And when I look at the fight between Manny Pacquiao and Keith Thurman, if you watch that first round where it was a 10-8 round for Pacquiao, to me, Pacquiao was losing that round because he lost the majority of the time of the 3 minutes of the round until he landed the punch at the end of the round. Remember, that punch Keith Thurman got caught with moving straight back at the end of the round. Now, had he not got dropped, round one. Round one of Manny Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman. Yes, that knockdown was at the end of round one.
Yeah,
Manny Pacquiao, in my opinion, was losing that round. Had Keith Thurman stepped to the side, like you're supposed to escape, step back and at an angle, right? Fundamentals. They keep your fundamentals. He was winning that first round. Had he done that, we're talking about a totally different fight.
Unfortunately, that knockdown may have shaped the mindset of everyone watching the fight.
Exactly, because what people see at that point is they be like, oh my God, he's back, right? But by the second round, actually in the second round, you saw him gun shy. By the third round, he was back on his game and back to boxing.
They had a bunch of close rounds, I think. But
right, there was a lot of close rounds that people gave to Pacquiao. But and also when you go to the 10th round, because there's two moments in the fight that people point to and they say Pacquiao kicked his ass. One is the knockdown in the first round, and the other moment is in the 10th round where Pacquiao landed the body shot that Keith Thurman damn near spit his mouthpiece off, and he got on his what do you call that? His moonwalk, his Michael Jackson, right? And he just started backpedaling and getting moonwalking up out of there. Well, again, if you watch that 10th round, based off the way that I judge fights, who won this minute, who won that minute, who won that minute, I believe that Keith Thurman was winning that round as well until he got hit with that body shot. Now, once he got hit with that body shot, because of the way he reacted to me, he lost that round. Even though I feel like he was winning the round up until that point. Does that make sense? I almost treated it like a knockdown.
That's where I treat
it. By the way, because he lost the fight.
I don't point it like a knockdown, but I give the edge to
exactly
the guy that applied the punch and caused.
And it wasn't like he did with Collazo. Remember, was it Collazo or I think it was Collazo who hit him with a sharp body shot. Remember that? It was a Collazo or was it Jose? something Collazo? Yeah, I think it was
the guy that
Collazo.
had tattoos in his head.
Yeah, so when he hit him with the body shot, Keith Thurman backed up and recuperated and still got back on his horse and was able to recuperate, adjust, and do what he needed to do.
Right.
In this fight with Manny Pacquiao, that wasn't the case. He got on his horse and stayed on his horse until the 11th and 12th round. And the 12th round was close, but the 11th round, I believe I gave that one to Keith Thurman. So that fight was a lot closer than people remember it, but because Manny Pacquiao, from the eye test, he won the fight. Because whenever a fight broke out, his punches and the reaction to his punches are what stands out in that fight versus the technical and things like that Keith Thurman was doing. So people will always have the narrative, well, you see what Pacquiao did to Thurman. And they'll be like, that fight was there was some close rounds in that fight, a lot closer than you think. And I can make the argument that Keith Thurman won at least 6 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that body
I
shot
can say 7, but
sealed it.
at least 6.
I got to go back and watch it, but I think the body shot is what really sealed it for me. To give see it Manny's way, but I wouldn't have been upset with a draw either, because I know those were two man. I think they had a few swing rounds.
Yep. Ooh, great comment, Robert.
It was a good fight. It's a good fight. No doubt about it.
He said he made 2 great comments, Robert Brown. He said, facts. They don't realize they only make themselves targets sometimes with all the constant coverage. Best advice I was given is don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. I love that. I love that saying. You know what I mean? Everybody don't got to know what's going on. Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get this other comment, Robert. My bad. He said, on the other hand, he said, or what about Pacquiao versus Marquez 1? 3 knockdowns in the first round, but it ended up being a draw. Each round is supposed to be scored as a separate fight, not compared to the other rounds.
Right.
If y'all listen to this on a replay, that is boxing. Not these narratives that you hear on all these different shows, whether they're on the mainstream media or independent media. Boxing is boxing, or as they say, as Avon Barksdale continuously says in The Wire, the game is the game. And then Stringer Bell followed up and said, as it always was. As it always was. You know what I'm saying? The boxing game is the boxing game, people. We can't change it because of a narrative.
Right.
There are narratives that take place, but at the end of the day, the game is the game. But as far as the right hand, the one hand doesn't watch the other. I love that saying because, like I was saying, you don't have to know my financial business. You don't have to know my medical business. You don't have to know my marital business. These are things that people are supposed to keep personal. But we live in a day and age where everybody feels entitled to know what you're doing when you're doing it. Mm-hmm. Hey man, you got COVID? You know, I've never seen so many people I've never seen in the history that I've been alive, the 4 decades I've been alive, more people volunteer their personal medical business than I did during this COVID era.
Right.
You see every other week, every other day, you see somebody who say, I got COVID. I'm sorry to announce this. Just to let everybody know, I caught it. I got it. Posts everywhere from famous people to your neighbor next door telling you that they got COVID. I don't need to know your medical business.
Right.
Take care of yourself. Hopefully you get healthy and go from there. Why are you telling me that you got whatever you got?
Well, you know, I think with that,
I don't need to know if you're getting the vaccine.
I understand. I don't need to know. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think some of them were worried about the fact they possibly could die. But at the same time, some were seeking sympathy and things
no,
that nature,
I don't think so.
As well as attention.
I disagree with. I don't mean disagree. That's the wrong word. Scratch that. I think otherwise. I think that it became a brainwashing trend to do so. It was something that was going on, and it became trendy to say what you were doing. There's people, you know what I mean? It's not. Some people caught HIV, AIDS, cancer.
Yeah, I was gonna go
you know
there
what I
too.
mean?
I was gonna go there too.
But you don't know all their business. Chadwick Boseman just died of cancer, and nobody even knew he had cancer. Why? Ain't nobody goddamn business.
Mm-hmm.
It is not our business to know somebody else's personal medical information. You can't just go to the doctors right now and ask, "Hey, how is Santos Boxing doing, doctor?" The doctor's gonna tell you, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
Have you heard of the HIPAA
That's
law?
true.
I can't just go ask nobody psychiatrist, "Hey man, what's the mental makeup of this person? I'm about to hire him for a job, but I need to know his mental health." Excuse me? That's classified information. I can't give you information about this person's medical records. Now, if that person tells you the medical business, that's them, but it's not anyone else's business.
Right. No, it's not anyone else's business, but I just think the COVID situation, people had a different view about it versus other medical issues that we've had in the history, because of the fact that the way it affected the world and all the mass media attention that it got, and the way it was affecting families immediately. I think this is, and a lot of people were worried about if they're going to live or die. I just think it had a different effect because, I mean, with HIV, you knew you were supposed to die eventually if it turned into the severe portion of the disease, which is AIDS, and which leads into a cancer. But they felt like COVID was something they got honestly versus getting, STDs, as an act of you've been sleeping with a certain person, maybe not the person you were quote unquote matched up to. But same thing with cancer is a honest disease you can get. You can get it from smoking as well, but a lot of people get cancer for various reasons. There's different types of cancer. So, but I just think it was just some people seeking attention, some also seeking sympathy and attention, and some was just worried about life or death. That's what that's what I think.
I think people worry about life or death all the time. I think the first thing you said was the thing that I agree with the most, because it became a big media event.
Yeah.
It was popularized and polarized in the media as some kind of divisive thing. You either are for the taking this thing seriously, or you are not for taking this thing seriously. It's serious, y'all.
But the other reason also is the way that the contagion, the way you could contract COVID. People want to inform others as well, because see, unlike cancer and some other HIV and things of that nature, you didn't have to touch or rub or exchange saliva in order to get COVID. You can be in the same vicinity and breathe the same air as this person, and maybe some of the little molecules can escape from them and enter into your breathing passages or whatever. So it was a different situation, because we wanted to make, now when a person in the family gets cancer, they may not immediately tell you they have cancer. Like my dad, he died of cancer, but he didn't immediately tell me because he didn't want me to panic and worry, but eventually it got so severe he had to tell me. Well, with COVID, the way it was attacking the body, and it was so quick, because it's one of the quickest killers we've seen so far. We were letting people know because we didn't, not because we didn't want them to know what we had, but because we wanted to let them know, because we didn't want them to get it from us. And we wanted, because I know if I've been checked a couple times, and I did it primarily for the sake of my family, because I don't come into contact with a lot of people on a day-to-day basis, being at work at night alone. But at the same time, I live in a household where it's more than just myself. So you don't want, I don't want my wife to get it. I don't want my granddaughter to get it, and
Right.
My grandson, things of that nature. So there was some valid reasons why people made those announcements, and to me it was just a different situation.
Those are not valid reasons, brother. Listen to what you're saying. You don't want your wife, son, daughter, grandchild, X, Y, and Z to get it. They are in your immediate vicinity. That don't got nothing to do with you tweeting to the world.
I agree with you on that.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying, though. I know, but let me say this because I'm responding to what you're saying for people out there listening to this.
If you're gonna do that, don't forget what I said before that. I said
I know what you said.
Father didn't want me to know he had cancer.
I got you, brother. I got you. I'm saying this for the people listening on the replay as well. I'm not just talking to you. These conversations are documented interactions and people's perspectives on different subjects and topics that people who follow these channels listen to. I always say this: our words will live far longer than our bodies. A lot of times when I'm responding to certain aspects. If you made a point that I don't disagree with, I'm not going to touch on that because I agree with that. But if you make a point that I want to elaborate on, I'm going to make that point just so the history shows that I have a particular stance or position on this or that or the other thing. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's not towards you per se. I'm just saying the things that you say per se, that's personal to you, where you personalize it and said, well, my father X, Y, and Z, right? Yeah. I'm saying I agree with that because those are personal things, but there are also more general things that a lot of people are dealing with. So the more general thing would be most people, when they found out about coronavirus, they understood that it was reported that the people within 6 feet from you can contract it based off of what their saliva reached if they cough, sneeze, if they touch something, you know what I'm saying, and touch their face after touching a particular surface. So the only people that needed to know that you were affected were the people that were going to be 6 feet away from you, because you were supposed to be quarantined once you contract the virus and the doctors notify you that you have it. You were not supposed to go get tested, be notified that you have the virus, and then run to Walmart. You were supposed to immediately be in quarantine, whether it was at the hospital or at home. What people were doing were they were posting on their Instagrams, Facebooks, Twitters, and they still do it, that I have this. Well, I'm not even in your state. Why are you telling the world or the city or the county what you got? This is the only time in the history that people have done that. Whether you say it's for sympathy, and I'm not saying this directly towards you, like I'll explain. I'm just saying for people who use that same mindset. Whether the people out there are saying that, or the people out there trying to get attention, because that goes into my point that we both agreed that we're making earlier about everybody feeling entitled to know what it is that you're doing and going through. Right? We always often see people have these memes and things like that people chase likes. They want to get their video liked or their post liked, or they want to get noticed. They want to be. Everybody has an opportunity to be famous now that every phone has a camera.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. That has happened. This is the only time in the history that I've been alive, my 4 decades of being alive, where people feel entitled to know what you have, know what you're doing, know what you're eating for dinner, know what your bedroom looks like, know what your house looks like, know what your backyard looks like. Those things used to be private. You didn't want everybody to know where you lived at, because if you had beef with somebody and somebody had a problem with you, whether you knew about it or not, they knew where you were going to be at. They knew where to find you. They knew where you lived. They know what your backyard looked like. They know what your front yard looked like. These things are just being laid out in the open now, but that are none of anybody's business. If you have COVID, go to quarantine, stay your ass at home. Don't go to the store. Don't go around people that you care about that you may contract it. But at the end of the day, I don't gotta know that shit because I'm not even around you. And if you got it, you stay away from me.
Right. Yep.
I don't have to. I should have to be like, hey man, where you been at? Hey man, you know I ain't been feeling well, so you know what I'm saying. When I do feel better, we can go do whatever and I'll touch bases. I'm not supposed to be like, you got the COVID? That ain't none of my goddamn business. You ain't feeling well, okay? Bet. Hit me up when you feel better. Bam, we'll link up. We don't do that no more. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. You know what I'm saying? It's not that this thing was like Ebola in the movie, not the Ebola that's in real life. I mean the Ebola that took place in the movie Outbreak. That's how they try to treat the thing. Like you sneeze and the thing travels through the whole movie theater and people come out the movie theater. Everybody's sick when they go to the doctor. That's not what this stuff is. What the hell are you tweeting to the whole world that you got COVID for? That's nobody's business. It's nobody's business that you got cancer. It's nobody's business. If you got AIDS, take care of that. Make sure that you don't be out there touching on everything. Make sure that you take care of your closed wounds. That you have open wounds. I work in the mental health field, right? Mm-hmm. We work with clients sometimes. We do like we would have to do like blood and pathogens training, right? And oftentimes, me and other colleagues will raise our hands during in-service meetings and say, "Hey, can we know which of our clients have certain diseases? Do we know who has HIV, AIDS, or whatever the case may be? Because last night I had to help one of the clients with a nosebleed, or last night I had because we work with kids, with minors, at-risk minors. Hey, this other time the kid tried to the kid had a SIB, right? I'm trying to think of the acronym. No, SIB, self-injurious behavior. No, SIB, like Bravo, self-injurious behavior. They try to slice their wrist. They try to cut their hand. They try to. Some people get a pencil and try to stab themselves because we're dealing with mental health, right? So they have anxiety. So they'll take a pencil or something and try to stab themselves with the damn pencil until they bust out with blood. So we have to use the medical kit, stop the blood, and do whatever we can. Do whatever we took to stop the bleeding. Well, so at times we'd be like, when we do these in-service meetings, we'd be like, hey, can we get a list of who has, hepatitis, HIV, or AIDS, or something like that, since we're the ones helping? You know what they would tell us? Nah, just make sure that you protect yourself by using gloves. We can't give you that information. That's their personal information. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we helping the people. They be throwing up and things like that. They may do something. They may get pissed off and spit on us. Shouldn't I know that saliva is infected with? Nope, we can't give you that personal information. But for some reason, knowing this, people are out here giving up the goods. Like my brother, the great Ice Cube, the greatest rapper of all time, in my opinion, said they used to give up the nappy dugout. When the girls get the nappy dugout, y'all giving up the nappy dugout when it comes to your personal business these days. I got this. I got that. Who got this? Hey man, that's your business, brother. If you got diabetes, manage your diet. I don't need to know you got diabetes. If I offer you something that's going to affect your diabetes, you just say no, thank you. I don't eat that. You ain't got to tell me why. I ain't got to tell you why I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork. I ain't got to tell you why I don't eat shrimp. I don't eat it. Why? Oh, I just choose not to. It's not something that I eat. Right. You used to like shrimp. You used to like shrimp fried rice. Yeah, I used to. I don't anymore. At one particular time, I probably used to breastfeed. At one particular time, I used to go to the bathroom in a diaper. I don't do that anymore either. So I'm just telling you now. But we live in an era where people feel entitled to know everything about you, and that's just for people like myself who came from another era. It's just an interesting era to be in, living in these days. That's all I want to say. I didn't mean to go on a ramble on, but how these things go sometimes.
Oh yeah.
My brother Robert said, funny. One untold story about the creation of HIPAA is that a prominent doctor was hospitalized with an STD and it got out, causing him financial problems with his wife. Clinton was a friend of his. And he said, That's your family. But blasting on social media is different, in my opinion. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm gonna protect the people that's gonna be in my immediate vicinity. They may know, and I may tell them, hey, look, this is between me and you, X, Y, and Z. But I don't need to post it. What the hell are you posting it for? Because you want me to hit the like button? You want me to say, oh, all people are gonna say is, hey man, that person, stay away from them. Ugh, we can't go around them no more. Remember how they did Magic Johnson when they found out he had HIV?
Oh yeah.
I ain't gonna play basketball with him no more. Turns out he missed the end of his prime. Think about this. Magic Johnson missed the end of his prime for the unknown. Because once his medical business got out, people was like, I'm not playing with him. That's dangerous. I ain't about to die on the court. Turns out he could have played the whole time. From 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, and 1996, which is where he eventually retired.
That became a blessing in disguise too.
Say that again?
That became a blessing in disguise for him also.
Why do you say that?
Magic became one of the greatest businessmen, former NBA players or whatever. You know, I mean, he's a juggernaut in business.
Have you listened to his? Have you watched the documentary? Let me see what's over here. Magic, not the Magic and Bird one. It's called. I want to say it might be Always Showtime. Was it Always Showtime?
I don't know.
I got it over here. I got it over here on my DVD case somewhere, but I think it was Always Showtime. But anyways, there's a documentary on Magic Johnson where he says that was going to happen anyway because he was playing. When he was playing.
Yeah.
While he was still playing in his prime, Jerry Buss
making moves.
Jerry Buss treated him like a son. That's why Jeanie Buss. There will never be any bad blood between him and Jeanie Buss. He can literally quit the job that they handed him as a president and move on and still keep his Lakers suite, his Lakers seat, his Lakers access, and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Because he was raised, yeah, it is Always Showtime. As they have Magic and Bird, but they have also a Magic Always Showtime. But Jeanie Buss and Magic Johnson was raised as close to siblings as you can be without being like adopted by somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there we already know, them white folks ain't gonna let you know everything. Okay, whatever, right? Those are intricate aspects. I'm just saying in general, right? But on that documentary, Magic Johnson is on record and he goes into, this is how I got into business. Or if you read his book, 32 Ways to be a Champion in Business, which I have read and I have right here. He goes into talking about when Jerry West opened the books for him and showed him the Lakers books and showed him how he makes money and showed him how to make money and how he became a billionaire. So those things were already going to happen, just like with Michael Jordan. Once he finished playing, he went straight into business and got in his business mode. So,
True.
You know what I mean? I personally believe that would happen regardless if had he not played from 1991 or 1992 to 1996, because he already had made his mind up while he was playing. He had already made his mind up while he was playing that he was going to do more off the court than he was on the court. He was already laying the groundwork out that and doing the stuff that he needs to do. But I know what you're saying is that time you have, like when Kobe Bryant was like, I was playing basketball, but when I tore my Achilles, I was like, shit. I know what I want to do when I finish playing basketball, but now I got to go into making the groundwork of that. Creating the infrastructure for that, so that I have the foundation already built once this thing is over. And we know that he still had about 3 or 4 years, 3 years, I think it was, since he tore his Achilles. Yeah, 2013 to 2016, where he had to rehabilitate and get back prepared to be on the court. Meanwhile, he was building up Kobe Bryant Incorporated. Right? So I totally agree with what you're saying, and I understand your premise on that. I was just saying, to the flip side of that he could have played had people not been afraid of the unknown, even though it turns out that You know, as long as like now the precautions in the NBA is if somebody bleeds, stop the game and stop the bleeding, and they can't return onto the court until the bleeding is stopped. If the bleeding doesn't stop, the player can't play.
Right.
It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? Because quiet as it's kept, people forget. In 1991, when he found out that he had after the 1991 season, when he found out that he had contracted HIV virus, prior to that, in 1990, he was the league MVP. So Magic Johnson was still playing at a very high level at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just looking at the aspect that it gave him he was able to put more concentration a little bit sooner. He was already working on it, but he was able to put a little bit more attention on it, focus on it, and you know, a little bit sooner versus him playing a few more years in the league. So ain't no telling how long Magic would have played in the league had that not happened.
Ooh,
he really went a super old guy.
Facts.
So
Robert,
he had time.
Robert a fool. You see what he said in the chat? You see what RD said in the chat?
What Robert said?
He said, LOL, speak for yourself, Tank. I tried my hardest to breastfeed. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's funny. He said, funny thing is, I always thought Magic would be a great boxing promoter. That also,
I can see that.
That's quiet as it's kept. Michael Johnson is a huge boxing fan. Before the COVID, if you look at almost every big fight, you see Magic Johnson at that fight. He's a huge boxing fan.
I'm surprised guys like him, Shaq, and a few others who love fights hadn't come together with their own organization to try to make it do what it do.
Because they held the money. It's dirty. That's what it is. I think that's what it once. You know, I think once guys start peeking around the corner and that veil gets lifted and that curtain gets lifted, and they get to see the wizard behind Oz, a lot of these guys be like, "Ugh, I'm not trying to get involved with that." Who's overseeing this? Where's the regulation? Nobody.
But they
fuck that. You know what I mean? They come in. These guys are coming from a structured league.
Those guys can go in and make a change though.
But
they can go in and be part of the change.
That it sounds good, but we've seen people try. We've seen guys with that money. We've seen guys with that influence like Jay-Z try to do that. We've seen guys before Jay-Z like Dame Dash do that. And then they come out of that being like, God damn, this is way more dirty than we thought because there's no regulation. We went in there trying to say, hey, man, let's get these guys involved. Let's go try to – remember they was talking about getting the Congress involved and getting these people involved. And they just won't do it because for whatever reason – I'm not going to say because this or that, because there are conflicting stories out there being reported. But at the end of the day, it hasn't been done.
Right.
You know what I mean? And a lot of guys be like, man, it ain't even worth the headache. Let me go put my money over here and do this and become a billionaire over here like this and just watch the sport like I was watching the sport as opposed to getting investing in it financially. Let somebody else do that. Even you got guys like Rick Ross and James Prince who get involved in it. You know, they just happen to love it. And you have to be able to love it to want to be able to stay in the business of it. You know what I mean? And they probably don't love it as much. They probably don't love it as much as they love watching it. Is what I was gonna say. What you said? What about Ross?
You talking about the original Rick Ross? Okay.
I'm talking about. There's only one Rick Ross. I don't do that. It's Rick Ross and it's William Roberts or Ricky Rose.
Right.
The other guy is William Roberts or Ricky Rose, and then there's a man named Rick Ross.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck all the confusion for these people out here. When you mean not you, but you know what I'm saying. These other people be out here. You know, when I told Rick Ross, I had an interview with him, and I told him, I said, you know what, you Rick Ross to me. ain't no other Rick. The other guy is William Roberts or Ricky Rose. I would have respected him more if he would have said, all right, OG is out of prison, and
me too.
Respect to that. But you know what, I didn't already. The guy is so talented as a rapper, and he had by the time Rick Ross got out of prison and served his time, or got out of serving his time. William Roberts had done such a great job of building his own stature and status that he was able to even create an alias that was as popular as his other alias, right? He had an alias as Rick Ross, the rapper, but his alias Ricky Rose or Rose, that was almost as popular as the Rick Ross moniker that he was carrying around.
Right.
Nobody even knows his name to this day is William Roberts II.
I think
He could have easily went by Ricky Rose and still made the millions and tens of millions that he's making, but he was stubborn. For whatever reason, he chose to go with Def Jam and Diddy, who was his manager at the time, and Jay-Z, who was over him at the time who signed him, and they stuck with it and held to their guns and kept and convinced him to keep that moniker when he don't even need it.
I was about to say, I think it was. I don't think it was him solely. I think it was all the big wigs behind him with the record labels as well as distribution and stuff like that. But not distribution so much, but the record labels, publishing, and all that bull crap. I think it had a lot to do with that.
It was in the suit.
All these,
it was
all
Def
of the
Jam.
execs.
Yeah, it was in the suit. It was Def Jam because Jay-Z, Sean Carter, was the president of Def Jam at the time when Ross got signed, and his managerial company was owned by Sean Combs, Diddy. So that's why they were in the lawsuit. The company, the management company, and Sean Combs, and the label distribution, and Def Jam, and Sean Carter. A lot of people don't know that because they haven't done that intricate, deep level of research into that case,
right?
Or know what his defense was on it. You know what I'm saying, for using the name. He denied even knowing who Rick Ross was. But in your raps, you using his his ties. You know what I'm saying? I know Noriega, the real Noriega. Noriega was with linked to the right. But this linked to the Iran Contra situation, the Iran Contra scandal,
right.
Which was directly linked to Rick Ross through Benito Blandón. Right.
I wonder how he would feel standing in the same room with Rick Ross at an event. He got to feel some kind of little slighted way, knowing he done wrong toward this man.
Yeah. Because he seems to be honorable when you if you ever listen to his interviews, he seems like a level-headed brother who understands what's what in the world.
Right.
He has little subliminal things in his rhymes, especially early in his music, that lets you know he understands the dichotomy when it comes to the way blacks and so-called black people and so-called white people are treated historically in the world, especially right here in the Americas. So he's not a dummy by any means.
Right.
So I am not sure how it was when they were face to face, or if they have been in any face to face meaningful meetup as of right now. But I think that I agree. You know what I'm saying? You got to feel a kind of certain way about because, and not because he used the name. Like Rick Ross said, he told me, he said, I didn't care. He was like, Freeway used the name. I mean, the rapper from Philadelphia. He said Philadelphia Freeway. He's like, he said, but the thing is, he came to me and let me know that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
I didn't like him using the drug talk and with my name either. Just like with William Roberts, I didn't like him using the drug talk, associating that with my name. But had he come to me and said, look, this is what I want to do, we just making money. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's a moniker that I'm using and an image and all that. If he had done that, he would have respected him more. But because he went there and said that he got it by playing football, and somebody accidentally somebody was calling him one thing, and he accidentally misunderstood him for saying one thing, he adopted that name. and it just the whole story sounded bogus. And then for
Yeah.
you to be a part of the Booby Boy gang that you say you are a part of, and the Booby Boy gang being known being as connected as they were at the time in the 90s. It's and knowing that Rick Ross's influence moved across the country, it's hard pressed to believe that the name Rick Ross didn't ring out in the drug game that in Florida at that time. That was one of the places he was hiding at when he went on the run.
Mm-hmm. Well, he knew who he was because you don't add Freeway to it, not knowing the rest of it. If all you were saying was Rick Ross, and then you claim you didn't really know who was who, you just went by what somebody called you. That's one thing if you hadn't added Freeway to the moniker. But he was a Freeway, Rick Ross, and all this. You had to know the significance of both the nickname and the name of that person combined. You had to know the significance of it. You had to know it's the same individual. You had to know. If not, you would have researched it yourself to find out why y'all telling me this guy used to be Freeway with Ricky. All this old kind of thing. But hey, it was a money thing. I think now if he had broke, from what I remember, if he had came to my man like a man, broke bread with him, I think having an understanding, I think they would have been cool. And I don't blame Rick for contesting his the uses of his name. Well, they probably won that case on because Rick ended up having to have to pay in that case himself. Crazy as it sounds, but he did. He lost the case, and they charged him, court costs and whatever else they would charge. But the thing is, I think the way he handled it was crazy because it was. I don't think it was just all Rose. I think, like I said, and what you said is people behind him. Pushing it was a big machine that was pushing. I think more than anything.
It was too much money on the
a lot
involved.
of money. Yeah, a lot of money involved with in the past, and they got to change how the royalties come out if they do all that. I mean, just all kinds of stuff was going on. But
you know what's funny though, brother? I don't mean to cut you off, but that was what Kyle was saying. He's like, people say I don't mean to do this, but I got to do it. That wasn't a part of the lawsuit. Was getting any kind of royalties or any money from him using the name?
No, he just wanted to stop using.
Yeah, he just wanted to cease and desist.
Yeah.
He didn't want nothing from you but to not use the name since you didn't want to give him, if you didn't want to admit where you got it from. All right, well then don't use it then. But they couldn't hold on to that. They wasn't gonna lose no money. You know what I mean? Anything like that. All they had to do was from the moving forward. All right, look. Hey, all they had to do was come to agreement. Like, look, we already have this printed out for the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 fiscal years. When that runs out, at that point on, we will go with Ricky Rose. That's all they had to do.
That's it.
Because we already have these things printed out, so he's already going to be booked as Rick Ross coming to your town, and the flyers have already been made. The checks have already been cut. X, Y, and Z.
Right.
But when it comes time to refile the DBA, you know what I'm saying? We're doing business as Rick Ross. We won't refile it.
Yeah.
We'll change it to Ricky Rose. That's all we had to do. But they wanted to flex on this nigga who was coming out of prison and at the time was viewed as powerless with his own given birth name. And that's a goddamn shame.
I bet I don't know this, but they probably use the fact that there was no copyright protection for him with that name against him, being it there from the music industry. I don't know that to be the fact or case or anything, but I just got a feeling that has something to do with it as well. Because there's a whole lot of Rickies and there's a whole lot of people with the surname of Ross, things of that nature. So They probably looking at the fact that they probably not copyright, trademark. They probably got that Rick Ross trademark on the other end. And being that my man didn't have he didn't have a copyright protection or a trademark protection already
because he
secured for his
trademarked
name.
their fucking given name, right? I'm not gonna trademark my government name. It's my damn name. The trademark to my government name is my birth certificate.
Right. No one does.
Damn it.
Exactly.
My birth certificate is a trademark.
Exactly.
But Robert Brown in the chat. Let me see the chat. The chat. He says Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq is heavily invested in a bare knuckle boxing league now. Okay, there you go. What else he say? He says, I'm glad you guys mentioned that. Talent is what makes you a name, not just a moniker. One of the things I hate is most people only know the fighter as Sugar Ray Robinson, but don't know his real name. Yeah, exactly. You know, same thing with Henry Armstrong. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Robinson, if y'all don't know, people that's listening on the replay and people in the chat, some of y'all don't know, Sugar Ray Robinson ain't his name. That's Walker Smith Jr. The man y'all call Ray Robinson, that's Walker Smith Jr. The man y'all running around saying homicide Hank, Henry Armstrong, that is Henry Jackson Jr. All right? So some of these things that you think you know, you don't really know.
Right. That
man that y'all call Jamie Foxx, that nigga name ain't Jamie Foxx. That's Eric Bishop. It's Eric Bishop. T.I. ain't T.I. That's Clifford Harris. And the list goes on. So, yeah, it's like that. But, you know what I'm saying? And that's fine. And guess what? Tank Obadiah is not my government name. But that's the name you're going to know me by. So I don't got no problem with it. I'm just saying that, see, the thing is this. And this is the reason I don't have no problem with it. I don't have no problem with people using monikers or using aliases, because sometimes we get out here, especially if you decide to somewhat open yourself to being in the public, right? And voicing your opinions in the public. So what happens is there are mentally ill people out here in the world that are undiagnosed as mentally ill people. So because they disagree with you, they'll start to tell you that they want to harm you. And if they can't get to you and harm you, they'll take the information that they have about you and try to harm the people that's close to you.
Yeah.
Whether it be your family, close friends, etc. That's why it's very important. That's what I was saying earlier. There has to be some things about yourself that you keep private. And the only people who know about it are the people who know about it. Now, there are people who say, well, I use my government name and I use my information and I tell people my address all the time and I'll put my number out here anyway. If you got a problem with me, come see me. That's fine too. But it don't make you no more tougher. It don't make you no more smarter. It don't make you no more anything. It just makes it, you are releasing private information. That's how I look at it. If you don't see things as personal, you don't see things as private, that's fine too. I do. I like to have a section of my life that is for me and the people that know me best. Now, do people in my everyday life actually do call me Tank? Since I was a baby. I've been Tank since I was a baby. But in terms of the Obadiah, it's a Hebrew name, or people want to call it Afro-Asiatic, Northeast African, and the Obadiah means one who obeys God, or servant of God, servant of Yahweh, obeys Yahweh, Obadiah, right? So it's ethnic to me, unlike my government name, which the surname is Irish, right? Because as we know that a lot of so-called American African people or black people that were over here, or native people that were over here that were so-called that are classified as so-called black people now in these days, took the surnames of their oppressors and took the surnames of the people who owned their ancestors.
Ownership.
Right? Yeah. And so it showed ownership of it. So me personally, I said, you know what? My family have been calling me Tank since I was a baby. That's the name that everybody uses. That was the name when I started working. People called me Tank because they knew that's what it was. My coaches, my teachers, growing up called me Tank because they knew that's what it was. My parents, my family, you know what I'm saying? Close friend, everybody would call me Tank. That's been my name since I was a baby. I added the Obadiah because I felt that it was something specific to black people. It's an ethnic name, whether you want to say Hebrew, Afro-Asiatic, Northeast African, and it just means one who obeys Yahweh, which is the name of the Most High God of the Holy Bible. It depends on the dialect you use. Some people say Yahweh, Yahuwah, you know what I'm saying, Ahaya, but you know what I'm saying? The Yah is in there one way or the other, where it's in the beginning or the end. Um, pun taken, right? Whether it's the beginning or the end, and that's where Obadiah comes from. So Tank Obadiah. You know what I mean? And it's also my favorite prophet in the Bible, and favorite book in the Bible. So it all just fit with me, and it tells you who I am, how I am, and what I'm about. And so that's, to me, is as real as a real name as the government name that was assigned to me, that was passed down through the family. But that doesn't make it my Eric Bishop or my Walker Smith or my Henry Jackson. You know, their names lived on as Henry Armstrong, Sugar Ray Robinson, right? And he's gonna live on as Jamie Foxx, Jay-Z. People don't even know that's Sean Carter. P. Diddy, you know, that's Sean Combs. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like I said, sometimes
he got a million names.
Sometimes you want to, yeah, exactly. Sometimes you got to hold certain things close to the vest because you don't know how many mentally ill people are out here. Yes, I may not, yes, I may be able to defend myself, but I'm not going to be around all the time to defend the people that are closest to me, that these mentally ill people would target because they disagree with my perspective on something. You know what I mean? We actually live in that world. The brother Robert Brown said, "Yeah, I agree. That's fine, but legally changing and naming your children another name while denying your family given name is where I feel differently. It's how they try to erase us." Let me see if I understand that. But legally changing and naming your children another name while denying your family given name is where I feel differently. Changing, like, if I decide to change the name of my children, or if I want to legally have my children have a different name than my father, grandfather, or whatnot, I don't know. It does. I don't think it erases anything. Personally, I think that only thing that erases if somebody else chooses it for you. But if because the only reason I say that is because um, one of my brothers, he had his family lineage. They actually did that. He went through the story. It's a personal story, but he went into the reason why at one particular time, his family surname generations ago was one thing, and because of certain events, somebody decided to change and go with a different legal representation because they didn't want their name and the kid's name to be associated with the what the family given name was at that time. You know what I mean? Because they didn't, like I said, a lot of people, some people, not a lot or whatever, but some people feel that the given names that they have for their family was given to them by people who were not even of their same nationality. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? It's just like that sometimes. The brother Tank went deep with that one. I respect it, fam. Obadiah dropped knowledge in the Bible in just one chapter. That boy Robert Brown knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just read that.
You know what I'm talking about? He said, no, as in the case of Ray Robinson. I know, but those are personal cases, and all I have right now is reading and listening to documentaries and reasons why they say they was. I don't know. I can't talk. I can't speak. I personally, I'm just saying me. Everybody can talk about what they want to talk about and how they want to talk about it based on the information that they have. But based on the information that I have, that I got from documentaries, reading up on certain things and articles, books, or autobiographies and or biographies and things like that. Those are, to me, those are very, very private, situations that like I said, like you said in the case of Ray Robinson, where I don't want to speak on his family because these are real people. Even though Ray Robinson's no longer with us, I'm pretty sure that they have descendants in the Walker family all over the place, and I don't want to speak like I'm just so knowing of the intricacies of their situation, but just to base off the knowledge that I have, I just leave that where it's at. You know what I mean? But I understand what you're saying, though, Robert. I really do. I'll be talking around certain situations because I'll be really, really trying to be respectful to the fact that just because we don't see them, don't mean that they don't exist, right? Just because I don't see particular family members, that don't mean they don't exist. So I try to be responsible with my words. So I don't be calling, man, fuck this fool, or fuck that fool, or this, that, and the other. Not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm just talking in general about this person or that person or this or that, because their family members still exist, and their family members may not have anything to do with the decisions that the other people in their family have made or the adults had made at the time, if that makes any sense. And I don't want to go back into what I was talking about last night. Y'all can go watch that 8-hour stream and fast forward and dibble dabble around that yourselves, because I was on here for 8 hours talking about all kind of stuff, and I got to rewatch it and edit some stuff out of there just to make sure I ain't say nothing crazy out of pocket for 8 hours. That was the longest I ever been on live with a live mic in front of my face, or you know what I'm saying, with my voice being recorded for public consumption. Eli Zachary talks everything, says, I have ancestors named Obadiah and Hezekiah. Salute to the King Hezekiah. He said, I wondered if that was the thought behind the name. Yeah, I broke it down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know, brother. Yep, I already know with Eli. I knew. I'm already knowing, brother. He said, my name is also a biblical reference. He saved me. He never forgot me, which is what Eli Zachary is. Yep. I'm knowing. Yeah, that's the thing. And one of my favorite things, whenever I see Hezekiah written out, one of the first things I always think about is I don't know if you guys have ever seen the symbol of Hezekiah. That's just it's just a dope symbol if you ever seen it. You know what I mean? With regardless of what you think about the symbolism in it, it's just it's a dope little symbol. If you ever looked it up on the Sealy or CO, depends on what you said, however you pronounce it with your dialect. King Hezekiah. It's pretty dope.
One thing I love about my name, my mom didn't give us names that she knew any meaning of. Just gave us names that she liked the sound of. And she went to school with a guy by the name of Orcento. He spells his name with an O. She named me Arcento. My name's spelled with an R. I mean an A. Arcengo. And I'm rarely confused with any other person as far as my name. So I love that.
The uniqueness of it, right? One of the things I want to say, even also with my legal name, I got no problem, especially with my first name. Um, you know, because of the meaning of it, and the thing is, because I know it's a passed down name, generationally, speaking. I'm not the only one in my family that has had it, but the meaning of the name is a powerful, royal, regal meaning behind it. So I got no problem with it. I just use it in other languages. So I find out because I know the meaning of the word that my name is. Because what Trey say last night, words mean things. I love that saying. Words mean things. And the word that my name is, the meaning behind it is a very regal, powerful name to have. And all I do is I look up that meaning in other languages when I have when I want to use it. For example, I just throw it out there because some people know it or some people don't. But when I when I talk to the ladies who speak Spanish, if they ask me my name or my legal name, I mess with them sometimes because I say it in Spanish. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be like Enrique. That sounds like some old suave stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I do it. But it's true. Hey man, your name ain't no goddamn Enrique. Or sometimes I do it with sisters or whoever. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They be see my old ruffled around the edges looking ass, and hey, oh, hey, what's your name? How you doing? My name is such and such. What's your name? Oh, Enrique. And I say with an accent, Enrique. Your name ain't no damn Enrique. I'm looking at you. You look as nigga as all can be. Well, so does David Ortiz, right? Shit. They don't call him David. They don't call him David where he's from in the Dominican. They call him David. David. Put that Spanish accent on his name. Anyways.
My name is always open the doors for me with Latinos as well as well primarily with Latinos of different ethnic Latinos. Cubans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans. I've always had a hand there. And, the fact that now my name is of Latin descent, but I think truthfully my name is more in line with the Italian.
I was just about to say that, bro. I was like, they should open up Italians too with that with the ending, right?
Right. See, the Italians I used to be around, I couldn't get in. Like they were the real Italians, the mafia types.
This nigga ain't coming in.
I didn't have a right. But but yeah, as far as Latinos, they always and then my middle name was of Latin descent, straight up, and matter of fact, I meet a lot of Mexican guys with my middle name. So it's kind of a popular name. Well, to a certain extent, it used to be more popular than it is now, I think. But it's always gave me a shoe in, with the Latino community, and it was cool, But yeah, I long as I just several years ago I realized that it was more in line with the Italian language. I wasn't sure years ago because the way the Latino community always received me. So I just said, oh, it's Spanish. It's Latin or Spanish or whatever. But I mostly used to say it's Spanish. But ever since I learned that it was more in line with Italian language, which they're both languages are derivatives of Latin. I learned. I started saying that it's Latin, instead of saying it's Spanish. So, but if you notice the cheese. Now I did some research online and I got close to finding my name because I was trying to find out the meaning of it, but I never did find the exact spelling of my name. Just got close. But if you're familiar with that Sargento cheese,
yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic for a little bit, real quick. But I'm looking.
Okay. Yeah, that's like my name. My name is Arcento. So like on Sargento, if you drop the S, then it's Argento because it's ARG. Mine is ARC. Spelled basically the same, except you just got to swap out the C and the G. So it's one of those situations. I was able to look up. I was able to find Argento and things of that nature on the Latin language. So it just. But I like the fact that I don't. My name is not one of those you just walk into a gift shop and find your name on pencils and all kind of promotional items. I like the fact that first I was a little jealous when I was a kid because all the other kids, we go on a field trip, they can find their name on something. I couldn't find my name on anything. As I matured and got older, I learned that this was my identification, and so I was cool with it. And it got to the point I didn't want to see my name on promotional items unless I specified that that's where I want my name. It's pretty cool.
Right. Yeah, that would be dope. And it's also, it depends on your personality, right? You know what I mean? You exactly. Like the uniqueness of it and
yes,
uniqueness
sir.
of it. And I love the uniqueness of, of the of it as well. You know what I'm saying? As I've grown older, like there's only so many people, there's only so many tanks, but you realize that they're as you get older, you're like, man, oh, that's a tank over there too. That's a tank over there. I remember the first time, for those who, and I used to follow Gervonta Davis, back in the day when he first came up, and they used to call him the One.
Mm-hmm.
Gervonta the One. You know what I mean? And then when I found out that one of his nicknames was Tank, because he used to be on Facebook, like have a Facebook, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him and Devin Haney, like because what I do is just for background, I follow fighters from the amateur ranks all the way up. You know what I mean? So I look at like right now, I got my eyes on certain guys in the national, certain ladies in the nationals, the national ranks, and when they turn pro, but when I see them in the national ranks, I make myself known. Okay, if I see something special in a particular fighter, or I let them know that I'm following their journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I the backstory, like on me and Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? I was before people really knew who Keith Thurman was. I was following his amateur career, and you know what I'm saying, I was hitting him up on Facebook. Got his that's how he started following me on Facebook when I first started doing that. And I met him face to face because remember he was out in Florida or whatnot. But when I met him face to face, he had came to California, Southern California, for the Andre Berto versus Robert Guerrero fight, I believe. And for the weigh-in, and that's where I met Robert Easter, matter of fact, and Adrian Broner, because Robert Easter was fighting, I don't know if it was his pro debut or one of his first couple fights, and he was there as well. But anyways, all the media attention was on, of course, Andre Berto, Robert Guerrero, Adrian Broner, right? But at the bar, where the venue was at the bar, Keith Thurman was all by himself, chilling, with his head down at the bar, like he was sleeping. But I had seen him, and I was like, man, look what I told my cousin, I was with the family at the time. I said, hey, bro, ain't that Keith Thurman? You know what I'm saying? He looked and he was like, is it? And we walked over there. I was like, yeah, it is Keith Thurman. And I introduced myself. What up, Keith? You know what I'm saying? My name is Tank. I'm a sweet science examiner. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you the sweet? I was like, yeah, man, just to let you know. I told him back then, this is a true story. And if my brother Larry Wright was in here, who was in here last night or this morning or whatever, he'll vouch for me because he was the one I was with me at the time. I told Keith Thurman, he wasn't even popular at the time. I said, Keith Thurman, I said, you see all these cameras and all this media. It was about like 100 different media people. They had their own section that they was put up at this place. I was like, see all them cameras over there? Because he was by himself at the bar. Remember, all the trainers, all the boxers was over there with the media. I said, see all these cameras, see all these media? One day they're gonna be out here and you won't be able to be by yourself like this. They're gonna be over here talking to you. That's gonna be you over there. Oh man, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's love. I said, yeah, man, I've been watching you since the Nationals. That's when I sent you the Facebook request. But on Facebook, I had a different name, so I was like, "This is my name over here." Oh, that's you? Yeah, man, that's was me sending you those messages, shouting you out, giving you encouraging, you know what I'm saying, things like that, you know what I'm saying, feedback or whatnot. Oh, okay, man, that's love. That's what. And then he turned out to be Keith Thurman. Now other stuff happened, and you know, as the careers goes on, you get more popular and decisions get, and it ended up how it ended up. But I ended up being right about that because, like I said, I watch guys when they up and coming, when they're young, and I remember seeing him fighting the guys that he was fighting in the amateurs because people would send me amateur clips. You know what I mean? Hey, Tank, check out this boxer. You know, even to this day, I still get people like, "Hey, man, this guy." Like I remember Jerron Boots. Speaking of guys, Keith Thurman. But I remember when Jerron. When I first heard of Jerron, because I still have people now that's in the amateurs who train their kid. He like, hey man, you heard about Boots? Nah, who's that? Oh man, this I just had a tournament over here in such and such at the Silver Gloves or the Golden Gloves or the Nationals, and he's gonna be the next one. Check him out. Because I was getting all this other kind of stuff when people before they even turned pro. So, but I don't be talking about it a lot because who gives a fuck, right? You know what I mean? But I just know that I use
aficionados do.
Yeah, I just use it to my advantage because I just know that when it's all said and done, when I talk about boxing, I know the trainers respect my opinion. You know what I mean?
Right.
I had and look, I get actual boxers who respect my opinion, so I don't need nobody on the internet to be validating me. You know what I'm saying? I talk boxing with Tommy Hearns and Mike McCollum. If they respect my opinion in boxing, what the fuck I care about what you think? You know what I'm saying? If Austin Trout respect my opinion, what the fuck do I give a fuck about what you think? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was just hitting up, was texting back and forth with who called me today? Danny Jacobs trainer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, I'm not the type of person that just be out there throwing shit out there to make people feel a certain way. I just be like, look, this is my perspective. This is what I think. Either makes sense to you or it don't. That's why when H Money was on and he was saying this, and we need to be like this with Tyson Fury. I don't need to be like nothing. This is how I feel. This is why I feel that way, and I have a valid reason for feeling that way. Now, if somebody else want to feel a different way, then they can feel that different way. But Tank, I know what I'm talking about. I know boxing.
Yeah, I wish H had stayed on, man. A lot of times he has some great points. He's a pretty sharp guy about the sport of boxing. That's one of the reasons I started following him and paying attention to him. But H Money love a debate though.
He's passionate about his shit. That's why I always say, go follow this brother, man. He's the Stephen A. Smith of what we do.
Yeah.
I don't know if he takes that. I told him one time what I meant by that. You know, I know because I know people be saying negative stuff about Stephen A. Smith because they feel this or they feel that and disagree with this and they disagree with that. But when I say that H Money is the Stephen A. Smith of this independent media thing, it's because Stephen A. Smith is probably the most passionate, outspoken, and if we need to be loudest personality on sports television when it comes to analysts.
I thought you explained to him why you referred to him as the Stephen A. of boxing. I thought you explained that to him one night.
Yeah, I did. That's what I'm saying.
So
I've already explained it to him.
I heard that with him. Okay.
Yeah. I had to let him know, like, hey, man, I don't.
He admired it. You know, when you broke it down to him. He's like, oh.
I had to let him know, like, man, just so you know, bro, because Stephen A. Smith is now with all that personality, with all that passion, after all that hating, and they were saying he was racist, and they were saying he was that, and they saying he a coon, and they saying he that. Now he's the highest paid motherfucker on ESPN.
Yeah. He got a little podcast too going.
Got his podcast. The nigga's an actor now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga grew up watching the nigga like most niggas don't, they don't like to admit it. I remember when I met this dude who came out of prison, was a neighbor of mine some years like 15 years ago, whatever. I went down the stairs, niggas watching General Hospital. I was like, what you got? He's like, man, in the pen, niggas watching shit all day. Niggas know about Luke Laura and all this kind of shit.
You know what? That's true, man. I was so shocked, man. I had to lay down for about 5 years. I was so shocked. That's true. These cats, man, these hardcore dudes, man, watching them so much. I said, what?
Ain't nothing
I said,
wrong
is
with
this
that,
what
bro.
we're doing? I just
bro.
shake my head, man. I just shake my head.
Because
which I didn't like
the stigma, right?
Yeah,
because
I didn't
the stigma,
like it before
right?
I went in. Yeah, because where I come from, a bunch of women sitting around the house all day watching. It was when they were housewives. and the man, the old man go out and work. So I didn't like it. Hey, what do you say? Hold on, Tank. Let me go on mute for a minute.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna read the chat real quick. My brother Eli said, I will never find my name. Oh, you talking about oh, hold on. I need to go back. Robert said, bro, I got a chance to walk through Hezekiah's tunnel. Man, I got the chills. Ain't that right, brother? Man, I one of these days, brother. One of these days, I got some real significant places on my to-go list that I still haven't gone yet. That I want to go to internationally. Some of the stuff still here in the States. I haven't been to in the States that I want to see with my own eyes. You know what I'm saying? I've never been to New York, but definitely internationally, I have some goals. Definitely some personal places that I need to see, some museums I need to visit for informational purposes and research purposes, as well as some historical places that have stood the test of time, that go all the way back to antiquity, like Hezekiah's tunnel. He said laughing emoji. He said, but nah, Tank, every Obadiah mentioned in the Bible and the Quran is a prince, priest, paternal chieftain, or prophet. That's a fact. You know what I mean? That's a fact. Robert also said, while we cooking, tracing those roots, he said, while we cooking, tracing those roots back, tracing those roots and heritage is the most gratifying experience. Our ancestry didn't begin with slavery and civil rights. It's only a small part. 100% facts. 100% facts. You know what I mean? People used to get on my case because I used to love researching and reading so much. Man, I got books all over the goddamn place, and they used to call me I remember when I was a kid going to school. When I played sports, from combat sports. I mean, I started training on fighting styles. I've been doing that. I'm 40. I'm in my 40s now. I started when I was 6 years old. In combat sports, you know what I'm saying, with different styles of martial arts, and when that was not popular amongst Black people, I started playing football in high school. I played basketball also in like middle school and things like that. Coming up, basketball leagues, basketball teams, but football was probably the next best thing I was good at outside of martial arts and fighting. Football was probably I excelled in, and I remember they used to call me. They'd be like, "Tank, you an athletic schoolboy," and I never had heard that before, and I haven't heard it since then. So I put that as one of my little monikers, athletic schoolboy. You know what I mean? Because they used to literally call me that back in the day in high school.
Would that be the same as an educated jock? I've heard that before.
I believe so. But it was a unique thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Where you know what I'm saying, cheerleaders and other teammates, once that got around, like, yeah, Tank is, because it was being said at pep rallies. Remember we had pep rallies or whatever, and then so enough people enough the people that was what is the word in high school? Popular people, I guess. Because the most popular people are the sports like football, basketball, baseball, and cheerleaders. Track and third track and field. Depending on which event that you had in track and field, was all the popular things that you could be. But they used to constantly say, "Oh, the athletic schoolboy." You know what I mean? Because I just love researching, reading, and then sharing what I would learn. You know what I mean with people. What else my brother say? He said, Eli Zachary said, "I would never find my name. You ain't gonna find Eli Zachary on a Coke can, on a Coke bottle." Because my brother was still you saying you ain't gonna see your stuff on it. You ain't gonna see Cintos on no pencils and things like that. Or Cinto. Robert Brown said, "You gotta go, Cinto, Italy. Then if you haven't been, he's saying for you to travel. Yeah, that'd be dope."
Yeah, I spoke on this a few nights ago. A cousin of mine, he was stationed in Italy years back. I think it was Desert Storm 1. But he wasn't right in the midst of the war. He's on standby over in Italy, and I was serving the country too, but I was serving the country in Texarkana, and I was just starting my time actually. But
yeah.
We used to write one another, you know what I'm saying? And he was telling me how beautiful the women were over there and how much they love brothers, And he said, "Cuz you need to be over." He said, "Man, the way we used to run them gals out there," he said, "Man, we have it going on if you over here right now." I said, "Unfortunately, ain't no girls want them unless they got a uniform on." But yeah, he used to keep me informed, man. Yeah, Italian. But
that's what you said earlier. That's what you said something earlier that I forgot. I was doing something else when I said I had to mute my mic. When you're talking about the similarities between Spanish and Italian language because of the Latin connection. That's why I remember Kobe Bryant saying something to the effect of how it was easy for him to learn Spanish, to speak to his wife's family members who were speaking English as a second language. He was able to communicate them in their first language in Spanish because he was already fluent in Italian, and a lot of the nuances were similar in the meaning and pronunciation, and sometimes even spelling of certain words. He just had to learn other nuances in order to help his Spanish. One of the things I love about Kobe Bryant while he was still alive and in his prime and things like that. While I love Allen Iverson, I love Shaq and Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter's and all these other guys, but Kobe Bryant was unique in that way. And unlike Jordan, unlike Iverson and all the different guys, he had this worldly thing about him that the black community would disrespect him for. That old thing about he ain't nigga enough. You know what I'm saying? That was that underlining thing. Everything that they said about the brother pointed towards that narrative without even saying it. We know what it is when we hear it, and that's exactly what it was. Al is somebody we can relate to. Michael Jordan is somebody we can relate to. T-Mac and Shaq, but this guy, I don't know. He's speaking Spanish, he's speaking Italian, he's speaking Mandarin Chinese, and he's so proper and he's fake. That's what they would say. What they really meant was he ain't nigga enough. And that's what happens when you have some level of education and intelligence about you. Unfortunately, in our community, there are people and aspects of our community that don't respect that level of intelligence in that way. You know what I mean? LeBron is relatable because LeBron, at the end of the day, he a nigga. You know what I mean? He ain't polished. He say some smart shit. He breaks shit down, but he ain't polished like Kobe was. So he just a nigga enough to me. He just nigga enough for me. So I fuck with Bron. You know what I mean? So that was what the aspects of Kobe that I had always rocked with, and that that I felt it was cool about him. Brother didn't hide his intelligence from people.
Right. He was always a sponge, man. He was always learning something new. That's how he always broadened his own horizon. The man learned to play a song for his wife by way of the piano, self-taught, and played the song fluently. Yeah. So he just had a brilliant mind.
And pass it off to his kids. Daughter's learning. His daughter taught herself Chinese, bro.
Check this out.
Mandarin Chinese.
Now I'm gonna tell you what the difference is for Kobe versus a lot of other brothers in the game. And it was told to me. That's why it came to my mind when I was doing time, right? It was okay. I did time with a few brothers that had they had played collegiate sports, and they were pretty good athletes. And we were in how I got close to them. We would play basketball. We had a league. We would play basketball. This is when I was on the tail end of my sentence, and I was down in Montgomery, Alabama. They have FPC down there, which is a camp, and we mingled in with the military. And we played basketball against the military in their league. We worked with them, and we could go to school with the public as far as post-education, depending on your levels and things of that nature, your record of behavior, things of that nature. However, this one brother, he come through there, and I forget what all we were talking about exactly, but it was something to do with knowing something, being educated about something, and the way to get educated about that something was, the main way was to have some experience at traveling throughout the nation. And like I said, these guys were athletes, and they played on the collegiate level, and they traveled around the nation, playing their respective sports or what have you. This brother told, he said, well, Sento, unlike you, Kenya hasn't been geographically deprived. He said, you ain't traveled like he has, extensively like he has, or like I have. I couldn't even argue with the brother, because when he said, I never heard someone put a joke on me like that, but at the same time, I understood exactly what he meant. And I laughed my butt off, and I never forgot that. And we all laughed about it, because we all knew what it meant. But it was a lot of truth in it, because, I travel when I felt like, but I didn't try to travel a lot. I had a lot of opportunities to travel. I could have traveled just as much as they did, but their travel was more business oriented, taking care of what they went to school for. My travel would have been for pleasure or the wrong kind of business, and so I was more of a homebody type dude anyway, but anyway, it just dawned on me what he said. I was like, man, that was some swift stuff he just said to me, but it makes all the sense. I've been using that ever since, man. When I talk to people, I say, well, some of us are geographically deprived more than others, what I'm saying? We haven't traveled extensively enough, you know what I'm saying? And it just makes sense, man.
Deprived. I love that. I've been using worldly. I need to change my vernacular up here. I need to add that to my repertoire.
Right, because see, Kobe,
geographically deprived. That's damn right.
Kobe had lived in two different worlds before he became the Kobe that we knew. He lived in Italy, and I don't know what other parts of Europe he may have lived in, but I know he lived in Italy. He lived here, and basically, and I remember when he first got here, he didn't understand English as much as he did Italian.
No, he said he didn't understand. He understood English. He understood English. He didn't understand the slang.
The meaning. Yeah,
that's right. The slang. Yeah, that slang fuck a motherfucker up. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even if I go from, like, when I tell y'all I'm California, brother. When I tell you I'm SoCal, specifically Southern California, you know what I mean? LA, IE, you know what I'm saying? These areas, the way we talk we don't even talk the same as brothers in Northern California. That's why Kyle, certain times he say certain things. I understand because I have one of my bros moved up there, and he lived up north for a minute, and I had some other family members that lived up there prior to that. I still can barely understand the way these people talk up north. You know what I'm saying? My parents are from the South. I consider myself from the South as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm from Southern California, obviously, and South Central LA. But when you move towards the middle of the country in the South, like Georgia, Texas, Louisiana areas, the way they talk and they lingo is totally different. You see what I'm saying? So I could only imagine going from Italy to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You talking about one of the hoodest hoods in the you know what I'm saying, in the country for black people, and him trying to figure out, wait, what you mean? What you mean fly? What you mean that's sick? I don't understand. I feel fine.
Right.
No, you're dunked. That was a sick ass move. What do you don't understand?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And motherfuckers making fun of your ass. I get it. I totally get it. And I respect the fact that he adjusted, but you know, people took it as he's being fake. Nah, he just learning on the fly.
That's it.
He getting his swag together. And then I remember, do you remember that 30? It's not a 30 for 30, but it was like a little mini documentary they did on Kobe some years back on ESPN. And they were saying that if you think about it, this nigga's game, like he's an LA dude, like because he was, you know, he's been in LA since he was 17 years old. So from 17 to 40 or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? That's the large chunk of his life to influence his behavior. But they was like, if you look at aspect of his game, it don't get no more Philly than that. So for people to, you know, act like he less black or less this or less hood, Philadelphia writers were saying this. They was like, when you look at the great Philadelphia players like Wilt Chamberlain and these dudes, shit, Kobe Bryant is right there in terms of his Philly tenacity and the tough mentality that he had. You know what I mean? I think one of the worst things that can be attributed to Kobe is that he only took from Jordan. This brother was taken from Jordan, Oscar Robertson, Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain's fadeaway. Who was the dude that did the one dribble pull up? The white dude, the one dribble, two dribble pull up that they accredit to Jordan and Kobe, but the one Jerry West, he was doing the Jerry West. You know what I'm saying? He studied Jerry West. I remember he did an interview with James Worthy, and then he had to remind James Worthy of something. He was like, "Hey James, remember when you came down when you was on a fast break and you was coming down the lane, and then you stopped right at the top of the key, and then did that up fake and hesitated, and then did it, and then dunked it." He's like, "Hell yeah, against such and such and such." He's like, "Yeah," and James Worthy, this is Kobe Bryant at the end of his career, or he was retired at the time. James Worthy's mind was blown that this young nigga even knew about that fucking random game, and he did that move. He was like, "Yeah, I seen that shit." And I remember he said, "Do you remember when I played against Indiana or Utah or whatever, and I did that shit? I got that shit from you." And he blew James Worthy's mind because James was like, "God damn, nigga, you just a different dude. Yeah. You just really different, brother. I forgot I even did that shit. You had to jog my memory." But yeah, I remember that shit. And now that's where I remember when you did the shit while I was over here for. And that's the kind of dude he was. The dude took from Olajuwon. You see what I mean? The fadeaway, for you young Michael Jordan worshipers and old Michael Jordan worshipers who think that he invented the fadeaway and was the most unstoppable fadeaway. That was the man by the name of Wilt Chamberlain did the fadeaway. Go look it up. Go Google Wilt Chamberlain fadeaway, and you'll see where he did the fadeaway and the finger roll.
He had his own signature style of doing the fadeaway, but no, he is not the creator whatsoever. You know. Right.
You go look at that turnaround fadeaway jump shot with your back to the basket, and turn around over your shoulder. That was fucking Wilt Chamberlain shit was money. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he wasn't there. He wasn't the first one to do the sky hook. Wilt Chamberlain was hitting the sky hook from 3-point range. Go look it up. There's video evidence out there. Mm-hmm. His teammates was betting him. Nigga, you ain't gonna make that shit again. Nigga, what you talking about? Nigga, I hit 2 in a row. Nigga, you ain't gonna hit this one when the money's on the line. Sure. Bam. 3-pointer from the corner. Sky hook. Wilt Chamberlain. Go look it up. You young motherfuckers be out here just thinking that this new shit is the only basketball began when Jordan started playing. Y'all better know something.
Right.
I'll be tripping out on these motherfuckers. Be trying to argue stuff when they don't know the history of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kobe Bryant took all his moves from Jordan. Okay, where did Kobe Bryant get his running sky hook from? Jordan wasn't using a running sky hook. He got that from Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson had the running sky hook in his career. He got all his moves from Michael Jordan. Well, Jordan wasn't using his left hand the way Kobe Bryant was using the left hand. Jordan had good ball handling, but he wasn't handling the ball like Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was taking shit off the parks, nigga. The damn Sham. Remember Sham God? Kobe Bryant was taking shit off the parks and putting it in the game. I better look it up. He was taking shit from everybody. If you want to say he took the most stuff he took from Jordan, you can say that, but you ain't gonna say that all his shit is Jordan shit, because Jordan took shit. Jordan admittedly took shit from Dr. J, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor. Those are his words.
Yeah. Well,
so they all do that shit.
All players,
they all do that shit.
All players have a great players ahead of them that they emulate their game. I mean, we all.
But they don't like Kobe Bryant. They don't like Kobe Bryant, so they stick it to him like he's the only one.
That goes back to the biasness that we were talking about earlier, but we were talking about boxing.
Ooh,
and when you don't like when you don't like a certain athlete because he's beating your favorite team or player, it's going to be that. Let me tell you, I've never been a Lakers fan. I've never been a Boston Celtics fan. Now if the Celtics and the Lakers were playing one another, I'm riding with the Lakers, because I always felt that Boston was quote unquote racist. You know what I'm saying? Just like I don't like the Cowboys and a lot of love. Now all these teams I just named, they have millions and millions of fans, and they sell millions and millions of merch. You know,
and they won multiple championships.
I'm never gonna say they're not a good team when I know they are. I'm never gonna say they're not a good franchise when I know they are, and I'm never gonna say they don't have great players when I know they have had great players and do have great players. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. I might not like it, but I'm gonna tell you I don't like it. But at the same time, you're good. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, I can't beat you every time. My team can't beat you every time. You know, if they can beat you anytime. I don't like you because of certain reasons. Now the only reason I wasn't a Lakers fan, and it's hard for me to switch up. I mean, I admire them, but it's hard for me to switch up and say I'm a Lakers fan. I won't buy any merch or any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? The reason I can't say I'm a Lakers fan because I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and we only saw a few teams play on television, and it was those two teams I called out in Philadelphia, and then the rest of them from time to time we'll see. We might see Atlanta, we might see Milwaukee, we might see some other teams play on television, but those are the main three teams that we got exposure to television-wise when I was a kid. And Philadelphia was my team. When Julius Erving went there, that made it even more. You know, my team. You know, so when the Lakers beat Philadelphia, oh, I'm mad at you. You know what I'm saying? But you're good. I can't take that from you. I like Magic.
In 80 or 82?
Kareem. Huh?
In 1980 or 1982?
Shoot,
you said when the Lakers beat Philadelphia.
Yeah, they beat. Every time they beat them, I was mad.
Yeah.
but I love Magic. I love Kareem. I love James Worthy. I love McAdoo. I love Michael. What was his name? Michael.
Cooper.
Cooper. Cooper. AC Green. Yeah, AC Green.
Mm-hmm.
All those squad. I love them. Even before Magic never even got there. I love the players that was on the Lakers team. When it came
Norm
to Boston,
and them.
I love Nate Archibald. All of it, man. I love what's his name? We used to call him Chief.
Robert Parrish.
Parrish. Larry Bird. Man, I love
Kevin
man,
McHale.
Larry Bird was cold.
Dennis Johnson.
McHale,
Danny
cold.
Ainge. Yeah, bro.
Dennis Johnson. They were the truth, man. Danny Ainge, all of man. But I don't have to like the franchise.
Then they
but I
picked
can
up
admire
Bill
the
Walton.
players. I got to give credit where credit's due. Man,
Right.
Bill Walton. Yeah, Bill was a bad white dude, man. Bad
Yeah.
white dude.
They picked
And
up
I'm gonna
Bill
tell you,
Walton to come
man.
off the bench,
I didn't
and
like
that dude was
Christian
killing.
Laettner because of his. He was a player that I admired his game in college, and I had to admire Duke, but I didn't like Duke. Still don't like him to this day. But I had to admire their accomplishments, their skills in the game. Christian Laettner, one of the reasons I couldn't like him like I like a Bird or somebody, from a team that I won't bring myself to like the franchise. I can't like Christian because I don't like his attitude. And then
And you
that
bite
one
your
day when they were
tongue. We
playing
talking about
Kentucky,
Christian Laettner, Centos
they
Boxing.
bumped Christian. And Christian, that day when he stepped on that kid from Kentucky when he was on the floor, man,
Good.
I wanted to do something bad to him, man. I wanted to do something bad to him. And I know you could not. Why wouldn't you? So you Duke instead of North Carolina. I know where you're going with this. 'Cause you've been out there in the Carolinas, man. So you a Dookie instead of Carolina. Okay, all right, I got you.
I'm glad I ain't know. I don't support and subscribe to the NCAA, so I don't know what the rivalries are or nothing like that. I watch NBA basketball. I get you NBA history when it comes to this college stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was totally, I have some real strong feelings, so I didn't never support. You know what I mean? Watching the product, even though I had at one particular time aspirations of being a NCAA athlete. But I mangled my Achilles and messed up my had some other injuries, tore my bicep, my latissimus dorsi. I had a bunch of stuff playing football, but I stopped.
State rivalries, man.
I know.
Like
I was gonna say, I was like, it'd be like these intricate stuff, like SC. Like I wanted to go to SC. You know what I mean? I was going to go to San Diego State, but I wanted to go to when I was growing up, I wanted to go to SC all the time because you know what I'm saying. I remember some of my favorite players would play there. You know what I'm saying? And I like the colors, but a lot of people was UCLA fans. You know what I mean? Because of Kareem and them, but you know what I mean? That same thing down here is the same way that I understand how it'd be like with North Carolina and Duke and these other different regions and stuff like that. So it's always funny, but I just don't be understanding like the whole thing because I don't be like, I don't fuck with NCAA like that. But that's funny that y'all say my nigga jumps on the thing. Christian Laettner slander would not be tolerated in the box. I was all waiting for.
Hey, Centos.
What's up? What's up, Cal?
Oh, bro, showing you tied it up. He tied it up with it. Look.
Oh, you don't put some on the screen. Let me see what he got here for me.
Will not be tolerated. No slander.
He do love him, though. Hey, but I can't take nothing from Coach K, man.
Boy.
I can't take nothing from the players, man. I mean, they had a squad, man. They had a squad, boy, I'm telling you. And hey,
I love what you said, though.
UNLV.
Giving credit where credit is due.
Got to, man.
Let me get in this chat real quick.
I can't be that much of a hater, man. I can hate a little bit. When it comes down to facts, man, I gotta own up to the facts. I can be
back
biased.
to what we were saying earlier about biases, right?
State my biases, but when it comes back
we
to
have
the
biases,
facts,
but we gotta be fair. At some point, we gotta be fair. Right.
That's it, man.
Let me see. Robert Brown. Where did I leave off in the chat? Where did I leave off in the chat? Oh, he said, congratulations to. Oh, back when we were talking about Keith Thurman. Congrats to him on his baby girl.
Carolina, Cal?
Robert.
I stayed in Charlotte for 6 years.
6 years.
Ooh,
okay.
Charlotte. Robert said H Money is a great hype man. He'll have anybody ready to scrap for real in the ring. That's true. Or you might want to have people want to fight him and shit. Fly him out somewhere and shit.
Ace Money didn't know we were talking about. He heard Devin Haney. He came in the fist bowl. That's my dude, man.
Yeah.
He gonna protect
Who that standing next to Devin Haney? Like, this is TV show.
Who's that dude here?
That's Michael Lee.
Yeah.
That's a made up. That's an actor, brother. That's an actor. Chill out.
Oh man, that
was okay.
Classic, man.
I don't know who this nigga is, but he ain't fucking with Devin Haney.
Right.
That shit was funny as hell, nigga.
That was classic, man. That was classic.
My nigga Kyle to be like, bro, calm down. We got this. Ain't no slander, ain't no hate going on for Devin Haney, brother. Robert Brown said, man, Kobe was a genius and could have gone to Harvard or any Ivy League school. He scored crazy high on the college exams, and that's a fact.
Yep.
And he
He's
took
supposed
college
to go to
courses.
Duke.
People don't know that Kobe Bryant took college courses and behind the scenes, even though he was in the NBA still. Just because he didn't play collegiate sports, people think he didn't go to college. But he took college courses and learned what he needed to learn. So this brother was educated on levels that a lot of people don't even understand. Robert Brown also said, facts. Watching clips on George Gervin and Connie Hawkins, you can see some of Kobe along with other players. It's really nothing new under the sun. Facts. They try to pigeonhole him to being a quote unquote Jordan clone, but they have no idea of all these other players that Kobe Bryant, being a student of basketball, took parts of their games from. Cameron Martin said, how y'all still hanging? We in here, brother. We still in here, Cameron. Eli Zachary says, watch Wilt Chamberlain hit 4 sky hooks in a row. That's what I'm saying. From the 3-point line, he was just banging them out. Like, nigga, like, y'all don't understand. This is what I do. You know, a lot of people, y'all better put some respect on this man's name.
Yeah, let me give you an example of how intelligent Kobe actually was. When Shaq came to him and said, look here, bro.
Rest in peace, Bean. That's what
there's no I in the word team. Kobe said, but there's an M-E in that mother sucker.
That shit was classic.
That's a hell of a comeback.
That was good.
Hey, that was more classic than Tyrone.
And I bet these motherfuckers. Hey, the funniest part was when Diesel said what he said afterwards. He's like, he's glad to go back to the. I didn't have no comeback, so I had to go back to the team. Was like, hey man, just get the rebound.
yeah.
To get on the glass, bro. Nigga ain't passing y'all the rock, nigga.
Man, that's a
fuck y'all thought. That was just at practice and shit.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
like, nigga, y'all niggas ain't giving me no playing time, nigga. I'm about to show my ass in this practices, man. Fucking Dale Harris don't want to give me no tick in the game. I'm about to bust everybody's ass at practice.
You know what Kobe was doing? The guys wasn't making the shots. He couldn't trust him. Nobody but Shaq, you know. So he started ball hogging, and that's when they was getting with Shaq. They big fella. Hey, talk to your boy, man. He ain't sharing the ball. He ain't passing the ball around. We be open. All right, okay. I'll talk to him. So he went and talked to him just to come back and say, hey, man, y'all gonna have to get the rebound.
Man, young fella ain't listening to nothing I got to say. And y'all already know I tried to punch the. Hey, look. And then y'all already know I tried to punch the little nigga and shit and use my Shaq size on the nigga. Yeah. This nigga was down to fight and shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Afraid.
This nigga crazy. He ain't like y'all.
Yeah.
I could punk y'all little niggas and shit.
Exactly.
Y'all motherfuckers. This nigga Kobe Bryant was like, nigga, square up.
He
I don't give a fuck if he's
too.
8 feet tall.
Right.
Nigga different, bro. He's different.
Yeah, he was.
These are the stories that don't go told. You know what I mean? The brother.
See,
this nigga squared off with Shaquille O'Neal. Nigga, you gonna do it? Do it.
Right. And still talk stuff to the day he passed about that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Shaq could do that respect because he didn't lie about it. But
exactly.
You know the thing about it, when it came to Kobe, you know, Kobe didn't grow up with an older brother or a big brother or anything. He had his father, you know. He had sisters.
I was gonna say he had one better. He had Pop.
So, yeah, but you know, he didn't. But he, you know, he didn't worry about trying to fit in. You know what I'm saying? He was always worried about trying to set the standard and be his best image of himself. You know, and that's what made him different from a lot of other cats, man. Because you know, a lot of cats they just gonna follow the crowd and follow suit or whatever everybody else is doing. You know, not Kobe. Kobe's all about if I'm doing this, I need to take it to this level. Once he accomplishes this level, he takes it to the next level. And I don't know, he wasn't finished perfecting his game.
He would never rest on his laurels.
No,
he was not.
He tried. Anything
he never rests on his laurels. Exactly.
Right.
That's why I related with the brother because I had my pops. You know, what I'm saying? I didn't have no older brother. My pops was like, "Look, this is what it is. This is what it is, and this is what it ain't." And so I kind of grew up like that. You know what I mean? Kobe Bryant. People forget Kobe Bryant after winning championships, after being called the best player in the league. This Negro still went out and seeked out late in his career. This is when he old man Kobe. Hey, Hakeem Olajuwon, you busy?
Yeah.
Show me how you did that thing. I was watching some video but we're gonna be in Texas. Show me how you did this thing. You know what I mean? Because I'm getting old, man. I ain't about trying to come all down the court and do everything. I want to get on this block and bust these niggas' asses. And there ain't wasn't nobody busting ass on this block like your ass was. I want to see, and I think I could do some of that shit. Show me what you was doing. Kobe Bryant really started that shit. Wasn't nobody going to Olajuwon and going to these old players and getting work with them like before Kobe Bryant was doing that. Now everybody do it, and it's a big old thing, but they don't give Bean the credit for doing that shit.
I thought Shaq got with Olajuwon early.
No, Shaq wouldn't get with nobody. Shaq was mimicking his game after Shaq mimicked his game. Shaq mimicked his game after Ewing. He's on record. He said the person I looked up to was David Robinson, but David Robinson shat on me when I was in Texas. So I'm like, man, fuck you. And he was like, he's like, that's why when you look at my game, people give me credit for these dunks. But if you look at my finesse game was what it was. I had a cold turnaround fadeaway. My fadeaway, I got that from Akeem Olajuwon. I mean, not Akeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing. Go look it up. He got that from Ewing.
Remember a few years back when he was in Orlando, he lost to Olajuwon. Olajuwon was on him. And I thought he got with Olajuwon before he went to the Lakers and got his game together.
No. He started patterning his game around Ewing. He said he started watching Ewing.
I thought that was at the beginning. I didn't think it was at the end because I know at one time he got with Olajuwon.
No, he never could play like Olajuwon. That's why he never tried.
No, he never
couldn't, he couldn't do the move.
Yeah, he couldn't get that quickness.
Yeah, he couldn't do them. He wasn't. If you look at Ewing and you look at Diesel, you can see that. Like when you look at Diesel, because people don't give him credit for his finesse part of his game. I mean, people forget that Shaq used to lead the fast break by himself.
He used to lead what now?
The fast break by himself.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shaq used to lead the fast break. Get that board and just go get out there and get to running. They forget about these parts. They just think he was a dude that was in the middle dunking. But he had a cold turnaround fadeaway off the baseline, reverse pivot, turnaround fadeaway, boom, off the glass or switch. Nice touch on that bad boy.
Right.
He had a stop jump hook when he went over his left. When he went to his left, when he was on a block and he went to his left, he do the jump hook. When he go over his right shoulder and he could hit up to 15 feet away the turnaround fadeaway jumper, whether it was off the glass or all net bottoms, hitting niggas in the mouth. That's what made him so dangerous because now he can hit you with the drop step and pivot. And while you thinking he may go for a dunk to get you in the mouth with the fadeaway, and if you think he's going for the fadeaway, he can go up and under and go for the dunk. He had more skills. Diesel, Shaq.
Yeah.
You know, we out here in LA, so we got the chance to watch every single game. You know what I'm saying? We had KCal 9 before the NBA ticket and before Spectrum Sports and all this stuff where everybody can see the games. We would every region used to have, you can only see everybody play when it was a televised network game. Otherwise, whatever region you was in, that was the only way to watch the games. Unless you had WGN would get all the way out here to California. So we got to see every Jordan game because he played eventually on WGN, you know what I'm saying, the Turner Network. But for the most part, you know what I'm saying, we got to see, I can literally say I got to see every game Kobe Bryant played in his career. You know what I'm saying? Literally. I missed this one, I missed it. I don't literally, I got to see, and because I would record them bitches. We had
Let me go on mute for
record shit.
I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. For a minute. All right.
Let me get in this chat real quick. I see somebody. Let's see if I missed any comments.
Hey, Big Tank.
Yes, sir.
Man, hey, Wire Wednesday's gonna be lit though, for sure.
I believe you, bro. That was crazy when you brought up Michael Devin Haney. I was like, damn, Michael Lee. There's some things that ain't similar, but there's a lot of things that are real similar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Michael didn't have no father and all that kind of stuff. He had to kind of go on his own and learn on his own. But then I was like, damn, if I think about it, Devin Haney is self-motivated. You know what I'm saying? And Michael Lee was self-motivated. You know what I mean? But Devin was with the smoke. Like he wanted the smoke. He was looking for the smoke. Michael Lee, he was kind of a loner. He didn't want to mess with nobody if nobody was messing with him. You know what I'm saying? So there was like different nuances that there are differences about him. But I see why you picked them to be the same. Just like when you did the Great White Hope and what was that, AB? I was like, as soon as you said the personality, I was like, oh yeah, the mouthpiece. The shit, the charisma is the same. Forget the all the other shit.
Yeah, man.
But I love that Wire shit.
Yeah, that Wire Wizard gonna be lit though.
I need to. I'm trying to get people to really get on this shit, man, and watch this shit, man. I want to break that shit down. You know what I mean? I want to break that shit down.
What was that show you wanted us to watch yesterday, though?
Huh?
It was a show you wanted us to watch. What show was that?
Was it The Shield?
Not The Shield. What's the other one?
The Shield, The Wire. What else I was thinking about?
I think it started with a B.
Not Boardwalk Empire, was it?
Nah, it started with a B though.
Yeah, because I was like, let's talk about that tonight. The Shield, The Wire. Oh, Bosch.
Yeah, okay.
Bosch. That's on Amazon Prime though. A lot of the feel of Bosch is it reminds me of The Wire because there's no because of the way it's shot, like the way it's filmed, but and it's LA. It's right here it's in Southern California, but it's like it don't seem fake in the terms of like when in The Wire there's no, if you notice like certain TV shows they have like music playing in the background as you're watching the scenes to build suspense, things like that. Mm-hmm. If you recall, The Wire doesn't have that. Ain't no music to get you in the mood and tell you what's going to happen in the scene. You just got to watch the show. You got to pay attention to the dialogue of the show in The Wire. The suspense is knowing what happened based off what you listened to. You ain't got no time to be talking, having no side conversations and all this other kind of stuff because you're going to miss something. But with a lot of these other shows, you have a soundtrack. And I never really paid attention to that much until The Wire pointed, until I would watch the behind the scenes stuff of the creators of The Wire explaining why they chose not to have a score in each episode. You had music. The only time you heard music in The Wire is if somebody was playing the radio. But I mean, yes, the intro and the outro, but it's during the episodes, the only time you heard music was when somebody was playing the radio. That's it. Other than that, you didn't hear no music in the episodes. You know what I'm saying? Of course, like I said, the beginning and the end, like as an episode ended, especially if it was a season finale, you would hear like a musical track come in as the episode went off at the end of the season finale. But during the episode, throughout the course of the story and the plot, you didn't hear no music playing to let you know that something suspenseful was getting ready to happen or something dangerous was going on. You had to pay attention to the plot. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. Remember when we was talking about the difference between Snowfall and The Wire? And I was like, the kids love Snowfall. The other day, I think when did they all go to LA for the go to LA? When was they all in LA for the breaks and stuff? Whatever day that was. I went to visit my parents. I went to see my pops, right? And my nephews, nieces, and my sisters and whatever was my siblings over there. And one of my nephews came to me like, Uncle Tank, you watch Snowfall? Because they know I'm into TV shows and stuff like that, movies. And I was like, yeah, I know about it and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, it's funny. You know what I'm saying? We were just on there talking about it. And I had to play my nephew the clip from the boxing section on. Y'all was talking about it? Mm-hmm. And so I was like, man, that's funny. You asked me that, nephew. We was talking exactly about Snowfall versus The Wire. Here's what I had to say about it. Boom. And sure enough, yeah, but I love Snowfall. And he go into his whole thing. And I was like, yeah, I already know. That's why I say right here, the young people love it. I'm already knowing. All my students used to talk about Snowfall because I try to show them The Wire, and they'd be like, "Oh, Snowfall is better because it's more action." Where's the action? And I'm like, y'all not paying attention. That's not how it really is.
Yeah, man. I think, man, The Wire is such a well written show and well thought out show, dog.
Well, you know, they had the right type of people that they consulted with to make that show have so much significance to reality in it.
Shoot, the
And
consultants was the creators of the show.
yeah, yeah,
They were their own consultants because they lived it. You know what I
right.
mean? They wasn't like no film students who was like, hey, we're gonna do this. Who are we gonna get to do our police angle? No, the creator of the show was a former Baltimore homicide detective. Well, we gonna talk about politics. No, the one of the co-creators of the show was a writer in the Baltimore Sun. He followed politics. He had to write about shit all the time. So he had to have insider information and talk to these dudes. Oh, well, we gonna talk about the school system. Yeah, the nigga, the dude that was a cop. Yeah, he was a school teacher when he left police. That's why you have a character that does that in the show. You know what I mean? Like the shit is so authentic because the creators of the show were, in essence, the has first hand accounts and was their own consultants. These other shows got people coming out of film school and want to create. They have an idea and now they have to go find somebody who was a biker or have to find somebody who was a police officer and teacher and things like that and do background information. This nigga David Simon and Ed Burns was literally getting people that David Simon put in jail. They got out of jail and went straight to the show. That's how it really was. Totally different. Can't compare with other shows.
Yeah, I always like the authenticity of shows, man.
Hey guys, y'all gonna stay on for a minute? I need to make a call real quick, and I want to
Yeah,
jump
we'll
back
be
in.
Appreciate
on.
it, King. Hey, look,
Okay.
we doing for Kyle what Kyle does for everybody else. When brothers be over here getting their work in overnight, man, and now Kyle's over there chilling at the job site and get to listen in. You know what I mean?
He's securing both perimeters, isn't he?
Yeah, you get it in. Robert says in the chat,
I'll
what
be
did he
right back.
say? He said, "Come to think of it, you're right about the Wire. No music. Yeah, bro.
Hey,
We
Big
gonna
Tank.
rewatch it, bro. We gonna do a thing. We're gonna do a timeline. Watch one episode at a time. We're gonna watch one episode at a time. And on my channel, we're gonna break down episodes where we think about, who was the standout character of the episode, where we are in the story from episode to episode, who stole the show. What do you think about that? We gonna go through it. We're gonna go through it, bro. I want to be thorough with it. I'm writing down some stuff to go with it. Then we're gonna transition over here to the boxing section and do our follow up shows, and where we're gonna talk about the comparison between them, these characters, and other real life people. But let me see, Robert Brown. He said, "You're right. The Wire had no music. Bosch has an authentic feel, more like a documentary. Yeah, man, that's an underrated TV show. Bosch is an underrated TV series. Season 7 is coming up, and it's going to be the last season. For those listening, Bosch is a TV series based off of a novel by Michael Connelly, I believe. Michael Connelly wrote the books, and so it follows a police officer who's a homicide detective in the LAPD. His name is Harry Bosch, which is where the title of the show and book come from. And Harry Bosch is one of the legit or last of the dying breed. He's a former military. I think he was a Marine, I believe, but he used to be in the military. But after the military, he became a police officer. He's an honorable man, uh, uh, but he's like a dog with a bone, as they say, when it comes to trying to get the person that he's or trying to investigate. So, but he has questionable tactics that gets him on the wrong side of IAD complaints. Uh, IAD is an acronym for Internal Affairs Department or Internal Affairs Detective. It's used in both ways, but uh, um, the show is a very great show. It's going to be slow for those people who like fast paced stuff like Snowfall or The Shield. Those are for you people who like faster paced, quote unquote action shows. I still have The Shield over Snowfall and possibly over Bosch. Well, definitely over Bosch because
Is
the
Shield
Shield.
is Shield the Marvel show?
No, 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 no. That's a great show, by the way. No cap, as the kids say. No cap. Agents of Shield is a great show because it's finished, so I can literally say that. But the Shield, like The Wire, is a totally different thing. The Shield is a show that takes place in the real world, um, not in some make believe uh, comic book like Agents of Shield, which you know, with all respect to Agents of Shield and how they was in the comic book world, they did a great job of trying to ground it in reality. That's what makes that series a great series. But there's so many episodes. But with the Shield, with this gang task force known as the Strike Team, you follow the politics of a city in LA. It's a make believe city in terms of the name. It's called Farmington, Los Angeles, but the way it's situated on the show, it's said to be in an area that just happens to have every single major organized crime or gang in the city of Los Angeles nearby. So it has it's uniquely placed because all the borders of Farmington, Los Angeles has Armenian gangs, El Salvadorian, Mexican, black gangs all over the place, all over the city. So it's like riddled with crime. So they have actually a task force. Uh, they nickname it the Farm because it's called Farmington because they call it the concrete jungle. It's where the animals is at. You know what I'm saying? It's the roughest part of LA. Even more so, it's up there like with Compton and Watts and these other places in LA. Even though it's a make believe city, but because they shoot on location in real life, I mean, I can't even. I'm saying it, and you'd be like, well, so is Snowfall, and so is the Wire, but the Shield is unique because of the way that they use it, the cinematography that Sean Ryan, who is the creator of the show, uses. They started out with using a handheld camera. They did handheld filming before they can get before you had what they call it now, like gimbals that stabilizes the camera. They use handheld camera, so it makes you feel like you're in the show, like you're in the room with these people or on the street corners with them. And so it's uniquely shot in a way that separates it from any other television show that has come before it or after it. And once the show started getting like season 2, season 3, season 4, by that time they was like, look, this is part of our signature using this handheld camera technique. Because originally the story, as the story goes, is they used the handheld camera technique because they couldn't get any permits to film the show. So what they did was they used to do guerrilla filming, hide the camera, bring the camera out, bring the actors out, and then film on the streets, even though they didn't have a permit, and get after it like that. But it's unique because it doesn't take place in a traditional police precinct. There was actually a building that was getting ready to get torn down. It was an old church, and they was like, you know what? Can we use this for y'all instead of tearing it down? Can we use this as our location for the show? And they got granted the permission to use it as a location for the show. So it becomes the primary set piece for the entire series. Is the police precinct that they call the Barn. Get it? It's in Farmington, LA, known as the Farm, and the police precinct is called the Barn. So it's without giving any spoilers and things like that away, it's a very, very unique show in the way it's filmed and the way it looks, and the suspense from episode to episode is epic. It's epic.
How many seasons was it?
7, I believe. It ended quickly. I think in the last couple seasons. Hold on, one cool. Let me change my earpiece. It ended like The Wire, kind of abruptly because at the time it was that remember that writer strike was going on. So they kind of wrapped up they tied up the storylines real quick. So I remember, let me go see. I got my box set over here. Let me go over here and check my. Let me tell you exactly what I mean. The Shield season 6 and 7. Okay, because all the seasons are like 13 episodes, right? I believe 12 to 13 episodes. And let me see. But at the end of the series, it's only it's 3 and 4. How many episodes? Yeah, so in season 6, there's only 10 episodes. And then season 7, I believe it's the same. In season 7, oh, no, Salaki. In season 7, there's 13 episodes. So season 7, they kind of came back with a number of episodes to close it out. But it's 7 seasons. Not all the seasons have the same amount of episodes. And the cast, bro, the cast is the thing. Like I said, a lot of us are one of our favorite actors is Forrest Whitaker. He comes in season 5 into the show and changes the whole dynamic of the show, of the series. But even before that, I think in season 4, Glenn Close comes in and kind of shakes things up in regards to Glenn Close changed in regards to the that's when the star power people was like, hey, there's a show, The Shield, and actors was like, let me get on that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Because before that you had like Robert Brown says in the comments. Let me see. He says best movies and shows are when the actors and plots are natural and authentic. Yep, being themselves and letting it happen organically, like the Johnny Fontaine character in The Godfather wanting movie part. Exactly. And this is the comment I was looking at. He says, I always got the Shield and the commission mixed up. That's funny. He playing around because the Shield, the main character of the Shield is Vic Mackey, played by actor Michael Chiklis. Well, Michael Chiklis back in the day was played in the old TV series called The Commish. You know what I'm saying? He was the Commish. But I think he had hair back then with the Commish. By the time the Shield comes out years later, he's bald headed. You know what I'm saying? He rocking the ball. What they say on basketball, he came home. You know what I mean? He on team Fred and Tank over here. And just going to go ahead and cut it off. Cut it short.
I gotta watch the show, man. You got me.
Nigga, the Shield is the shit because don't nobody know about the motherfucker. But everybody, this is what I was getting ready to say. As I grabbed my DVD, the box set, this was the show that gave Andre 3000 the bug to act. He gets a little cameo, little role in here, and he turns the motherfucking cameo out. You know what I'm saying? When he gets his little cameo and he comes in, you see him, you know what I mean? And he got another, remember they was talking about Michael Jace, the guy who killed his wife or whatnot? He's in the show. What I was gonna say is after I watched these series all the way through multiple times because you can't get the gist of it by watching it once. When you watch something for the first time or the second time, you don't get the gist of it because when you watch it for the first time, you don't know where it's going. So as it's unfolding, you're watching, you're like, oh shit, that's what happened. What's gonna happen next? Oh, that's what happened. Well, what's gonna happen now that this happened? Oh, that's what happened. So you're kind of getting things unfolded to you. When you watch it the second time, you already know how it ends. You already know how these storylines end. But you get the nuances of how the setup came. Oh shit, I know that's how it ended, but they set that up right here in episode such and such in season 2 or season 1 or episode this or episode that. And god damn it, I didn't even see that coming when she said that in this one, right? So that's why you have to watch things more than once all the way through. It's like a painting or a puzzle or whatever the case may be. So I watch things multiple times, and that's how I kind of get the nuances of it. So after watching it a couple of times, I was realizing how they set up the dynamic, because in one precinct you have your homicide, drug, and just your beat cops who are in your rollers, who are your boys in blue, or the black and whites in uniform, all having different storylines within the show. So in one episode, you got what the average roller police officer has to do in the black and whites. You know what I'm saying? They got their own storyline. They do this, and they got to go with this, and they got to deal with the little nuances of every taking calls. Hey, my mom passed out in the motherfucking kitchen. Let me, they got the 911 call. Then you get to see that interaction. You get to see, hey, and I'm telling you, it's some dark shit. The Shield is some dark shit. And when I'm talking about dark, I mean I'm talking about some serial killer, suspenseful. Ask Robert. You know what I'm saying in the chat, Robert. You could touch on it too, while I'm spitting on this shit, because I know you know. But the Shield, they got some dark shit. You know what I'm saying? Some old chop. Just what I ain't gonna spoil nothing, but they got some dark ass storylines. And so when you see these beat cops that are taking the 911 calls in the black and whites, they now call, okay, well, we need a detective for this. Hey, detective such and such. Then they got their own character. So the detectives now, they got to come and they interact with the black and whites, with the black and white roller cops, or the patrol. We call them patrol officers. And now they take over those nuanced cases with all this dark shit overtones. But then you got, well, this was gang activity. Well, we don't, you know what I'm saying? So now it goes from the homicide detective to the main core of the show, which is the strike team, which is a gang task force. Because like I said, you have all these different gangs that are all bordered in Farmington, LA. So it may be the Armenians, the Mexicans, the El Salvadorians, the black gangs, the Mexican gangs, but you can see that they all be rivaling and fighting in this one territory, because everybody be like, nah, nigga, this is my territory. You cross the line. No, this is my territory. You cross the line. And that doesn't even include the infighting in the own groups. You know what I'm saying? So you have all those different nuances. Meanwhile, the captain of the whole police precinct have his own agenda, because why? As we learn in The Wire, a lot of these guys are about their next promotion. They're not in it for the police work. They're in it for the political aspect. You know what I'm saying? I believe the line was in The Wire, I believe in season 1, when Kima and McNulty are walking down the street, and he was like, man, it's fucking, was it Kima McNulty or Kima? I mean, McNulty and damn, what's the lady lawyer? Rhonda Perlman are walking down the street, and he said, man, if fucking half of these goddamn lawyers didn't want to be judges, and detectives want to be colonels and all this other kind of stuff, we probably get some goddamn police work done. You know, because everybody's trying to climb the corporate ladder instead of trying to do the police work, trying to get the cases done, trying to curb the essence of the problems that are in these inner cities. And the Shield actually touches on that in a way, because the captain of the precinct that the show is about, that guy is actually trying to become the mayor of Los Angeles, I believe, or something, or a councilman or something like that, city councilman. Well, you see it as you go along. You know what I'm saying? He's using his police position to capitalize and put himself as a person that can help his Mexican people in the city by becoming, you know what I'm saying, a city councilman, later on a mayor, and basically move up the corporate ladder in a political sense. So you can see all of that coming out of the one police precinct known as the Barn in Farmington, LA. And it's just stories that unfold and the things that these motherfucking cops get into in terms of how you're trying to deal with these street gangs. It plays and it takes you to a place where you're dealing with, like, damn, this is the suspense of the show. When I tell people about the Shield, this is what I tell them. And listen to this, Kyle. You seen Training Day, right?
Yep.
Did you like it?
Oh, love it, man.
Okay. The Shield is if Training Day. Remember in Training Day, people remember Alonzo, right? You remember Denzel Washington's character, but remember he had a little team. with Dr. Dre and all them dudes, right?
Yeah.
Now they are only a small part of the movie, but you knew that him dealing with all these cricket cops, gangs and all this kind of stuff, that they had their own team and they was doing kind of shit. They even had a dude that was retired who had all the money in the floor, who was talking how to do the shit, right? All that kind of stuff. But they are a small aspect of the movie, right? It's really following Lonzo and what he was in the aftermath or the end of his dealings as being this kind of a cop, right? You follow me?
Yep.
The Shield. Oh, that you got the mic. Okay, I got you. You got calls coming in. The Shield is basically what I tell people is what if Training Day was a series, and the character of Lonzo that Denzel Washington plays is Vic Mackey. He's the head of this gang task force in LA. But instead of just following Denzel's character, you get to follow the whole nuance of what's been going on the entire time. That's kind of how I describe the Shield. Let me check this chat real quick. Eli Zachary talks everything. Says me and my wife are watching Snowfall. That's unfortunate, and I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just playing, brother. I know it's a good show, man. I just can't.
Hey, Big Tank.
I have my personal opinion on it. What's going on, King?
I'm about to do a GoFundMe for these Deontay Wilder boxing gloves, man.
Get on them.
Huh?
You talking about? You say you about to get on them? You about to get these gloves?
I'm doing a GoFundMe for these Deontay Wilder boxing gloves, man.
Robert Brown says, speaking of Glenn Close, Tank, have you seen her show Damages? She gave a lot of credit to the Shield for helping her with the gritty style of the show. Yes, because I remember it came on around that time around the Shield time or after the Shield time. It came out with her being the head of that little firm or whatever, and then the younger chick being like her little underling or something like that. But I didn't get a chance to like really get into the show and watch it because I believe I transitioned immediately after the Shield went off the air. I went to Sons of Anarchy. Sons of Anarchy. Did I say that right? Yeah,
That's the question I got for you.
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy came based off of because the creator of Sons of Anarchy, Kurt Sutter, was the head writer on The Shield. So
what was a better show?
The Shield. See that was no hesitation, brother. And Sons of Anarchy is a great series for all y'all who have watched it. Y'all already know how great that shit is. And I'm telling y'all, The Shield is better.
That's saying a lot.
Robert Brown said, "Yeah, talk about anti-hero and crossing lines. The Shield tells the story and consequences of having to be a bigger monster than the monsters." That's a bar. Ooh, Robert Brown. That's what I'm talking about, brother. The Shield tells the story and consequences of having to be a bigger monster than the monsters. That's a fucking bar, nigga. God, dog, that's exactly what the Shield is. Don Winslow wrote a book called The Force that reminds me a lot of The Shield. The Shield is the most underrated TV series that people have never watched if you ain't watched it. And when you watch it, after when I break it down and tell you what you're watching, you tell me, you say, "Thank you, Tank." I've had everybody be like, "God damn it, how the hell you had time to watch all these shows?" Well, there was a period of time from 2008 to 2011. Remember, this is the era of DVDs because I'm a DVD collector at the time. It was before streaming. I was off of work, but I took a severance package after working in the industrial manufacturing field for about 11 and a half years. And I had a nice, strong, good package. And so between the package, the severance package, and unemployment at that particular time, I was able to be off work for 3 years. And so imagine if you was off, if you had all the time that you wanted to have for a 3-year period to learn about things you never learned about, research things you never researched that you always wanted to research about, and you had the whole day to do it. You didn't have to worry about a wife, you know what I'm saying, taking your time because all your girls knew that you was single, so you can have your own time. You had your own place, and you can do whatever you wanted to when you wanted to do it. That was me. So I got a chance to catch up on my shows, catch up on my studies, read books that I've always had put on the back burner, look at documentaries that I always wanted to see. So from 2008 to 2011, I was able to do that before I went into the mental health field. So it's 2021. Yeah, so that was another 10 years. I've really only had 2 jobs my whole life, which is ironic, but yeah, so I got like shows like Smallville, The Sopranos, Las Vegas, Lost, Angel, Buffy, all that stuff, all them shows, The Shield, 24, La Femme Nikita, all that stuff that people, didn't have time to watch. I watched that shit and got and combined it with the things that I knew about through my studies and was able to see the underlying messages and nuances that was in those TV shows and movies and how they related to reality and a lot of esoteric meanings of them. That's probably why I fuck with Champ Side so tough and rock with him so heavy because some of the when I started seeing his posts on Instagram before he started his YouTube channel, I would be like, damn, nigga, I'm already on this shit. There's another nigga on this shit too? On this esoteric shit? But yeah, it's my bad. I know you was about to say something about the Shield versus the Sons of Anarchy. As great as Sons of Anarchy was, and it is great. Mayans is great too. But the Shield is better than Sons of Anarchy and Mayans. The Shield is that damn good.
Mayans started off too slow for me, man.
What? Really? Ooh, that's a take right there. That's a take. Oh, you know what? I think I know why you're saying that. You're gonna correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't know the characters. They did Mayans in a whole different location. These characters you didn't even know. It wasn't like the Mayan. It was only Alvarez and small parts. He didn't come into later in the season or in the middle of the season or something like that. You had to learn all these different new people. So I could see that. But why was it slow for you, do you think?
I mean, I don't know, man. It just didn't seem like it picked up enough for me. Probably because Sons of Anarchy.
You remember the opening scene?
I just think that because Sons of Anarchy was so good coming like just off the bat, that's probably what I judged it off of.
But do you remember the opening scene? Like, okay, I'm gonna say it from my perspective, right? Because remember, I watched things multiple times. So the first scene of the Mayans, they're showing Bishop walk through the little dress, their little organization or whatever they set up, and they're moving their weight for through these dresses, right? They got these little quinceañera dresses, and then they truck get hijacked. Remember, this is action packed right out the gates before you even get the title card. Then you know what the hell you watching. They should get hijacked on the road, turned upside down. Them motherfuckers, blow that shit up, and then and shoot one of the dudes and steal all the heroin out the thing. And then you learn later on in the episode when the show back actually comes on that the heroin belongs to the Galindo cartel. So as soon as I heard that, I went back to the Shield and was like, wait a minute. In season 5 of the Shield, or 4 or 5 of the Shield, that's when they was talking about the Galindo cartel. So, then it dawned on me, oh shit, this is the charter that they set up to deal with the drugs that they was pushing for the Galindo cartel. You know what I'm saying? Then he's just like, oh, okay. And this is Marcus Alvarez's cousin. So the motherfucking head of the Mayans, who I've seen all up in Sons of Anarchy, he got fat. He was like, okay, if I'm gonna open up a charter and I got to deal with the Mexican cartel, the goddamn viciousness of this cartel. Remember the Galindo cartel in the Sons of Anarchy was represented by Romeo and Hector, I believe. That was played by Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo played Romeo. Remember the long ponytail? The motherfuckers came in with the military motherfuckers and shooting everything up, and they turned out to be undercover CIA agents. Yeah, that was they was the military arm of the Galindo cartel. Well, in the Mayans, right off the gates, you get to meet the Galindo cartel, the head of it. Now it's no longer, it's the dad between the end of Sons of Anarchy and the beginning of the Mayans. It's 3-year period, and the dad of the Galindo cartel, the head, he has passed away, and his book smart, former college student's son has had to step up and take over the mantle of being the head of the cartel, and it is him who the this particular chapter of the Mayans work under. So like all this stuff is being given to you right away in a very very fast pace. If you like really remembered all of those little storylines of the Galindo cartel season of Sons of Anarchy, because it was only one season. So if you hadn't, what I do is if I'm going to watch a spinoff of something, I go rewatch the original first. That way, I can pick up on all the little Easter eggs, as they call them, or the nuances and the differences that link the shows together. So that's probably why it was real fast, and I was like, oh shit, that's season 5, the Galindo cartel. Oh, that's who Galindo is, because you never meet Galindo in the Sons of Anarchy. You only meet Romeo and them, because remember Clay hires Romeo and them to kidnap Tara, whatever her name was.
I'm gonna try to give it another shot
and smash her hand and all that shit. Oh man, I tell people now. I remember when I was telling my homeboys to get on the Mayans, right? I was like, yeah, you gotta watch the Mayans. But I don't watch that shit. That shit is it ain't even the same characters. And I miss Jackson and the Sons. I said, look, the Mayans, and this was just season 1. I was just telling them, go watch season 1 of the Mayans, and then go watch season 2 of the Mayans. But this is at the time only season 1 had just ended. I said the Mayan season 1 is better than Sons of Anarchy. Them niggas was like, get the fuck out of here, Tank. I said, have your brother ever let you down? That's all I want to know. You tell me when you couldn't cash my checks when it came to these TV shows or movies. That's all I want to know. Who put you on this? Who put you on that? Who put you? I'm going through my track record to my bros. My brother's like, all right, nigga, all right, we're gonna give it a try. The niggas must have watched that shit, hit me back up. All right, nigga, this Mayan shit is hard, nigga. Fuck you. This Mayan shit is hard, nigga. My bad. I just had to learn who the characters was. I tried to watch that shit, just like you said, it was slow. That's why my definition was based off the things that they were telling me. But like you said, you know, it was just too slow for you. But if you watch Sons of Anarchy season 5, I believe it's season 5, and then you watch the Mayans,
I hate how
totally different experience.
I hate how what's the name went out though.
Who?
The main character in the Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, Sons. Spoiler alert. Oh man, look, this is my thing. Oh man, I don't know how you're gonna feel about this, but when Sons of Anarchy are the bad guys, and I say fuck them. Enough motherfuckers didn't die that was a part of the Sons of Anarchy from my perspective, right? Including the motherfucker who dies at the end that you're talking about. I kind of he got what he deserved, and he probably deserved worse based off the shit he did. The motherfucker tried to play like he was better than his predecessor, and y'all motherfuckers who watched it know what I'm talking about, and who didn't watch it, I'm not spoiling shit, but the motherfucker tried to play like he was better than his predecessor, but ended up becoming his predecessor or even damn near worse. He had a little bit of redeeming quality, but that came from his dad, and if you remember the story, that's how his dad died too. It comes out that that's how his dad died too. And earlier in the season, we was led to believe it was something else, but it really wasn't. He ended up going out the same way that this nigga went out, and they made it to where it's like, oh, now I understand why he did what he did. He did it to save the club, but it didn't save the club. It made the club worse. And then when you watch the Mayans, you see the same thing. What Jax did at the end of that plays a part in what's going on in the Mayans today. To a certain extent, you know what I mean. It happens later in the season. Season 1, you get to pick it up because they wanted to make sure that these guys have their own story, their own character. It ain't about the guns. It's about the heroin trade that they was running for the Galindo cartel and the nuances of that. I done probably said nuances about a good 13 times. I don't know if there's a nuance counter, so I'm gonna come up with a different way to explain that. But that's just the best way to explain it. The nuances. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it another shot though, for real.
Robert Brown says, yeah, talk about, oh no, you already said that. And he said, oh, he was laughing. Okay. I don't know which part you was laughing at. I couldn't tell when the thing popped up. I wasn't looking at my phone. But yeah, I would give it another try because that season 5 parallel is a key a key to understanding what's going on when you watch the Mayans.
Yeah, you sold me, man. You sold me on it, so I'm gonna give it another shot.
They do their own thing. By the time you watch that shit, you're gonna be like, God damn, these guys got their own little shit going on. They got their own little drama, you know. But Sons of Anarchy is unique in the way that they deal with what they deal with. But them niggas is the bad guys, bro. Them niggas, everything that goes wrong with them is their own goddamn fault. You know what I'm saying? And the niggas hella racist. Hella racist. They try to make it up at the end by adding a little black dude or a little Mexican dude at the end. But oh, this is long overdue. Man, shut the fuck up. You know already half your goddamn problems came from certain things that was done from the inside on Sons of Anarchy. You know what I mean? Your mom's shady. Your pops, your pops are shady. You know what I'm saying?
So I thought his pops was trying to. I thought his pops really was the good guy.
I'm talking about his. I'm talking about Clay.
Oh, okay, yeah. Clay was.
Yeah, I'm talking about Clay. Clay shady ass Clay. We used to call him the devil when me and my homeboys were like, yeah, let's go see what the devil doing today.
Man, when they took that boy tattoo off his back.
Ooh wee. Wait, you talking about Clay's or oh my bad. Or are you talking about the dude in season 1?
Nah, Clay.
Okay, yeah. That was brutal too. Ugh, my nigga, because they gave him the choice. Remember, they was like, you want the I think it was the knife. You want us to cut that motherfucker off, or do you want us to burn that bitch? The blowtorch, my nigga. Blowtorch your shit off. But yeah, that nigga Jax's pops was trying to be a good dude, but he wasn't really. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker left his wife, was over there in Ireland, fucking had a whole nother relationship, had a whole nother kid. You know what I'm saying? Making whole nother deals. And then when the shit hit the fan, the nigga killed himself. Same old sucker shit that nigga did. When shit got real bad and all the decisions that niggas was making started fucking up everything, niggas gonna go kill themselves. Niggas is hoes, dog. Fuck the Sons. Nigga, they all deserve to fucking die and they all deserve to die. What my nigga Samuel
Jackson
Jackson
deserve
said.
to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
I hope you go to hell. Hope you burn in hell. Mind Hunters, Jesus Hernandez, what it do, brother? He said nuances counter 15. God, yes, sir. He said, have you ever checked out Mind Hunters on Netflix? Nah, I'm not really into Netflix shows like that. I'm really not. I like the shows on Amazon Prime more than I do Netflix. I know Netflix got shows that are very, very popular, like Mind Hunters. And what's the big one? Ozark, I believe it's called Ozark or something like that. But when I try to watch them, the Hollywoodness it shows to me. You know what I'm saying? I like all kind of different things, but when shows are a certain way, I know it's gonna sound contradictory because all the different kind of things I like. Some things are more realistic than others. But when it comes down to it, the Amazon shows, they seem more realistic to me. You know what I mean? Even on FX, the FX shows, Sons of Anarchy, Mayans, The Shield, even what's the one you said, Snowfall. Those shows seem real. But I'm not opposed to giving them another shot if I ever get a chance to. I'll check out what I do is I look at pilots. So I'm gonna look at the pilot episode again on Mind Hunters and see what I think. See if it makes me intrigued enough to go to episode 2, 3, etc. That's kind of how I do. Everything is off the pilot. I remember I had a homeboy, one of my bros, tried to get me on the show called Ozark on Netflix, and I was like, man, let me check it out. Oh man, it's Netflix. I didn't mind you. This homeboy, he ain't watched The Wire. He ain't watched The Shield. He ain't watched Sons of Anarchy. He never watched none of that real shit. So his introduction to this whole cartel thing and drugs and all that was Ozark. You know what I'm saying? So he's hyping his show up. And I knew, everybody's hyping it up because it's a huge show. It's Netflix, right? Everybody, talking about it. Jason Bateman he's on his own show. And they got to clean and a lot of the drugs for the Mexican cartel. And this motherfucker died. And this motherfucker get lit up. And you never know what this turn and that turn. I watched that shit and I was like, man, I can't deal with this shit. This shit don't seem realistic to me. It's gritty. I mean, it's gritty in terms of like the you know, they niggas be getting capped, but it don't seem like the scenarios don't seem realistic to me. It's like, okay, I can see it happening, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, they made that part of the plot. it don't flow. You know what I'm saying? Like Sons of Anarchy and The Shield and The Wire did to me.
I'm looking forward to
Eli
getting.
Zachary says agreed about the Netflix thing.
Hey Eli, man, join
Yeah,
the panel, man. What you up to?
yeah, Eli. Yeah, Jesus, no doubt, brother. Then that wire shit, you know what I'm saying? I remember because every year I would bring the show to students, the high school students, and you know, when I get these rowdy motherfuckers getting all out of hand, the only thing I can do to slow them down is put something on, and I could get away with doing the wire because the wire is an actual college course that people really don't know that the wire is a college course. So I get away with explaining while I'm watching the wire why I'm playing the wire for these high school kids. And you know, like I said before in other panels that you know, I actually have a written test that I had came up with. That's dope. You know what I'm saying? It's still on my laptop right now for my students to take. Um, you know, mixed with multiple choice questions, true or false questions, essay questions, list the characters that you remember, just to keep their mind on something other than fighting each other, stabbing each other, trying to go off campus to smoke, fuck with each other, and all kind of weird shit that you deal with. Anybody who has ever worked at an NPS or are familiar with an NPS and work in and around the mental health field with minors know what I mean by that. That non-public schools, because you have private schools, you have charter schools, you have public schools, but a lot of people don't know about NPSs, and that's a non-public school, and that's where they send kids who keep getting expelled out of districts and kicked out of districts. You can't get expelled. It takes a whole lot to get expelled from an NPS. I'll put it that way, because it's usually the last resort. It's the last step. Those people who work in charter schools, private schools, or public schools that kick their students out because they flipped a desk or threw a book, or they got into too many fights, they end up with me. But it's a whole campus of them. You know what I mean? But in the midst of that, you even have like what we call low function. We have severe autistic section of the school where you have people who, you know, they have to change the students' diapers, and you kids be big and, you know, have all these other issues. But anyways, I'm gonna get off tangent. But yeah, man. Robert Brown said only Netflix stuff I really watched was Raising Dion. Ooh, I remember that trailer that came out on YouTube that was based off of when what's the brother name? Michael Jordan took the trailer and turned it into a TV series. The concept into a TV series. He says with my kids, and then for myself, Narcos. Oh yeah, I remember Narcos, Daredevil, Luke Cage, and the Punisher. Yeah. I'm into my Marvel shit too. But Agents of Shield, going back to that, since Kyle brought it up on another thing, asking if it was the Shield. Agents of Shield is the first show that Marvel had. You know what I'm saying? Before Luke Cage, before Daredevil, before Iron Fist, before the Punisher, they did Agents of Shield. And when you watch Agents of Shield, which came on ABC, versus the shows that came on Netflix, the differences was on Netflix it was a lot grittier. So it was almost like for adults, mature audiences. You had mature language, which made the shows unique, and they were pretty good in that regard. But the thing that made that separated Marvel show on ABC, Agents of Shield, is that the Agents of Shield linked up more with the movies, right? So whereas in Daredevil and all these other Netflix shows, they would be like, "Oh, the Green Guy," and you know that they meant Incredible Hulk, or they'll talk about certain things. They're like the incident, and the incident means the alien invasion of in the Avengers movie. Well, in Agents of Shield, nigga, you get to see the characters. Like Nick Fury makes a cameo. The Lady Sif from Thor, she comes to the show and makes a cameo. You know what I mean? So you see different actors from the movies actually transition. Maria Hill is on the show at one particular time. So that's the difference between the Agents of Shield Marvel show that was on ABC versus the Netflix versions, which were dope on their own, but they ain't fucking with Agents of Shield. Agents of Shield is a whole different thing.
All right, so give me your top 5 shows.
Oh, okay. All right, but look, you gotta understand, don't make fun of a nigga and shit, right? Because I'm gonna have a show on there that's now I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna tell you off the bat, my favorite show is The Wire, but it's not the best. Well, I'm sorry, excuse me, I reversed that. The best show is The Wire, but it's not my favorite show. All right. I'm gonna throw that out there. And now all these lists, I'm gonna throw out some shows. Hopefully it's 5 of them. Hopefully it's 5 of them. But okay, I'm gonna throw out these shows. All these shows are finished, so it ain't gonna be nothing that's still running. It has to be a completed series where I've seen the beginning of the story arc to the end of the arc. All right. So, like I said, The Wire is the best show. But my favorite TV series of all time is a TV series that came out in the 90s, in the mid 90s, called La Femme Nikita. La Femme Nikita.
Who the what?
Well, I said, don't make fun of a nigga and shit. La Femme. Some old Italian that shit. La Femme. La Femme. L-A. La. F-M-E. I'm sorry. F-E-M-M-E. La Femme Nikita. La Femme Nikita is my favorite TV series of all time. Because the only thing that I like, probably on the same level as organized crime genre and filmmaking and stuff like that, is espionage. I love that spy shit. You know what I'm saying? And so if a person can, if somebody can come up with a creative way to do a spy thriller, I'm on the fuck with that shit. And that's what La Femme Nikita is. It's a series that is about a covert, a government agency that's so covert that the motherfucking agents in the organization are people that have been presumed to be dead. That way, if they don't follow their orders, or if they don't have top level efficiency, they can be killed. And nobody won't matter. Nobody will give a fuck because they already presumed dead. They tried to make a remake of it in the 2000s, but it was never fucking with the original in 1990s. It's based off of see, Robert Brown already know La Femme Nikita was the truth. And we talking about the old school, not with the Asian lady that they replaced her with, the blonde chick with. We talking about with the old school with the blonde chick. And the main character, the main reason I like La Femme Nikita is not even because of Nikita. It's because of a character on it named Michael. And to me, and I always tell my homeboys when I put them on La Femme Nikita, Michael is the coldest espionage agent in the history of filmmaking. That nigga would kill James Bond, Ethan from 007. He'll kill Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible. Anybody else out there? The only motherfucker that could probably fuck with him is the Wesley Snipes character on what's the one he did, the 2 movies, Art of War. That's the only nigga that's fucking with Michael Samuel. Michael Samuel is the character on La Femme Nikita. And that runs about 4 or 5 seasons. I believe 5 seasons. It wraps up. It was on the USA Network. It used to come on after Monday Night Raw. All right, so that's that. That's one. The Wire. Then I didn't say enough about that, and I can say more, and I can always talk about The Wire. The Shield. That's 3. The Shield. The Shield is visually the most authentic looking and realistic looking TV series that they have ever put out there. I'm literally looking at my DVD case and looking at series like, damn, what I'm gonna say and what I'm not gonna say. Because I'm just gonna fucking start naming them because all these shows are great. You know what I'm saying? Because I still ain't even said Sons of Anarchy yet. Las Vegas was great. I still ain't said The Sopranos yet. What was better, The Sopranos or Sons of Anarchy? Sopranos, from beginning to end. Sopranos or Sons? Sopranos or Sons? Help me out, chat. What y'all think? Sopranos or Sons? Sons of Anarchy or The Sopranos? God, dog, that's a goddamn dilemma. Because The Sopranos was a one of a kind. We got Tony Soprano. We got all the other Sopranos. But the latter seasons fell off, and it kind of got murky in the storylines. Some of the actors, one of the actors in particular, passed away, and they did something funny with her. Let me see, Sopranos or Sons of Anarchy? No, I don't fuck with Dexter. Eli Zachary. I have a very good reason why I don't fuck with Dexter though, and it's all personal. It's
Eli,
all personal.
Join the panel, man. Are you at work or something, dog? What's up?
He probably busy, bro. I know. I understand. Ooh, Robert Brown, New York Undercover for a while back in the day, but we all know that they fucked it up after they killed the brother, the Hispanic brother, and then they continued with the series, but with Tommy Little and they changed the whole task force up. Even though that was good in its own right, it's that one move to get rid of that character fucked it all up. Or it would definitely be on the ship. And shout out to my brother Montel Jordan who was on there. Yeah, see he working. My brother Montel Jordan, you know, we grew up with the Jordan family.
Hey, Big Tank.
He got a cameo on that motherfucker. That's four. Oh, go ahead.
How'd you feel about Entourage?
Nah, okay. Let me answer the question. It was a unique show because it kind of helped peel back a layer on the agency business. You know what I'm saying? How stars are made in Hollywood in terms of how do they deal with these actors and actresses and different other things from a perspective. But the thing about that is I can relate because I never met nobody like Artie. You know what I'm saying? I never met I think it was his name, right? Artie? The agent. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like Jeremy Piven to me was like he's an actor that does extra with his roles, like a Jim Carrey. Like every character he has seems a little bit unrealistic. Like he's going above and beyond to make that character pop. You know what I'm saying? Whether he's in Beverly Hills Cop or fuck whatever he does, he's okay, this is what we're gonna do. You know, it's like, man, you overacted. You taking me out the damn scene by everything that you do. But I totally wholeheartedly respect the fact that HBO did a show to peel back the layer for people to see how shit really get done. And I think that a show that probably does Entourage better than Entourage, probably because Entourage even happened, is probably Ballers. Because it has the same kind of theme, you know, it's the same kind of concept, I should say. Ballers is
I'm
kind
still mad they took that off of TV, man.
Man, that would have been great. You know what I'm saying? Because it seemed like it was a thing where it was like Entourage, but from brothers. You know what I'm saying? With Dwayne Johnson, you know what I'm saying? You got to see he used that show to sharpen his acting skills. But I respect Entourage. I'm just not a fan of Entourage. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. I'm just not a fan of it. I have a high respect. Actually, I'm not even gonna front. For y'all listening on the replay, yeah, I'm old, nigga. So what you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? Before y'all, what y'all call capping, we call fronting back in my day. I ain't gonna front. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas are changing up words and shit. Nigga, we got our own words, nigga. I ain't fronting. My nigga Jay-Z made a song about it. Go look it up. What else? Okay, we got La Femme Nikita. We got Sons of Anarchy. We got La Femme Nikita. We got The Wire. We got The Shield. We got Sopranos. That's 4. Las Vegas is an underrated show, but that fifth season when they brought Tom Selleck in, even though it was creative writing and they brought it in seamlessly, when James Caan left the show, damn, I like that Las Vegas because it's unique. You ever seen Las Vegas?
Nah, I haven't.
Come on, NBC?
Nah.
Las Vegas, or because I got Lost is a great show. I understood it. I know a lot of people didn't understand it as it got in the later seasons and things like that. But I was with it. I understood it. 24 would be in there, but they kind of fucked with it later in the series because the show got so popular that actors was acting for more money behind the scenes, so they had to let people go, write people out. Some inconsistencies, but 24 is a great show for the first how many seasons do I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 6 or so seasons. That was a great run. I got a sleeper. I got 2 sleepers actually. I didn't see. I wasn't looking at those before. Oh, 3. I got 3 sleepers. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Wait. 1, 2, 3. I got 3 sleeper series that motherfuckers might laugh at me. Like I would have said in the beginning, don't laugh at your nigga. I'm a fan of certain stories. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of what you would call. Well, I'm gonna give you the comic book fan part. So the Smallville series. That's a great series. It's long as fuck. It's 10 series, 20 plus episodes a season. So I recommend that if you have time to watch it, but I really don't recommend it because it's too long. 10 series with 22 episodes. You're talking about 200 or something episodes. You know what I'm saying? That's too much. Don't laugh. Robert said, "Don't laugh." But the Cosby Show in Different World almost raised me. It raised me. Facts, big facts. Man, I wanted the family like Claire Huxtable, and Claire Huxtable still the GOAT. Ooh, yes. I remember the episode where she had the blue silk dress. That was in my head, tattooed in my brain cells for my whole youth. She had that pink skirt, man. God, dog. Lost was pretty good. Remember Homicide? Yeah, I remember Homicide. I remember that shit. Okay, so Smallville. It deals with the Superman lore in a way because people forget, like, because we see all these comic book movies and shit like that now, and TV shows like Daredevil and all this shit, like it's normal. There was a long period of time where comic book shit wasn't cool, especially Superman. It was corny. It had become corny after Superman 4. You know what I'm saying? Really after Superman 3 when they put Richard Pryor in it. But Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, when they had the Sun dude and all that kind of shit, that it became corny, right? So they stopped doing Superman. They tried to reboot it later on with Superman Returns, but the only reason they did Superman Returns was because of a show called Smallville. And Smallville is okay. They took some of the early comic book iterations of the upbringing of Clark Kent or Kal-El, and Smallville does it with a little twist. They make it about an alien invasion more so than a superhero TV show, right? Even though they have the superhero trope in there, they have the theme of it is aliens on Earth, and Kal-El or Clark Kent is presented in the show as an alien, not as a superhero. He ends up it's his role or journey to becoming a superhero, but it's about him being an alien on Earth, having to deal with having human parents, dealing with the nuance, not the nuances, the new the new relationships that he has in his life as he's growing up and as a teenager, as he develops these new powers, because it shows him getting his powers like it was a thing with puberty. You know what I'm saying? So he was learning his powers, each new power as he would go through puberty and different aspects, and they show how he had to learn how to control these powers. So all the way up until they deal with characters almost all of your favorite DC characters that you get accustomed to, except for Batman, get some kind of shine throughout the series, whether it's Supergirl, Green Arrow, Martian Manhunter, Flash. I believe he's.
Before they started doing hella different changes and shit like that, that was my show, man.
Which one? Smallville?
Nah, Green.
Green Arrow.
Green Arrow.
Green Arrow. Yeah. Green Arrow. That's what I was just getting ready to say that the Green Arrow that's in Smallville was supposed to be the Green Arrow in the Green Arrow TV series. And the Green Arrow TV series, the concept of him came from Smallville, not aesthetically, not the way he looked and things like that. Well, partially, but because in Smallville he had his green color. Some of his suits was brighter. Right, there was a lot more bright green, and they just toned it down to more of a darker, gritty green for the series when they brought that character in. But the guy who was playing him in Smallville played him so dope that they was like, man, we got to have that kind of motherfucker and have his own series. That they went with the other actor who turned out to be great, and the history was made after that. But a lot of us wanted to see the Smallville character. Okay, but that's Smallville. The other two TV series that I was gonna say that don't laugh, but don't knock it until you watch them. But you got to you got to have the ability to have the suspense of belief, because it came out in a time where they didn't have great graphics and they used practical effects and things like that. So you kind of have to use your imagination and come up with the era, like me, who grew up in the cartoon era, and you use your imagination. But I'm also a fan outside of espionage and mafia or organized crime thrillers. I'm a fan of the Nosferatu kind of storylines of the undead, things like vampires and werewolves, demonology. I do a lot of study. You know what I'm saying? I read the Book of Enoch, where they talk about different, fallen angels and demons, things like that, where they get a lot of these ideas for some of these shows from. Anne Rice books, which you get the Queen of the Dam and Lestat and all these different characters like that. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, because it touches on different emotions and storylines throughout the seasons. Introduces all these interesting concepts of demonology, good versus evil, interdimensional portals, witchcraft, and all these different things are all in. Oh, and then what was I going to say? The lore of vampires versus this concept of and back in ancient time, these Africans took these spirits to battle the demons that was left on Earth, and they took these some other demons, and they basically endowed a girl the powers to combat the demons for generations to come, and it was known as the Slayer. That was the first Slayer, and later on, by the time you watch the series, this is just another Slayer. So every time one dies, another one comes. There's a bunch of different what is the word they use, man? Not prospects, but potentials. The world. There's a lot of different girls in the world that have already been pre-chosen to be potential slayers should the actual slayer die, and so whenever a slayer dies, one of these potential girls are randomly chosen to get all the superpowers of the slayer, and it goes on like that. So, but it deals with a lot of different things that I had already read up about vampires and all this other kind of stuff. And then Angel was the spinoff of that. and it was like a more edgier, grown-up version for adults, and that took place in Los Angeles. And that was the same thing, portals, interdimensional portals, good versus evil, kind of stuff like that, which was dope. Let me see. Robert Brown says, "See, I felt comic book stories would be better told in weekly TV show format and save the movies for the big comic book events or crossovers. Introduce the characters and backstory in TV." Yeah, yeah. Until Marvel messed around and how the goat how the goat say it. Since Marvel messed around and got a triple double, and they started doing the same thing, you know, they was like, we're gonna introduce our characters in the movies, and then we're gonna have another movie that's gonna elaborate on a different character. We have another movie and another movie and another movie, and
Hey
before you
y'all,
know it, you got 20 years of movies.
Big Tank. They just dropped the Black Panther trailer.
Okay, I'm about to watch that right now, even though I'm not gonna support the movie.
You
I
say
just
you're
want to see
not?
what they're gonna do. No, I'm not fucking with these niggas. I have a squabble. Me and Marvel gonna fight when
What
it comes to this
happened?
Black Panther shit. Me and Marvel gonna fight when it comes to this Black Panther shit. Yeah. I'm gonna have to see Kevin Feige in the streets.
Oh shit. We got a full
I'm gonna
panel
have to tweet this
again.
nigga.
Centos Boxing, Eli Zachary. What's going on, fellas?
Oh, my brothers. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic because I
What's
watched this
up?
trailer.
What's up?
So ain't they
It's been
supposed to
storming
make
where I'm at, man.
ain't they supposed to make Sherry the Black Panther sister into the Black Panther?
I'm about to find out right now.
Like I mean that's the way it's supposed to go according to the comic book.
Yes and no, and I'm gonna touch on that as soon as I finish watching this. I'm gonna break down something real quick about this whole Shuri's supposed to be the Black Panther thing that everybody is talking about in the comic books. Real quick. Hold
Okay.
on, give me 1 second. Because they're doing some slick shit with this whole Me Too movement and women's equals rights and
Yeah,
women
yeah,
empowerment
yeah,
and
yeah. They,
feminism, and they're trying to slide this narrative out there that
at
Shuri's the
the end
Black
of
Panther in the
Endgame.
comic books. Hold on.
They did that shit at the end of Endgame where all the women characters came together like she's got reinforcements. They've been doing that. They've been doing everything has been feminist or LGBT. Everything been geared towards those agendas right there. And then it like even the whole like when they say target campaign for black businesses, it was all geared towards black women. Like black men was excluded. Like yeah, all that shit been like I don't know. It's been like one big fucking campaign. Me Too movement, feminism, LGBT type shit. But hey, I don't know, bro. That's just the world we in right now. This shit crazy. But yeah, Sherry, I thought she was supposed to take that place because of the comics and stuff. But I want you to lace me up and let me know what you think. I know you follow that.
I gotta jump out for a second, guys, and handle a call. I'll be right back though.
Okay.
Who's that sent us? Okay, I
Yeah,
can't find a trailer. I know they came out with a trailer yesterday for the Eternals, and I see now that they have. I see the name, and I got to see the name of the next Black Panther movie, called Wakanda Forever. That's all
yeah.
I can see. I still haven't seen. I can't find no trailer for it by itself yet. Because I was like, man, I thought they didn't. They hadn't started. They hadn't got green light to film yet.
The
But
link is in the chat.
the link is in the chat.
Yeah, they had definitely leaked that because
It's like
I
a
was talking
trailer
about
of all the movies.
Okay, yeah, I seen that. Okay, that is it's supposed to be the trailer for Eternals. The end of that trailer is it like a 3 minute trailer? Like 3 minutes and 10 seconds, something like that?
I can't
3:11.
watch it because
Okay, yeah, you're right. We're gonna drop this out. That's why I'm watching it on my TV. But I believe it's the trailer for the Eternals. At the end of it, they show all these different aspects of the movies that we've seen already.
yeah.
As it has Stan Lee talking over it, having a little monologue talking about how it's all connected and we're all together and this, that, and the other. And it shows clips from all these different movies that we've seen so far over the last 20 years, or 20 something. It's been 20 years? No, it's been 20 years. It's been 20 movies, 20 plus movies.
It's
Because the first
23
movie came
movies. Me
out,
and my
Iron Man
wife
came
are
out.
watching them right now.
Say that again.
It's 23 movies. Me and my wife and my
Okay.
daughter have been watching all
What was that, Eli?
23 chronological order. 23 movies.
Yeah, 23 movies, and since
Yeah, we watched them in
2008.
chronological.
Did you get a chance to watch them in order?
Yeah, that's what we
Oh, yes,
just
sir.
did.
Yes, sir.
Watched them all
Yes,
in
sir.
chronological order and binge
Yep.
watched them because we've been watching like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier
Yes, sir.
we've been watching everything, so we just said, "Fuck it, we gonna binge this
Man,
shit."
what happened to
Like right
Cento?
now,
He just came on
He
and
said he had to go
came
take care of
off.
something real quick. He's gonna be right back.
yeah, he be right back. Yeah, yeah, we watched them in chronological order. Like right now,
Okay.
we on the last one. We after Endgame, so we after on Spider-Man
Endgame ain't
Far
the
Away,
last one.
huh?
Endgame ain't the
We on
last one.
Spider-Man Away from Home.
Okay, con. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm about to say, what about Spider-Man Far From Home? And then you go into you go from you go from Spider-Man to Wanda Vision, and from Wanda Vision to Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, see, we already watched WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier, so now we'll be waiting on forgot what's coming next after Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Is it Green Arrow? Who's coming next?
Who's coming next and what?
Is it Loki? It's Loki, ain't
Yeah,
it?
Loki's coming. Loki's coming in a couple months.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
so
Loki.
let me touch on this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Wait, somebody made a comment in the chat. Let me check real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Robert Brown said it's part of the so-called Marvel movement. The way they portray Shuri in the movies, she's not ready. Yeah, right. So that's what I was about to say real quick. So if you follow Black Panther, like the real story, or if you watch the Marvel Knights little animated series that was almost ripped straight out the comics, done by Reginald Hudlin, that I recommend everybody watch. Please go watch this, called Black Panther, or type in Marvel Knights on YouTube and see if you can find the episodes. That is how Black Panther really is. That is how Shuri and all these characters really were in the comic books. All right. Watch that little short little series called Black Panther Marvel Knights by Marvel Knights. The whole thing about this movie, let me see, Robert Brown said it'd be better if W'Kabi get a redemption story and have him take the mantle to redeem his betrayal, or do like Godfather 2 and tell his father's story, and young T'Challa then parallel modern day. Okay, young T'Challa parallel modern day. What was I going to say? So, the real Shuri and the concept of her becoming Black Panther, and how they grooming that. Are they alluding to that being, or there's rumored to be the new way they're going to deal with it moving forward? There's also another rumor, to be fair, that they're going to use Michael B. Jordan's character, revive him for him to take the mantle. And there's another rumor that's less than likely that they're going to bring James Bucky Barnes back to Wakanda and have White Wolf play a role, because in the comic books, White Wolf is basically the adopted brother of King T'Challa. No, it's not Bucky Barnes in the comic books, but the movies do certain things that the comic books don't. So case in point, in the comic books, White Wolf is not Loki. It's not Bucky. It's somebody else. But in the movies and in the Winter Soldier TV series with the Falcon and Winter Soldier, he is now the White Wolf.
That could have been a real lead to what they was gonna do right there. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so he was like the White Wolf in the Marvel universe, comic book wise, is like a Secret Service elite Wakandan agent, but he was a white dude that was adopted because they plane crashed or something like that. His parents died, and King T'Chaka took him in and raised him alongside of T'Challa as a brother. But because he wasn't Wakandan, he couldn't have no birthrights or anything like that to any real substantial position in the kingdom. So he was relegated to being basically a soldier or like the equivalent like a CIA agent, like the war dogs that you see in the movies. With I forgot her name already. My bad, people listening to this on the replay or in the comics. Y'all know what I'm talking about Lupita Nyong'o's character. Damn, I can't forget her name. I mean, I can't remember her name. But anyways, that's who that was. Now, Shuri in the movies, for some odd reason, was given the intelligence that belonged to T'Challa. I was saying earlier that me and Marvel gonna fight. Me and Kevin Feige got to have a sit down talk or arm wrestling contest or something like that if I ever get a chance to meet this man, because they are disrespecting the character of King T'Challa by disguising what they want to do with the Black Panther film as an honor to Chadwick Boseman. If you want to honor Chadwick Boseman, you recast the role that Chadwick Boseman was proud to portray. You don't disregard the character King T'Challa. You don't do away with that character King T'Challa. You don't replace the character with King T'Challa with Princess Shuri. That's not what you do. You already have done a disservice for the character in the 4 movies that he's been in. The best rendition of King T'Challa or the Black Panther wasn't even in his own movie. Go figure.
Yeah.
The best rendition of Black Panther and King T'Challa was in Captain America Civil War. That's the closest that he's ever been to the actual true self of King T'Challa, who was formidable, physical hand-to-hand combat when he fought Bucky when Bucky first got possessed by Nemo, and they set off his trigger, and they was all fighting at the compound, and he kicked Bucky over the rail
when he ran them down in traffic.
And but this is after that. I'm talking about T'Challa, because I don't want to get it twisted. I'm trying to be specific that I'm dealing with T'Challa even outside of the Black Panther wearing the suit, right? Because I'm gonna touch on that in a second too. But T'Challa is a formidable martial artist, hand-to-hand combat, and a warrior, right? He was able to go hand-to-hand, toe-to-toe with Bucky Barnes while he was running around kicking everybody's ass in that building, right? Once he got triggered, threw Sam Wilson down the damn elevator shaft. I mean, through Captain America down the elevator shaft, tossing Sam Wilson around, beat up on Agent 13, who was what's her name again? Agent Carter. What's her name? Sharon Carter. Sharon Carter beat up Black Widow. Kicked Tony Stark's ass. Broke his. I think he busted his arm up, broke his ribs or something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Just fucked them all the way up. And then comes King T'Challa, you know what I'm saying, to stop him and he was the only one in that sequence to put hands on the man. After we didn't see him, take out Nick Fury and all these other motherfuckers. Then you see, they like, well, shit, we're gonna outsmart this motherfucker and have him and have it to where we got the most deadly female hand-to-hand combat person, which is Black Widow. And at one particular time when King T'Challa decides that he's gonna leave, she's standing in his way. And then you see Io, who's in Falcon and Winter Soldier, make her first appearance. Io is a high-ranking Dora Milaje soldier in Wakanda, right? These are the sisters with the bald head, right? The first time you see her is in Captain America: Civil War, and which is the part 3, and she gets in front of King T'Challa when the coldest up to this point, the coldest woman we've seen in Marvel Universe is the Black Widow, right? And she steps in front of King T'Challa to stop, kind of like prevent him from going. And then Io steps in front of him, between them, and says, "Move, or I will move you." And in that moment, you knew she must be a badass. Now, those of us who know about the Dora Milaje knew that Black Widow, you need to step to the side because you met your match. Y'all may go hand to hand, y'all may go blow for blow. You ain't winning this because these motherfuckers are bred to be soldiers and protect their king and protect the royal family. That's what they do. They're willing to die for it. You talk about conviction, that's what they do. And so later on in that movie, Captain America Civil War, you see they trying to outsmart him, but he has technology that they don't know and they don't have access to, and he tracks down Zemo on his own. Because they try to play him, look over here while we do this over there, and try to ditch his ass. And Tony Stark went to the raft. Well, Tony Stark didn't know this man got technology that supersedes your technology, and he was right on your ass the whole time, hiding in the clouds, camouflage in a Black Panther jet from Wakanda. Now you get to see him putting his intelligence to use the whole time. You don't know nothing about no Shuri. She don't even exist, right? At this particular time. Then you go into the fact that now we're in a costume, where we've seen Iron Man costume do this and that, and we've seen how strong and agile we've seen Captain America and Bucky and all these different people. You have a scene where after T'Challa's father is assassinated by Zemo, framing Bucky Barnes, everybody thinks that it's Bucky Barnes. Well, T'Challa tells Black Widow at the site of the assassination, after he just got through hugging his dead father, she says, "We're gonna bring him in. We'll find him. Don't worry." He tells him, "Don't worry, Mr. Romanoff. I'll kill him myself." That's the coldest shit. That's who Black Panther is. Black Panther will kill you for invading or intruding on Wakandan politics or borders. That's who he is. He ain't Batman. The old in the comic books, Batman in the comic books, he was supposed to be a guy who didn't kill people. Now in the movies, you get Batman way, he get to killing you. Whether you're Joker in the part 1 or motherfucking Batman Ben Affleck in the last movies. You know what I'm saying? Batman been a killer. But King T'Challa, he was a killer in the comics, and he's a goddamn killer, period, right? And so when he said he was gonna kill Bucky Barnes, a motherfucker like me who knew about Black Panther was like, Bucky gonna die in this movie if they don't let it be known that he didn't kill that man daddy, right? You ain't gonna just get to kill the king of Wakanda, and the living Black Panther won't kill you. All of a sudden, he tracks down Bucky as Steve Rogers tracks down Bucky, and they find him at the little hotel, the little room, and the first time you see him in the Black Panther suit is him leaping over the nigga on that rooftop. And they've already made they've already did a great job of showing how dangerous the Winter Soldier is in Captain America 2. When everybody believed he assassinated Nick Fury and took out all the motherfuckers, including putting Captain America in hospital at the end of the movie, right? So you already know he's a formidable soldier and a formidable fighter. But when he fights the Black Panther on that rooftop, and then get his ass kicked, the only thing that saved his ass on that rooftop was a goddamn chopper came with the chopper gunner and was and shooting down at that nigga. And all that nigga did was look up like, man, there's some flies in this motherfucker or something? What is going on? And you looked up at that motherfucker shooting him with the chopper gunner that you get on Call of Duty, that you get all your multiple kills with. That shit was hitting, bouncing off Black Panther's suit like it was nothing. Like throwing a grape at a goddamn moving train and shit. Right? And then
shout out to the ladies that just popped in. She agrees with you solely. She says they should definitely recast King T'Challa because there's so much more to tell about him.
Yep, and I was just about to. I'm about to go right into that. All right, so now Bucky's like, man, fuck it, I ain't going. I'm not taking the heat for this. I'm running. So he gets on the run. Black Panther's on the chase. And Steve Rogers, Captain America, he's chasing Black Panther, trying to prevent him from killing his homeboy, right? And if you pay attention to that race, these 3 super soldiers or superpower individuals are running so fast they running past fucking moving cars, moving vehicles in a tunnel. They
That's
made
the
a
part
point
I
to
was
show
talking
you.
about.
They made a point to show you in Captain America Part 2 how fast Captain America is, because a regular motherfucker running like Sam Wilson getting his morning run in, he's running doing his laps around the monument, and Steve Rogers just in stride passing this nigga up on your left, on your left, and then to the point where Sam Wilson like, man, don't say it again, and he fucking with him on your left. You know what I'm saying? Getting them sprints in. They let you know this nigga got stamina. He can run forever. He can run fast. He got it. Well, in this scene, they show you, God damn it, he don't run fast enough. And the only reason Bucky was in front of Black Panther is because that nigga got a head start. He got a head start, and he's running for his life. You ain't ran your fastest until you're running for your goddamn life. You go let a dog chase you. You're going to find out how fast you can run. It ain't going to be at a track. It ain't going to be on a football field. It ain't going to be chasing down no fucking running back on no fucking wide receiver about to score a touchdown. It's that motherfucking dog coming, get the fuck up. Or the police coming, get the fuck up. That's when you know you're fastest. And that's how Bucky Barnes is running from Black Panther.
I got a question for the panel.
That nigga caught up to that nigga, and when that nigga got on that motorcycle and sliced that nigga shit with his claws because he was smart.
I got a question for the panel.
Good.
If they recast King T'Challa, who should play King T'Challa?
Okay, I was getting there. It's my pick has been consistent. I thought he should have been T'Challa in the first place, but you know I'm cool with Chadwick. I was cool with Chadwick Boseman because I know who trained him in martial arts was Maurice Crump. But my pick is has always been the other black actor in Hollywood who has been in the game for a while, but he can do the physical action and martial arts, because remember T'Challa is he's an expert in martial arts, of all martial arts known to man, and they say and then some, because in Wakanda they have their own style of martial arts, and nobody knows about that if you ain't Wakandan, and so the person that could pull that off would be Michael Jai White.
I knew you was gonna say it. That's what I was gonna say.
Gotta be Michael Jai White.
No.
And I keep telling this nigga on Instagram, you got to do it.
I don't know why
He's
you
the
don't
only
like
motherfucker that's regal. If anybody has any doubts, go watch Falcon Rising.
Yeah.
If you don't think he can do the fucking what needs to be done.
I'm not saying that part, but I just don't think. For me, dude, so that's a hard no. That's a hard no for me, man.
Who else knows martial arts like Michael Jai White that can play the role of T'Challa? Go ahead.
Black.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. T'Challa is Black Panther. It ain't Shuri. It ain't nobody else that's been in the role. T'Challa is the Black Panther. He's the one that knows the martial arts. He's the one that T'Challa is about the hand-to-hand combat, the regalness of him, the fact that when he walks in the room, nobody fucking with him. Who?
Kamara Usman.
Get the fuck. All due respect to the MMA star Kamar Usman, you are a good welterweight champion, a great one even. These are movie roles. This is for actors. He's not no actor. As far as mixed martial artists and cinema martial arts are two different things. The things that you see him doing in the UFC cage, that's not going to happen in the movie. That's not what that's about. You know, and that stuff is not for a movie. That's for sports, right? That's for sports in cage combat. Some of that stuff, quality is kept. I'm gonna keep it 100. That's not even effective. It could be effective in the streets if you're dealing with somebody who knows jiu-jitsu as well, or who doesn't know how to who doesn't know other martial arts styles. But the way that the UFC and mixed martial arts in general is set up in these octagons and cages, and the rules are, that's not something that would be effective in actual martial arts hand-to-hand combat. You know what I'm saying? You get into a fight with somebody who knows kung fu, they're gonna get fucked up trying to, well, I need to grab your gi or your shirt or your collar or try to get you and move around, and no, nigga, somebody gonna break your fingers as you try to grab their gi, or try to put him in a reverse. You know, this I'm not gonna shit on it. I'm not gonna shit on the martial art of the jiu-jitsu, but I've had people who train solely in jiu-jitsu um, uh, that they call quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes, MMA style, and you know, we even went out and okay, well, Tank, what would you do if we do this? Because we was doing this last night, rolling on the mat. And I'm like, well, for me, I didn't do jiu-jitsu. We did Wing Chun, we did judo, and so this is what we would do. You do that, I'm gonna break your fingers. I'm gonna dislocate this way. I'm gonna break the hold this way. These things that you can't do in the cage, right? So it looks like, oh man, that was dope, that was dangerous. Well, there's ways to get out of those things if you was in a real life fight that that they won't do in mixed martial arts or in these cages because it's not allowed by the rules. You do this, I'm gonna gouge your eye out. I'm gonna use my thumb if that's what's available, and I'm gonna pull your eye right out. It's not that hard. So there's a lot of different nuances. So Kamaru Usman, at the end of the day, is a great cage fighter, but it's not face jam.
Beyond that, he's not an actor for the role that the acting part that is also required. It's just not.
That's what I said. I said this is acting. This is a movie. This is not.
All right, Tyron Woodley.
Bro,
yeah, again, you're talking about.
I'm just talking
athletes.
shit. I'm just talking junk.
He might do better. He's a more character than Usman. But Michael Jai White is the look. This is about who has put in the work in Hollywood. Michael Jai White was a black man in Hollywood getting it in before we even heard of Chadwick Boseman. Michael Jai White played. I'm gonna tell you how good of an actor that Michael Jai White is. That is underrated. Nobody even thinks about. They don't put it in this kind of context. Michael Jai White has played 3 different roles, and the character is are all 3 different, differently acted. He played the role that I mentioned in Falcon Rising, right? That's one role that he can play. If anybody hasn't seen that, go watch Falcon Rising. It's a great movie. He played a different character in Black Dynamite. Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
Oh, why did I get married?
I'm just talking about these 3, right? That's included. That's for the dramatic aspect. But I'm just doing with these 3 particular because I want to show the difference. You got Falcon Rising. You got and these ones he all did martial arts in these. That's why he did fighting. He did a form of fighting in all these 3. He did Black Dynamite. Black Dynamite's character is nothing like the character in Falcon Rising. That's acting. And then he played Tyson in the HBO movie Tyson. And not one of these characters that he acted are alike. So he can act when he needs to act.
What was the other movie? It started with an S.
And yes, the icing on the cake is that he's played the show that you just brought up where he. That's
how you doing? Good.
He played Spawn too.
Yeah, he plays Spawn, but he has to do any martial arts in that. Let me take a tag real quick. I agree with that. I said racist. Recast him, and Captain America 3 was the best portrayal.
Okay,
and I'm about to get into these other movies. Aravia. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Aravia Gamble said they should definitely recast King T'Challa because there's so much more story to tell about him. Yep, watch this. Then you got Robert said, "Hello, the red room didn't have nothing on the Dora Milaje."
And
Hernandez says, "Great stream." Salute to my brother Jesus Hernandez. Nut shots, facial, soft spots in a street fight. Correct, Tank. You're right. I mean, there's totally different. It's totally different. And he said Michael Jai also played Tyson. That's exactly what was my third one. I was doing that last because a lot of people forgot. Jesus Fernandez says Tank is a encyclopedia of everything. Hey, man, I just had a lot of time on my hands from 2008 to 2011. If y'all heard me earlier, I had a lot of time on my hands. I had the money to have time off work, and I spent a lot of time researching and reading about things that I've always have been putting on the back burner. that I need to research and look into. But check this out. This nigga, what's the brother name? Ryan Coogler, right? Ryan Coogler got a chance to do Black Panther, right? Hawaii as is kept. Ava DuVernay was supposed to do Black Panther. She was the first choice, right?
Who's supposed to be Black Panther?
No, she was supposed to direct it. She was a director, movie director, filmmaker. Because Ryan Coogler is the one that ended up doing it, the guy that did Creed, right? But Ava DuVernay was supposed to do the Black Panther movie. She's the one that Marvel originally picked. She had her own take on where she was going to go with the character. They did not like her take. Marvel already has set up an overall arc on what all the stories are going to be. You, as a director, you get your individual input on how you want to get there, but get there you must, right? But she was like, nah, this is what King T'Challa is. This is who the Black Panther is. This is what this is about. This is who the motherfucker is. I got this. Nah, we got to go here with it. So she got replaced with Ryan Coogler. All respect, right? Ryan Coogler is a great filmmaker, but he did it, and he knew he was going to play ball. But this is his opportunity to go from Fruitvale Station to Marvel, right? This is the big league. It's going to get all your work put on blast, right? And you got Ruthie Carter, who's the great costume designer. Y'all production design team is great. You got Robert J. Cole working with Ryan Coogler in the writing department in terms of creating the screenplay. And anybody who knows Robert J. Cole knows that this brother don't play. This is a black man who's about his business when it comes to knowing about the new story that Black Panther came out that Ta-Nehisi Coates had just put out in the comic book, which some of this stuff is based off of, and you got the Christopher Priest run of Black Panther that some of the Dora Milaje stuff was based upon. So is it J. Robert Cole or Robert J. Cole? I'm sorry if I butchered that. Is J. Robert Cole or Robert J. Cole? Well, anyways, so when I found out that he was involved in the writing team of the screenplay, I was like, bet, I'm on it. I'm not worried about it one bit. Let's go. Well,
hey, Big Tank.
I don't know Jesus Hernandez. I don't know about that question.
Hey, but like martial arts aside, though, I think Denzel Washington's son should get that shot.
Man, God, dog, you are I think the sixth person that told me that. Yeah, you sixth.
I'm saying martial arts aside, though. Martial arts aside,
I know. You know what size this dude is? Do you know his stature?
Say it again.
You know how tall or short? Do you know what his stature is? How tall or short he is? Let's look at what's the brother's name again? I forgot. David Jackson, something like that, right? Nah, what's his name?
John David Jackson. John David Washington. My bad.
No, he don't use his daddy's name, right? He got his own. He doing that Emilio Estevez shit.
Let me Google it.
Yeah, John, you said it right. John David Washington. He don't. Oh, you're right. I was wrong. Salaki. You're right. I was wrong. I thought he didn't use his daddy's name. I'm thinking of motherfucking Emilio Estevez and shit. But let me see. Because I watched one of my favorite underrated movies that I saw was what's that shit called? Black Klansman. Damn, that was a good movie.
Yeah, I just like him as an actor.
Black Klansman was a good movie. That's why I watched Black Klansman with him in it. So yeah, I was thinking of Emilio Estevez. He had a different name than his dad, but John David Jackson. This dude. The Black Panther is a formidable person when he stands in your presence. I couldn't see, he's not super little, but these little actors trying to play these roles. He's a great he's a great candidate because a lot of people are getting used to him. But what happens in Hollywood is they go with who's hot, right? And so right now he's hot. He played in what's that movie that just came out where everything gets inverted and all that stuff? It was kind of like Inception, but he just played in the movie. Help me out in the chat. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Let's do a quick switch and then come right back.
Jesus Hernandez was 5'9". See, yep, that's his name. And he's 5'9". That little nigga ain't about to play no damn King T'Challa. But go ahead.
See how
What
tall?
about Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes too old.
Hey, let's make it. We're gonna do a quick switch and then come right back. I gotta get your opinion on
I'm gonna
this
tell you who
stuff.
Wesley Snipes should have been though. He should have been Scion, but they didn't fucking do the character right. That's why I said we would fight. You know what I'm saying? Scion was the uncle of King T'Challa, and he was the Black Panther in between King T'Chaka and King T'Challa. And Wesley Snipes would have been perfect for that role. But go ahead. What was you saying, Kyle? You gonna take a hard left? Can you hear
What did y'all take on Idris Elba being 007 though?
Hate it. I can't stand this shit. We don't need no black Superman. We don't need no black James Bond. Go create your own shit. You goddamn fucking. If you want to have, you know who the black James Bond was? It was motherfucking Wesley Snipes in Art of War and Art of War 2.
Yeah.
When motherfucking another studio wanted to do James Bond, they didn't say, "Oh, let's have another James Bond." No, they said we're gonna create a character named Ethan Hunt, and we're gonna have, instead of 007, we're gonna have Mission Impossible. Same concept, secret agent, espionage, but a different character, with a different person, with a different scenario of things. You don't need no goddamn black James Bond. Come up with your own shit, writers. Come up with your own shit, Hollywood. Stop begging to be a part of somebody else's shit. That shit irritates me hearing about Idris Elba to play James Bond. Why the fuck should you play James Bond? Use Idris Elba for what Idris Elba can do and create their own fucking black James Bond with his own fucking character, with his own fucking name, and his own goddamn storyline. Like, we did that. Oh, Black Dynamite. You see how that works? Do your own shit, people. That's my take on that. Go ahead.
I felt like with that we joined the whole Me Too movement, like the all inclusive. I know. What about us? Like, I didn't feel that, bro, because James Bond has always been that white man, and like Tank said, give us our own character. Make up your own shit. Don't give us nothing. We needed to make up our own shit and show creativity, and also make that character's portrayal equate to what we live like, in a day-to-day life, where it was kind of the story would have contrast to a black man, and people could actually relate to it and see like, oh yeah, to take over James Bond life and try to be Idris Elba playing James Bond, like, nah, it's the same thing as when you have a character that you know was a man, and then now it's played as a woman. It's the same thing as if, hell, a white character came over and played a character that was mostly black. Like, you'd be like, hell nah, what the fuck? Nah. I'm cool on that.
And brother, it's the way they saying it. You know what I'm saying? It's not even that if they would just do it organically, and it's happening like, oh, the name James Bond, oh, he's black now, okay, it was over. But it's the campaign behind it. It's the narrative that's coming up behind the choice. We need representation. Shut the fuck up. Go do your own shit. We have black directors, writers out here. Come up with your own concept. If you want to do international espionage, come up with your own concept. It don't have to be a nigga in fucking Compton. It don't have to be a nigga in Philly or whatever the fuck. Come with your own shit. The Art of War was dope. That nigga was international with it.
Or if he was a formidable associate of James Bond, and it was the spinoff, like, oh, he was a formidable associate.
Right.
That this the spinoff. This is this guy, not James Bond.
Right. So he don't got to be James goddamn Bond, man. He don't got to be that character. That person already is. Let that be what it is. I don't care what the nationality of the person is. I do understand that sometimes you change up the nationalities of characters, or you change up the genders and sex of characters. For example, in The Boys, Stormfront is a man in the comic books, but in the live adaptation, they used a female, and it worked, and it was dope. I got no issue with it. who was that they used? They made him black. Heimdall in the comic books or in Norse mythology is the whitest of the whites, motherfucking white people. But in the movie Thor, they used Idris Elba as Heimdall. That's probably where the fucking idea came from to use him now as James Bond. But we used him we already recast him as one white character. Let's do another. Man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. If it happens organically, who's the guy? Like Green Lantern. They didn't be like, we're gonna make the Green Lantern black. No, they got another character that they didn't make Hal Jordan black. Hal Jordan is white. They said we're gonna have another character named John Stewart, who was a Marine, and he got another ring, and he became the Green Lantern. That's the way you do it, like the brother said. Let somebody be adjacent to it. You know what I'm saying? So there's ways to do it. Get fucking creative. Stop trying to step in other people's shoes and step in other people's living room and put your feet up on their couch and talking about fuck your couch. Be creative. Come up with your own shit.
The legacy of the whole archive, because you have people that you have generations of people that's grown up on James Bond and it's been this way, and then now you have people waiting with a microscope to critique it and everything that's wrong with it, instead of just being like, oh, they introduced a new associate of James Bond, and wow, he's very talented.
Jesus Fernandez says a student of 007, correct? That's correct. That's directed towards you, but I'm gonna give my answer first. I'm gonna say no, not a student. Just like, okay, look, in James Bond movie with they had when Pierce Brosnan was playing him, they had a character introduced that was another agent that was equal to him, but she was a female, and it was played by Halle Berry. Nobody was like, oh, she's the black female James Bond. No, she was just another character who was doing her own thing, but her mission ended up aligning with his mission. It don't got to be no goddamn student of his. Nobody that white person got to teach how to do stuff. Hey man, look here, little nigga boy. I'm gonna show you how to do this thing and go run along and be good now. Because at that point they're gonna be like, well, James Bond taught him everything. That's exactly what they're gonna be like. He ain't better than his teacher. He ain't like James Bond. No, just have a fucking character, get creative, write the character, write a good story, write some good scenes. If you want to do it like that, and have him exist in the world of James Bond. That way, the studio puts James Bond level finances in the production of the film. If that's what you're looking for, do that. But I'm still saying I think that Wesley Snipes' character in Art of War kicks James Bond's ass. He's smooth. He's cool, and I believe that he can do hand-to-hand combat. Why? Because the actor playing him can do martial arts hand-to-hand combat. Just be creative and do your own thing. It don't got to be James Bond. You don't see motherfuckers talking about how come Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible movies that's played by Tom Cruise, he don't got to cross paths with James Bond. He ain't got to be the student of James Bond. He ain't got to be even in no goddamn same mission as James Bond. And he travels around the world all the time as an espionage agent. He does his own thing in his own organization, in his own fucking movie franchise, with his own goddamn storylines. He don't need no goddamn James Bond. So why do black people think that they need some goddamn James Bond? Let Idris Elba play something else. I don't even think he would play it good, but that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? Answer is no. I don't think so. Fuck
yeah, so I think Chadwick Boseman is 6 feet tall.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Robert Brown. Nick Fury is white. That's what I was saying. Good shit, bro. That's what I was thinking of. And they made that white. So I'm not worried. It's not a thing about black and white and nationality. That's why I made that point. Because it's been done. We've seen people who was really female who, like I said, Stormfront was a man in the comics and he was recast as a female in the show and it worked. I wasn't tripping. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the Me Too movement and feminism and all that stuff. But if it works and you can make it work in the storyline, make it happen. But it wasn't no clamoring of, we need a female Stormfront. She needs to be a woman. Where's the representation? It happened, and it was like, oh, okay, there you go. Same thing with A-Train. A-Train is white in the comic books, but in the TV show The Boys, he's black. So what?
It's more organic when it comes across like that. When they just do it because they want to put out their creativity and they feel like that character, that actor fits that role, it works better than when it comes across as a bunch of people crying and getting what they want.
Right. And look at what Rob put in the RB put in the chat. He said, "Yep. So does Jason Bourne. No need to do a crossover or be included." They was like, you know what? We need some new shit. We want to have our own secret. We're gonna have a cool story. Yep. Jason Bourne, the Bourne Identity, and they had a whole successful franchise off of it. Stop trying to do what other people are doing. Do your own shit. You got motherfucking directors out here in Hollywood. You got black writers out here in Hollywood. And they've been out there for a long time. And guess what? Tyler Perry just got this new big ass playpen for you actors to play in on all that property where he has that big ass movie studio. So go in there, get with Tyler Perry, get your black ass over there in with a pen and a paper or a laptop or however y'all motherfuckers write, and come up with some creative content. Get you a black ass director, male or female, and get in there and get your ass to work. Stop trying to be like, hey, I want to be in your club. I want to be in your. That's that Malcolm X shit he used to talk about. Why the fuck are you niggas over there trying to sit at their lunch counter instead of trying to get your own goddamn bakery?
Hey,
fuck out of here, man.
Tank,
oh, my bad. I'll be rapping. Go ahead. Let me mute my mic. Go ahead, brother.
Have you seen the movie Six Underground?
You said what's it called?
Six Underground.
I don't think so. It don't sound familiar. It don't sound familiar.
Well, it's a good ass movie, but it has a mixture of characters and it's full of action. Just look it up, and then we'll talk about it later. Because once you see it, you'll be like, damn, it's action start to finish.
Put it in the private chat too, so I can see how to spell it and all that kind of stuff. Well, it's like growing up, you know, it was one of my grandfather, right? My grandfather, my daddy's daddy. He before he passed, when I was a kid and I used to go down to Louisiana and visit him. I was in the films, he's in the films, right? But his favorite film genre is westerns. He loved that old cowboy shit, right? Well, guess what? So I started watching westerns and shit. So now one of my favorite genres outside of espionage and organized crime is westerns. I love westerns. A good western is good with me if I see a good one. And guess what? I love me some goddamn Young Guns. Young Guns Part 1 and Young Guns Part 2 was brilliant to me because I was like, hey, I remember reading that as a kid in an encyclopedia who Billy the Kid was, right? William H. Bonney. I know who William H. Bonney is. That's Billy the Kid. Oh, I know who you know what I'm saying? I knew all these characters. Pat Garrett and all these guys, right? So I watched that shit growing. I was like, man, this is dope. Now at one point in time did I say, hey, you need to have a black Billy the Kid, even though he's a real character. I understand that. But you know what they did? Mario Van Peebles was like, you know what? A quarter of all the goddamn cowboys was black. Let's do our own goddamn black western. It's gonna be called Posse. And Posse, I love Posse, same way I love goddamn Young Guns.
I like Rosewood, you know. Like,
but that was different, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I know what you mean.
But it's still,
Rosewood took a place the period of time, but it wasn't like necessarily about cowboys. But
it was still black men mounting up and riding.
Right. The concept of it, yeah.
What part of Louisiana your grandfather and your family from?
Minden.
Okay, up by Monroe and Ruston and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was up. I just wanted. I've been hearing you say that. I just wanted that.
Six Underground. Okay. Damn. Now it seems familiar. Now that I see, I'm looking at it and I'm reading the number 6. Why does that sound familiar all of a sudden?
They
came
got
out years ago, huh?
The dude that played, not the dude that played Ant-Man, the dude that played who did he play? He played one of the fucking it's Ant-Man and there's Ant-Man, Spider-Man. He played one of the fucking guys in the what you call it. He was like this millionaire that put together his own team of like mercenary
Kingsman.
agents that
Nah, I know you're talking about. You're talking. It's like he put together his own group. What's the guy's name? Damn, I can't think of his name either. It's on the tip of my tongue. But he played. He didn't play in Ant-Man. He played in He played not Daredevil. He played
I think it
what's the
is
other motherfucker in
Daredevil.
red? No. The other motherfucker in red. Deadpool.
Deadpool.
He played
Yeah,
Deadpool and
yeah,
Green Lantern. He played
yeah,
Deadpool and Green Lantern. Ryan Reynolds.
yes,
Okay, that's why that should sound familiar. Okay. I
yeah.
never watched it, but I remember the trailer and I remember the concept and all
What's the
that,
name
but
of the movie?
I gotta watch it. Six Underground
That shit's
with
good
Ryan
as
Reynolds.
like it's a bunch of fucking action from start to finish.
Okay, I'm gonna say he kind of silly with his the way he act, but I gotta see how he is in that movie. You know what I'm saying? Everything is different. Sometimes actors, you know what I'm saying, they change it up every now and then. Um, but yeah, man, I can't do it with this. I would love to see um, somebody who's can do the physical action and pull off the suave role in terms of get the guy that can get the girl at the end and look dope when they get dressed up in the suit. You know what I'm saying? Like a real player when players meet, as Brother Kyle always says. Drive a fast car, shoot the gun. I'm with it, but it don't have to be James Bond. Get your own shit. It's a lot of creative motherfuckers out here. Get creative and stop clamoring for. And that's probably I'm not throwing this out there because I don't know for a fact. All right, just me talking. All right, as Dave Chappelle said, this is me talking now up here. It's just me up here talking. All right, I'm thinking that Idris Elba as James Bond shit came from some damn woman. I'm just throwing it out there. I think that came from some females like, oh, he would be a dope James Bond, and somebody just went off with it, and then it became its own wildfire. I don't know if it started from him. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't know. This is me talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he expressed interest or somebody brought it to him and he was like, oh yeah, sure. Why not? You know what I mean? I don't even know his response to being in James Bond. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't doubt if it was, some woman found out, oh, he's British. He should play James Bond. Isn't James Bond from over there somewhere? UK and shit? Yeah.
Hey, I gotta ask y'all. What's going on, JT? Hey, I gotta ask y'all this. How do y'all feel about all the actors across the water getting all the roles to play Americans?
I don't really have no feeling about it because when I watch a movie, if a movie's good,
Right.
it's all good for me. Beyond that, as far as are they getting paid less to do it? Are they cutting American actors off by doing so, or something like that? But beyond that, I mean, it's about talent. It's about talent, And if we producing the talent, then it will show itself. Not only that, the only thing that I could see about that is if the roles are being selected by people that are looking at people that are more accepting to certain cultural ideas, like it's been like we were talking about last night and stuff like that. Is that why some of these people are not being selected in some of these roles? Like, you never know. Hollywood has its own like code, its own selection process. Like, you don't know what these people, who they know, what kind of code they're going by to actually get these roles. So I don't know. I just watch what movies appeal to me and just keep moving from there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm 100% in the same boat. Um, if you can act, get the job. If you can't, you won't get the job. But if there's something that's going on behind the scenes where it's a political thing that comes out, then that's a different story. But what people don't understand is that they say, all right, I'm just going by research that I've had and come across this in my research, is they say that in the UK, the style that they act, that they are more refined actors. You know what I'm saying? So they are equipped to have to audition for the roles, and if they get the roles, then they get the roles. You know what I mean? I can't think of any quote unquote American African or American black or foundational black American who I would just think that would play a better Stringer Bell than Idris Elba. Stringer Bell is Idris Elba to me. I can't picture somebody else playing him because they were born and raised in an American city. When I watch The Wire, I see Stringer Bell as a motherfucking nigga from Baltimore who was out there doing the best he could with what he had. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes the role and the character doesn't resonate, like with Snowfall. The actor that play I forgot, it's something else. Idris, that Idris, the other Idris, he don't resonate with me when I see him playing Franklin. That's just something that it's like that. The guy who plays Wakabi, who played in Get Out, uh, Daniel Kaluuya, is that him? You know, hey, if you can get the job done, get the job done. Get Out was a great movie. I didn't look at him like, hey man, you're from over here. You're not from over there. You know, Pita Nyong'o. If she wants to play a particular actress, she's born in Mexico, right? So technically, ain't she Mexican? The way things work now is you are where you're born at, right? So she's Mexican, but she's black enough. You know what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck about none of that. That's just something political going on. They saying, "Oh, these niggas over here ain't good enough to do that and the other." You know what I mean? They casted it. People had issues that they casted Harriet Tubman the way they did it. But you know what I'm saying? If some of y'all sisters in the states didn't get the role, or you felt that you got done dirty, come out with why. Come out with what happened behind the scenes with the situation. What did you hear? What did your agent tell you that we don't know in the general public? But until then, you know what I'm saying, I got to go by what it is. Let me ask y'all this in the chat and on the panel. Did y'all watch the movie Concussion with Will Smith?
I don't. It's familiar. I remember the trailers, but I don't think I did.
What about you, Kyle? If you can talk,
I seen a little bit of it. Answer this question, y'all.
Hold on. Let me hold on to that though. I'm gonna touch on it because it's important.
Okay, go ahead.
When you watch Concussion, Will Smith is playing a Nigerian. Motherfuckers got a problem with that?
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? When you watch Coming to America, Eddie Murphy, he's from Brooklyn. He's playing a guy that's from Africa. Y'all motherfuckers got a problem with that? Chadwick Boseman played somebody that's from Africa. Y'all motherfuckers got a problem with that? Shut the fuck up.
Hey, so when you brought up a point earlier, you said they say the style of acting is more refined, and
that's what they say.
Yeah, that's what you said. That what to say, and I started to think about it and compare. In my head, I compared Michael B. Jordan's roles and the young man that played in Get Out, and I was thinking like how deep his emotion was that he showed in Get Out, and the range that he showed getting into that character. And I was like, damn, maybe they have some validity, and like just the facial expressions to like, yeah. And I think about Michael B. Jordan. I'm like, do I get all that from him when he's acting in these roles? Or does he just gives me a good rendition of himself in a role? And then I thought about like what was the movie him and Jamie Foxx played in?
Who and Jamie Foxx?
Michael B. Jordan.
I don't know. What movie they playing?
Fuck. Jamie Foxx was locked up and on some charges.
When he's the lawyer. Okay, go ahead. I know what you're talking about.
It was like, damn. Well, Michael B. did show some different range.
Yeah, I'm different because I remember him. Yeah, you watched The Wire, right? You remember him from The Wire?
I didn't completely watch The Wire, but I do. I did watch some.
My Michael B. Jordan thing is different because
you got to go back.
I have seen the range.
Watch that.
When I don't know if I was in high school or whatever the case may be. Before my grandmother passed, I would spend time with my grandmother or whatnot. Sometimes drive out there to Avalon Gardens and spend time with my grandmother. During the day, she'd be watching the soap operas. One of the soap operas she watched was All My Children. That's when I started first seeing Michael B. Jordan. I was like, oh, at least they got a goddamn nigga. I was saying, I didn't say this to my grandma. I was thinking in my mind, at least they got a goddamn nigga on the goddamn show. Damn, okay. And he was a nigga on the show, on the soap opera. Michael B. Jordan was a black kid in this white world, and amongst these rich white people on the show. And then later on, I seen The Wire, and he was around the same age as he was, but his character on that soap opera and his character on The Wire is totally different. Later on, years later, when he played in Fruitvale Station as Oscar Grant, that portrayal was way different than it was on Wallace on The Wire. Fast forward to Creed, you know what I'm saying? So I was already aware of the nuances that he can do and the range that he has as an actor. So my Michael B. Jordan introduction of him and knowing how he get down is a little bit different. But Kyle had a question before he got to step off. My bad. No. Let me answer Robert real quick in the chat. No, I'm not a fan of Damson Idris, and that's probably why I'm not a fan of the Snowfall show, because he's the lead character. You know what I mean? No shade to the brother, do your thing, but I'm just not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not a fan of his portrayal or anything like that of what he do. So I wouldn't be particularly fond of him being Black Panther, because I have my mind made up. I'm not wishy-washy like, oh well, this guy is that guy. In my mind, I wanted, when I first heard that they was going to do a Black Panther, the first name that popped in my mind is the only name that's been in my mind since they said it, and that's Michael Jai White. I already had the whole cast in my head. I was like, Michael Jai White could play King T'Challa. They could bring in and honor, since they don't want to do Blade again and they don't want to do it with Wesley Snipes. They can have Wesley Snipes play Scion, his uncle, who was the Black Panther prior to. And then when the movie came out, I was like, oh, they did when Civil War came out, like they did a whole different thing. Black Panther King T'Challa wasn't no grown up when his dad died. His dad died while he was still a kid. You know, so me knowing all these different backstories in the comic books and the actual stories, I was like, they doing a little extra shit. It was the guy that's his uncle in the movie Black Panther ain't even a real character. Go ahead.
And then still now, if you think about it, like Wakanda Forever could be the backstory, and you could still have that type of presence there with Wesley Snipes playing the uncle and Killmore being like, like the mixture of the backstory and the present day, and have it come to fruition, kind of like you were saying. But it's like, how would you tell the story? Because I'm like you, I saw Michael Jai White in that role. That's why I didn't even question anything else. When you said that, I was like, that's it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly who I was thinking should have played that role.
He the only nigga that I know that could walk up to a motherfucker and I'd be like, y'all better sit your ass the fuck down for that nigga kicking your neck. Y'all keep playing.
He has
goddamn Wakanda, no martial arts that y'all ain't even heard of and shit.
Yeah, he has the presence.
He has the presence. He walk into a motherfucker with that perfect posture that nigga got and shit. You know what I'm saying? You think that nigga had a crown, supposed to have a crown on his head. That nigga Michael Jai White walk in that motherfucking room upright. You goddamn right y'all better do what the king says. I think they should do a multiverse type shit and just bring him in like that and be like, oh, look, our King T'Challa went missing or whatever the fuck may be, but thanks to Doctor Strange and the multiverse and WandaVision playing with this the Darkhold book, we went and got the T'Challa from over here in this other realm where he lost, Wakanda was lost to
and bring the uncle in and bring both like roles. Wesley Snipes.
What's my man's name? Damn. The Submariner. What's the Submariner's name? Start with an N. Namor. You know what I'm saying? Be like, oh, Namor conquered Wakanda in this other universe. So Wakanda is now at the bottom of the ocean with Atlantis. And so T'Challa lost everything. He's the last. And then it makes sense. Okay, now you're going to bring him into this reality over here with no Chadwick Boseman. And now he can run Wakanda and make sure that what happened before in his reality, in his dimension of Earth, doesn't happen over here in the main cinematic universe of Earth. And that explains why he looks different. That explains you can be like, hey, this other T'Challa went missing, because he does go missing or even kill them off. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you already goddamn disrespected them by killing them off in Infinity War. So shut the fuck up about trying to say that you are showing Chadwick Boseman and honoring him in Wakanda Forever and all this bullshit. I don't believe that because I know this true story. The truth is, Chadwick Boseman wasn't even going to do Black Panther 2. Let's get that out there on the table. Chadwick Boseman was about to not even do Black Panther 2 because they wouldn't even pay him. They wouldn't pay Ryan Coogler. They wouldn't even give them fucking credit for the goddamn $1 billion movie they put out. And so up until his death, there was rumored to be he wasn't even going to come in and do the role again. So that's why some people, not all people, not me. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying there's a report. There are rumors out there that some people who are considered conspiracy theorists believe that his death was not as random as it was. But we know he was sick and he had cancer. So that's why I say not me. I don't believe that. But some people are out there that do believe that.
Now, what about the guy that played the Mountain Tribe King that they tried to give the right to help bring him back in the first place?
Hold on, I was reading the
so
chat.
You said he wasn't gonna do. You said he wasn't gonna do Black Panther 2 for real?
No, he wasn't.
I see the thing. That's the thing, man. I know this real shit, man. These old cornball ass want to be. I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Wakanda Forever and do this old corny ass shit. Let me put the cross across my chest and do Wakanda Forever, all that corny bullshit. And you do it wrong because the actual salute is you got the left hand first, you stupid dummies. So stop. Anyways, but yeah, Kyle, he go type it up right now and Google that shit, nigga. Chadwick Boseman not doing Black Panther 2 and look at the shit that pops up. And look how Marvel was going to disrespect this nigga. Talking about they want to, we're going to honor Chadwick Boseman. Nigga, shut the fuck up. Y'all weren't even going to pay this nigga. Oh, but now he's dead. You're going to honor him. Fuck out of here.
They wanted to recast Michael B. Jordan, and he actually refused it. And then everybody refused it when once he died, and they wanted to. It was a disrespect because he wasn't even going to play the role because y'all wasn't going to treat everybody right. So everybody turned it down in honor of Chad Boswick is what really happened.
No, I don't believe that story either. I know what story you're talking about, but I don't believe that shit either. Because Michael B. Jordan already got a goddamn role. He don't have to be T'Challa. He can be. They can just say that Killmonger lived and T'Challa went and saved him. But they're still saying that they may do that and bring Killmonger back. But as
how they were talking about doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though. I'm talking about. I don't believe that he denied it and all that shit to honor him and all that other bullshit. What I'm saying is, they can still do the Killmonger angle. But as far as my issue is King T'Challa, I'm not worried about Black Panther. The issue is King T'Challa, the character of King T'Challa. See, they're making it about Black Panther and about the Wakanda. They're making it about, well, Shuri can be Black Panther. She does it in the comic books.
Well, see, that
Killmonger can be Black Panther.
You worried about T'Challa, but the movie is Black Panther. So since the movie is Black
Panther,
King T'Challa doesn't have to live on.
No, brother. That's not. If you go back to the beginning, go back to when he was cast. Black Panther is King T'Challa. That's the story.
I understand.
Shuri was Black Panther for a short period of time. She didn't become Black Panther and he did all that. That's not what happened. That's not what's going on. Black Panther is King T'Challa. And King T'Challa is Black Panther.
I get
the mantle is passed on from
Panther that has to go.
The mantle is passed on through men. It's the Father to the Son, to the Son, to the Son, from Father to Son, to Father to Son, Father to Son. Shuri only became a part-time because he disappeared for a period of time, but he came back and took his mantle back.
Therefore is why they were talking about passing it on to Killmonger.
Again,
Hello?
again, Eric Killmonger is what I'm saying. Eric Killmonger. What they're doing in the movies is they own little shit, and I got my issues with. That's why I said in the beginning. I'm not watching this shit. I'm not supporting this shit. If I see it, I'll be seeing it like some people allegedly saw the Andy Ruiz versus Areola fight. I'm not putting no backing behind this bullshit because I know what the real is. I know what's going on. I know what these agendas are. Right? They don't want a king, a black king, to be an image out here at the forefront. They'll have you. They don't mind you having a nigger panther, because that's what Eric Killmonger was. He's a nigger panther. He's not the Black Panther. He's a nigger panther. He's a nigger from Oakland.
Gotcha.
That came over to Wakanda, the bastard son of a Wakandan who lost his way and went to America and got Americanized and came back on some revenge type shit. They'll give you a nigger panther. They do not want you to have a regal bloodline person who knows the laws, statutes, and culture of his Wakandan people, which is King T'Challa. I cannot stress this fact enough. Black Panther is King T'Challa, and King T'Challa is Black Panther. Eric Killmonger does not marry Storm or Aurora Monroe.
When you say
the biggest wedding in the history of Marvel Comics was the union of one of the smartest and most powerful regal kings, which was T'Challa, marrying Aurora Monroe, which is Storm, one of the most powerful mutants in the goddamn X-Men lore of all the mutants.
When you say it in that capacity, I seen where you were coming from. But when you were just saying like it's King T'Challa, it was like, take me where you want, where you're going, just because it's the movie's called Black Panther. But when you say it in that capacity for what's visualized and what's given in the strength of the character, it's like, okay, I get you. I'm with you.
Right. You see what I'm saying now? You see what I'm saying now, though, right? That's King T'Challa's role. There are things that King T'Challa does that's okay. You know how in Avengers Endgame, spoiler alert for those of you who have not watched Avengers movies and are not caught up and have not watched Infinity War and Endgame. If you don't want to know what's going to happen, do not watch this part. Pause it, come back later, watch it later after you didn't watch the movie. Because I'm going to talk some spoiler talk right now. Now, in Avengers Endgame, they show everybody, they disrespect goddamn King T'Challa again, and they have him run around like a nigga with a football for a period of time. That's his only role in the goddamn movie. They killed him off in Infinity War. They bring him back to run around with the gauntlet like a football for a little bit before somebody knocks him up in the air with manipulating the earth, and Spider-Man or somebody got to come save the day and get the gauntlet, and eventually the gauntlet ends up in Iron Man's hand as he snaps, right? Well, a lot of people don't understand this or know this, but King T'Challa actually wielded the gauntlet with all the Infinity Stones in it in the comic books. He was worthy to do that. Didn't die. Didn't get fucked up. Didn't get radiation poison and all this other shit that happened to Tony Stark. All right. He can wield Mjolnir, which Captain America did. Right. Gotcha. King T'Challa is one of the most intelligent beings in the Marvel comic book universe. But you know who they gave his intelligence to in the movie? His little sister. Now she's the smartest. That's King T'Challa. King T'Challa is the smartest. What are y'all doing?
He actually was able to wield Thor's hand.
Yeah, you know how that's only for people that's worthy, right?
Yeah.
So this is what they're doing with the disrespect. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by the disrespect of the King T'Challa character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I have an issue with, we're not even going to recast him. What? when it got announced that the nigga who played James Brown the nigga who played Jackie Robinson is gonna play Black Panther, which is King T'Challa, not no Eric Killmonger. Eric Killmonger is a whole different character. They added that. They put that shit in the movie. Eric Killmonger is not Black Panther. All right, that's something they added to the motherfucking movie. Just like they gave his intelligence to Shuri. They hint at his intelligence by, you see that the suit that his dad wore and the suit that he wears in the beginning of the movie, he says, "This is my design." And as we see in one of the flashbacks, he was a kid when he designed it. Because you see his dad wearing it in one of the flashbacks, he has the suit on. And later on, he tells Shuri, "This is my design." Well, that's the same suit that his dad had. That lets you know that he is a highly intelligent motherfucker. But they don't play that up. They don't even touch on it anymore after they do that. She's like, "I upgraded it." That's obsolete. Look at what I did, dear brother. Sneakers. Colonizer. Not making fun of the character because it was a good character and it was funny and it was a good, cool rendition of Princess Shuri. But Princess Shuri is not the Black Panther. She was envious of King T'Challa.
I remember DB y'all talking about this and how they had Moon Girl was like the smartest of all.
She's one of them, but she's not the smartest. She's up there. But Moon Girl, if you Google right now, top smartest people in Marvel. The only reason they don't have Adam Brashear, he's supposed to be in there too. But the reason they don't have Adam Brashear, Blue Marvel on it is because he wasn't created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. He was created by a nigga named Kevin Graveau. If y'all don't know who Kevin Graveau is, he's a highly intelligent former student at Howard University. Big, huge, swole brother. Blackity black, as they call it. You know what I'm saying? Black, dark skin like myself and Wesley Snipes and how my nigga Charlie Murphy and Wesley Snipes say Rick James called them the Darkness Brothers. Kevin Graveau is one of the Darkness Brothers. He created Adam Brashear. He created this black Superman in Marvel Universe who was as smart as Reed Richards and Tony Stark and King T'Challa. He created that character, and he don't get no fucking love on this list. But if you Google the list from the smartest characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you'll see that T'Challa is above Shuri and Moon Girl.
Gotcha.
Man, they dropped the ball, man. I'm telling you, dude. Like you've been dropping jewels all night, and this shit crazy, man. They dropped the ball a few times, man. Hell, a lot.
Nigga, they dropped the ball from the get-go. That's what I'm trying to say. And I know I be getting long with it, and I know motherfuckers be like, "God damn, get to the point." But there's so much shit that they didn't done because they put him in 4 movies, and people don't understand. King T'Challa has been in 4 movies already, and they ain't did shit right by him, but in one, and the one that they did right by him was Captain America: Civil War. Wasn't even his goddamn movie. They're trying to trick the public. They're trying to tell the public, "Hey, we're going to honor Chadwick Boseman. We're going to do this for Chadwick Boseman. He did such an iconic job in Black Panther." But if you remember what happened when the movie came out, what was the critics saying? What were the movie goers saying? What were the people talking about the movie saying? They said the standout characters was Princess Shuri. They said it was Eric Killmonger. And then Chadwick Boseman. And that's if they didn't that's if they wasn't giving it to Lupita Nyong'o, and some people was giving it to Angela Bassett as the Queen Mother. But he wasn't even the star of his own movie after the movie when people was talking about the movie. They was like, he got overshadowed by Shuri. He got overshadowed by the performance of Michael B. Jordan and Eric Killmonger. Yep, you see, that's how we know Ryan Coogler was in charge. He put his guy from Fruitvale Station and Creed as the main character and the best character. He had the best lines in the movie. That's what was said out there when the movie came out. The niggas was like, I fuck with Killmonger. Killmonger was right. Killmonger. Wasn't nobody saying T'Challa. JT, Talk Sports with JT is in the chat. He can tell you that I'm the one that had to get him off the Killmonger talk and had to explain to him who T'Challa was in the movie and flush out the bullshit that they had by being like, look, remember this part when he did this? Remember the part when they did that? Remember when he did the flashback when he was a kid? And I had to piece together the fucking. And the movie was a great movie. I have did a semi review on it, and I never did go in depth in it because I was like, man, I don't want to tear this shit down. But Talk Sports with JT would tell y'all that when he and I talked, we talked for hours on the phone. I'd explain to him, look, I understand I understand what they did with the nigga Panther, Killmonger. They made him like that for a reason, and it was dope. But he was lawless. You know what I'm saying? The real hero was the real hero in King T'Challa, but he wasn't portrayed like that. All the best lines went to Michael B. Jordan. That's Ryan Coogler's guy. That's what you're supposed to do. You take care of your guys, right? Now after he passed, y'all want me to believe some other shit that didn't happen. When he was in his own movie, you overshadowed him with other characters. When you brought him back for Infinity War, which was filmed at the same time as Black Panther, you killed him off. Oh, now you want to respect him. He didn't do shit in the goddamn biggest movies that y'all had. Y'all did all this build up for 20 fucking movies and to come up with Avengers Endgame and Avengers Infinity War, and he was barely in either fucking movie. And what the fuck did he do? He introduced Bucky. Hey, here's the White Wolf here. I give Bucky a new arm. He ran side by side with Captain America and jumped and fought the little dog things, little monsters, little aliens, right? But when it came time to fight Thanos, what happened? Got his ass whooped like everybody else. At least Captain America got a chance to hold his fucking hand and show his brute strength. But they don't remind you that in goddamn Captain America Civil War, as strong as Captain America is, he get to hold Thanos' hand from snatching him up. He get to keep the motherfucking helicopter from pulling off when Bucky is about to fly off. That's goddamn strong. But goddamn it, when he was fighting King T'Challa at the airport and he held his shield up, then King T'Challa pulled that bitch down. Like, nigga, you strong, but you ain't this strong. These are things that you won't fucking remember. These are things that, if I'm not telling you, you won't even fucking remember about. These are the little things. I'm trying to tell y'all, Black Panther is King T'Challa. He is not Shuri. He is not Eric Killmonger. He ain't some other motherfucker. T'Challa, T'Challa, T'Challa. That's why when I speak on it, I say T'Challa needs to be flushed out. T'Challa needs to be recast. They coming up with this scroll thing with Avengers, with the Secret Invasion, right? Let me tell y'all something. Y'all know scrolls can change and shapeshift, right? Do you know there was a plot for Wakanda for the scrolls to invade Wakanda? You know how it got stopped? Because T'Challa has another power that they haven't even touched on yet, and they call him the King of the Dead. He can see through the souls of a motherfucker. So he was able to see that they was playing him the whole time while he was letting them get their plan out as he came up with a plan to stop these goddamn scrolls. But he knew all the time that they wasn't even fucking Wakandans and they was goddamn infiltrators disguising themselves as human beings because he see that their soul wasn't right. King T'Challa is Black Panther.
Yeah, man.
I love Eric Killmonger's character.
You dropping jewels.
Talk Sports JT? Huh?
I said you dropping jewels, my boy.
Man, and I love Eric Killmonger's character. I do. You know what I'm saying? Because there's aspects of him that was right. You said what?
Eli had dropped off or he had to go?
Let me check if he put anything in the private chat that he probably be back. But let me just get in this chat real quick. Blah, 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 blah. My bad. I be over here going on a rant, y'all. Yes. Robert Brown said. You know what I'm saying? He said, oh, okay, my bad. Oh, that's another thing. He said, hold on, let me go back up. Where's that at? Where's that comment at? Excuse me. Fantastic Four, X-Men. Yeah, they can do a multiverse thing, especially the snap they've got to bring in Fantastic Four and X-Men. The first time you hear of Black Panther or see Black Panther in comic books is with the Fantastic Four. And he whoops all their asses. He beat up the entire Fantastic Four, with Reed Richards being the smartest motherfucker they got in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. King T'Challa is one of the smartest characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Not only did he kick their ass, but he matched the wits and was able to beat their ass while outwitting them and out strategizing them, right? But they can't do that now if you got to get rid of the character and you don't recast him. We'll never know how dope and smart he is if you don't get the chance to match wits with Tony Stark. They never did that, right? He didn't get a chance to match. He ain't gonna get a chance to match with Reed Richards, right? Because you ain't recasting them. What else he say? He say blah 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 blah. No, he wasn't gonna. He said he wasn't gonna do it. They tried to lowball him and Cooler. Exactly. So I was saying. He said if they do the multiverse thing and bring in another Black Panther, it sets up the whole Secret War stuff. Exactly. And the Illuminati group. When they cross over and they bring in all these guys for Illuminati, which they may do. Guess what? Black Panther was King T'Challa. They had him in Wakanda. He was one of the honorary members of that, without being an official member. He said T'Challa was a real deal. They lessened his role at every step. Exactly. They recast everyone else with no problem. That's what I'm saying. They about to recast Blade. Remember War Machine? They recast War Machine. So if Terrence Howard had died, are they never going to have Rhodey? You know what I'm saying? In the Marvel universe, Blue Marvel, T'Challa, Shuri, Moon Girl are among the smartest. Yep. Tops over Reed Richards, Iron Man, and Hulk. You know what I'm saying? They are all peers. And Kevin Graveau, he wrote Adam Brashear's Blue Marvel character for the sole purpose of being able to have a seat at the table with the smartest motherfuckers in the entire universe. That's why they don't rank him in the ranking. I say go Google him. But if you go and get in there and Google how smart is Adam Brashear compared to everybody else, you'll probably find it that way. RB said that's facts. They even said that T'Challa was the weakest part of the movie. I'm telling you. Also, not to mention the Queen Mother wasn't even his birth mother in the comics. And I think they haven't touched on it yet, but I think in the movies they still gonna point out that Ramonda's not his biological mother. She just loved him as his biological mother. That's facts. Talk Sports with JT said, I still remember. I still like Eric Killmonger. If I spelled it right, yeah. I love Eric Killmonger too. I still do, but my thing was like when people coming away from, because we are dealing with it from a perspective of it was niggas seeing Black Panther, so we was like, yeah, we Eric Killmonger represents us. You know what I'm saying? We over here are the people who are adversely affected by the transatlantic slave trade. He's trying to fight for us, and he was raised amongst us. But you know, when you're a person that understands culture, history, and things like that, and you understand like even like the Israelite customs and the culture, you understand that there's a certain hierarchy, a way of being regal. You know, we are kings and kings, queens, priests, and things like that. You'll understand that, okay, King T'Challa, he was going on his custom, and he was about, his business was to protect his people, right there, his immediate people were in his kingdom. And he was wrong because at first, because he didn't have all the information. He wasn't wrong because he was just wrong. He didn't know that his dad did what he did. He didn't know that his uncle was doing what he was doing. He didn't know that there was a bastard son out there somewhere and this was going on. Because if you remember, by the end of the movie, he's agreeing with Eric Killmonger in terms of helping the people that's spread throughout the world. And so he starts to set up centers. Now, somebody will argue, well, that's the whole world. He didn't say that for just Black people. Well, guess what? We scattered throughout the whole world. When they showed the center that he builds and sets up for Shuri to run, that motherfucker wasn't in San Francisco. It was in Oakland. Where the niggas be at? Robert Brown says, exactly, Tank. He went to Necropolis, City of the Dead. Exactly. Necropolis, City of the Dead. That's how he became King of the Dead.
Hey, if you didn't tell me that all this stuff, I would have never known they dropped the ball on Black Panther as much as they did.
Hey, for real.
Nigga.
For real.
Bro. JT said, what do you say? You say, I need Terrence Howard to get put out jail so there can be a Hustle and Flow too. You know, the dude that did Hustle and Flow is the dude that did the new Coming to America and Dolomite Is My Name. You know what I'm saying? That's a little fun fact. RB said, I got to slide out, bro. Oh, appreciate you all morning, brother. He said, appreciate the cook tank. Wish I could have jumped on, but this overtime third shift. Shout out to the third shift. Tried to hold it down in the chat though. You didn't try to hold nothing down in the chat, brother. You was over here, Kobe Bryant, with it.
A damn show did it.
You
Damn show
didn't try
did
to
it.
hold nothing down, brother. Peace to you.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm about to
You
slide
did
out
that,
too, man. But
RB.
I appreciate. Look, I got up at 3:00 this morning. When usually when y'all just starting the show, I'll be getting my stuff together and I'll be sliding out down the road, and y'all get me through my whole little route. Cause I go for 4 hours a day. I go out and I go run a little route and make a little extra money. And I was like, shit, that shit just for the last few days. Y'all done got me through my whole fucking little route, man. So I appreciate you, Tank, on all the jewels you dropped from shit, from whether it was boxing or politics or just cultural or movies, like shit from A to B, from A to Z. You covered it. You covered it today, man. As always, yeah. I salute you,
Yes,
Morning.
brother.
brother. I forgot to change my name back because I told him I said I had to step in the phone booth and change my name and my avatar and shit to deal with boxing. And then my brother Kyle come in with the quick curveball on him, throw that slider in there, and I forgot to change my name and my icon back to to Tank the TV and Movie Maven, brother.
Most
You
definitely,
know what I'm
most
saying? To get
definitely.
that IETV movie talk, but it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all come from the same place. You know what I mean? I just had that. I've done a lot of this is my thing. I'm very much so into filmmaking. Um, so I love continuity, stories, and things like that. I pay attention to the story. The visuals are great and things like that. But I'm that nigga that when he listen to music, I listen to the lyrics. I can listen to lyrics a cappella. The beat's cool. Some people are beat people. Some people are like me. I listen to the whole overall thing. Let me hear. Let me hear what the rapper and artist did with the beat, not just the beat. Um, I need to get, we're gonna have to get with Fred somehow, brother, or whoever knows how to do the linking. So I mean, I really do need to start linking it with my channel if I'm gonna be up this late, going in this long. I know my brother. I can hear my brother JT
How you doing?
thoughts over here talking about you should have been live on your channel if you're gonna be up all night doing it. But there's a way to link it up so we can get me and Kyle the same views if I'm ever able to hold it down uh, in the middle of the night. But I'm gonna figure that shit out. We gonna end up doing that one of these days because these just things just be interesting me. And if I'm up late and I know people on the third shift don't want to fall asleep at work and be bored on their routes and things like that, if I'm up and I'm like I did today, I had to bake the coffee last night because I knew Kyle was gonna go in on his TV and movie talk because we know we do this movie Monday and now we're gonna do Wire Wednesdays. So y'all know y'all gotta tune in. Um, we're gonna come up with some hot stuff because
Dude, that work.
I love the way Kyle think he's an innovative brother. You know what I'm saying? Much like the brother K Ho, Black Fight fan, when he comes up with certain concepts. I really rock with the brother. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes, that dude is a hard working motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Black Fight fan, he coming up with idea after idea and creativity after creativity, creative ideas, and Kyle's the same way. You know what I'm saying? He's ever evolving in his approach to how he presents his platform, and I want to be the same way in regards to being inspired by people that you know what I'm saying, that I respect. You know what I mean? Like I always say, I don't compete with my brothers. You know what I'm saying? I get inspired by my brothers. Um, you know, I'm not like that. You know what I'm saying? When you compete with a motherfucker, that means you want to win. You want to beat them. You know what I mean? And that's been too much. That's kind of a part of a hindrance to if you really think about it,
How you doing?
for us as black people, we have fallen into line to competing with each other instead of competing with each other.
Hey, Big Tank.
The real would understand what I just said. We compete against each other instead of competing with each other. You understand what I'm saying? We should be inspiring each other to get this shit done. What you about to say, Kyle?
So I'm online right now, right? And I'm looking at the black writers. I mean, the writers. There's only really one black writer as far as they got this list where it says favorite writers. There's only one black writer. His name is Christopher Pierce.
And what's the list again? I forgot. I didn't hear what you said. You said I was looking at the
Favorite
chat.
writer.
Favorite writers, like screenwriters.
For comic books.
Oh, comic books. Oh, Christopher. You know, Chris. They're not. You said Christopher Priest, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You remember I brought him up earlier?
Yeah.
Or was you listening? Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So my favorite rendition of the comic book of T'Challa was the Christopher Priest run. When Christopher Priest took over the comic book stories of King T'Challa, that's when it really popped. You know what I mean? I was gonna say Kevin Bacon, Jack Kirby, and Sam. What's the name? What's the dude? The old dude? Damn, my bad. I know people gonna be like, "Tank, goddamn, how tired are you?" Stan Lee. When they was doing when they came up with the Black Panther character, the Black Panther wasn't who the Black Panther is now in the comic book stories and in lore. It wasn't until motherfuckers like Christopher Priest and Ta-Nehisi Coates got involved, and there's some other guys that got in, but the what we see now in the rendition is more aligned because of what Christopher Priest did and T'Challa, Ta-Nehisi Coates did with the character and the storylines and the other what you would call background characters, introducing the Dora Milaje into the storyline, introducing the high tech aspects and going into the in depth of the tech that they have in Wakanda and what they actually do with that vibranium. You know, that came in later on. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all. Some of y'all don't know that, but I know a motherfucker like Jesus Hernandez was teasing me and shit, talking about I'm an encyclopedia and shit. I have I have what you would call a wide range of interest. I remember I jumped to somebody panel the other day. I think it was D Style Boxing or something like that. He was talking about professional wrestling. I jumped in that movie like, "Is that the Sweet Science Examiner?" I got a wide range of interests, people.
Hey, DC has a lot of black writers, bro.
Yeah, DC was getting it in, and they got some some interesting black characters too. They just Marvel is where it's at right now. Marvel is doing the damn thing. You know what I mean? But DC got some interesting characters. You know what I'm saying? Bronze Tiger and a bunch of other ones too.
So they got so number one for the black writers, it's in artists, but Matt Baker, Dwayne McDuffie. They say he died. Dang. Yes, it's close.
Talking sports with JT, you funny, bro. He said, man, y'all are a dope duo. Must be talking about that brother Kyle. I'm just a wingman and
do what
shit.
we can, man.
He said,
Wednesday is gonna be crazy when we get.
Man, especially once we get to hang out and get to know where we're going with it. And I'm telling you, bro, that shit's gonna be dope, bro. Oh man. He said you are a walking Alexa, brother. Is that shit? Is that like I was gonna say Siri. Is that like Siri or something like that? But for like, I heard that before. Alexa, right? They be having that commercials and shit. I be hearing them bitches in the background. Alexa, is like Siri, right? For Android, I guess. I think it said a walking Alexa.
Hey, Tank. Did you know Tyrese had a Did you know he had a comic book out?
Oh yeah, it start with a V. What's it called again?
Mayhem.
Oh, Mayhem. Yeah. But it's what's the comic? What is the what you call it? The comic that it's on. But yeah, Mayhem. And what's his name? Wesley Snipes is gonna come out with one based off of Talent of God, the book, the novel that he wrote. That shit, if you read that shit's like a movie, bro. But yeah, Mayhem, he do got the Mayhem series. What am I thinking about with the V? What am I thinking about with the V that Tyrese came out with at the time? Oh, I can't remember at the moment. He said, JT said, you and Kyle got something going on. Plus, y'all both have dope individual platforms. Yeah, man, Kyle. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got to give. The reason I say I'm his wingman and shit. I be fucking around. I know Kyle and JT and other people. They hit me on the slide and be like, you know what I'm saying? Give yourself credit where your credit is due for what you do and how you do whatever you do and whatnot. But I ought to be honest. Kyle hit me up some months ago, long time ago, before he even started the boxing section, and suggested, he hit me up on the gram, I believe, and was like, we need to do a show together. So he's the one that spotted that shit out before anything. So that's why when he first started the boxing section, I was trying to jump on, you know what I'm saying, as often as I was able to, or when I was up late or anything like that. If I wasn't working on doing something myself, I started jumping on the shit to support him, because he reached out to me months ago. I could probably look that shit up, but he reached out to me. He was like, man, I think we could do some dope shit, man. We need to get on, do some shows together. So that I credit that to Kyle, because I wasn't even thinking, like, you know what I'm saying, doing nothing like that. But you know, his creativity, when I start to see how he rolled, you know, he jumping on in the barbershop a lot. He's a part of the show to me. You know what I'm saying? He's a part of the show to me. If I don't see Kyle in the barbershop, I think something, you know, I probably have to reach out to my brother. Hey, Kyle, you good? You all right? Hit my nigga on the slide or some shit. You know what I'm saying? But the more and more I seen how he roll, and you know, very family oriented, got his own perspective on things. And you know, JT, you already know how I am, nigga. I respect intelligence, and the brother that's doing his own thing. You know what I'm saying? And he throw it from the gut. You know what I'm saying? He got his own style. We got things that we have similar interests in, and we got things that we are on different aspects of, but it all comes together, because at the end of the day, I ain't gonna never give nobody the satisfaction of thinking that they gonna be like, well, Kyle said this, what you said. Well, I'm gonna always say, well, Kyle's right on what Kyle said, because Kyle explained what he said. But Tank gonna be like this, and Tank feel like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I did with H Money today. Last night, I told everybody, you go follow H Money. I'm about to counter his thing with my own perspective, but you know, still support the brother. You know what I mean? Because Tank thinks the way Tank thinks. I have my own experiences. I have my own things that I researched. I have my own perspective of the world and the information that I digest and the things that I see. Same thing with Reggie Owens. People was like, man, I fuck with you. You know, I fuck with you and Reggie Owens. Y'all niggas be a unique tandem when y'all do your book reads and talk about this or talk about that.
Man, y'all ain't did one of them in a minute though.
Yeah, you know, we it's been like we got to get the same books. It's like different things. You know what I mean? Same books, same time period. You know what I mean? A lot of times where he, you know, I've been trying to do my part to hold on real quick. I've been trying to do my part and be available in these late night streams, because I look at everybody's replays and shit. So I was like, damn, Cinto's been holding it down. I give my brother some kind of break, you know what I mean? So I was like, man, next week, I'll plan this shit. I'll be like, man, next week I'm gonna try to, you know, get some naps during the day, get some of my editing done, and write my ideas down over here at this time of the day, and then make me I'm over here turning into I'm gonna say goddamn. I'm turning into my beloved father, my dad, and drinking coffee and shit now. Trying to stay up all night and hold it down. You know what I mean? But I keep going back to it. Because part of this is just me saying it out loud, so I can remember. I'm telling myself I need to learn how to do the co-streaming when I'm up, because even though I'm holding it down for the boxing section, I gotta always remind myself, like my brother JT always slide in, and Larry Wright, who LWO slides in and reminds me constantly You got your own platform to build too, Tank. You got dope ideas too. Hold on, let me take this chat real quick. You and Kyle got something going on. Plus, y'all both have dope individual platforms. Salute. Eli Zachary's back. He said, this has definitely become another of my most frequent platforms. I must salute Kyle and Tank. We salute you too, King. Salute you too, brother. JT, Talk Sports with JT. He says, videos will be dropping soon on my platform, soon for my daily baseball picks. Be on the lookout. I don't know if you got a wrench because I'm not even looking on the YouTube chat. I don't know if you got a wrench yet.
Let me see.
JT. But when you get your shit, Kyle is not. He uses his
one
platform to
right
build
now.
other
I thought I gave
motherfuckers
one
up.
already.
So he'll let you put that link in the chat.
Tell him to drop that link in the chat.
Yeah, he'll tell you when your shit is ready. He's gonna be like, drop it in the chat. It's gonna be that simple. You know what I'm saying? He come from that whole same school, like, you know what I'm saying? What I was talking about, we need to compete with each other, not against each other. Add to the t-shirt and let me know how we do. You know what I'm saying? Because my brother Johnny is T's 1982 and he do them shirts. You know what I'm saying? We need to compete with each other.
Next week I should be the week after next. I'm gonna ship after this Myrtle Beach trip. I'm gonna try to get these shirts shipped out. Start shipping the shirts out.
Oh yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. I'm gonna definitely do my part, take my little camera photos and do my thing. Eli Zachary says Reggie Owens really got me started jumping on these lives. He's always on the current events.
Dude, Reggie Owens, man, he got one of the best platforms, man. He talks about everything. Although it says boxing conversations, man, it's crazy.
There's no limit. There's no limit like motherfucking Master P. Let's jump on and get going. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and everybody know, like JT, no, I'm not even with the lives. You know what I'm saying? This is new to me. I'm over here damn near getting out of my element, going on boxing conversations with Reggie Owens, coming on Kyle's platform in the boxing section, being on H Money Boxing. I've only been on there one. I need to get on there a little bit more often. But it all started with really calling in with Champside. Getting used to hearing my own voice, in a live setting, because I'm not even with my whole thing is I have so much stuff that I have in my mind that Champside said it best. He said, I'm afraid of what I might say. You know what I mean? I use so many words of talking, I get long-winded because I got to talk around certain things. I can even really go in the way I really want to go in. When I talk to my brother JT, offline, he got like, goddamn nigga, and I'll be like, hey brother, I can't be going live all the time because I'm gonna fuck around and say some of this shit live. You know what I mean? Fuck around, put a target on the nigga.
Hey Tank, there's a difference between Static Shock and Static, or is it the same person?
In DC, man, I forget. I think Static Shock that's the kid, right, with the dreads. Shock is the kid, right?
Now it's a girl.
It's a girl. Is it a girl?
Yeah, they switched.
It was a young kid though, right? They got they got the dreads on them, on her.
Man, I need to shoot because I'm looking at it on a computer, but this is the I'm gonna put the name of the website in the chat. That's the name of the. Yeah, that's the name of the website right there. What's going on, big dog?
I don't know, brother. I think I don't know. They changed it to a girl, but Static Shock used to be a guy, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I gotta mute my mic.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't know. It looks like it's a girl. It looked like it got like a lot of girl features. So
You gotta read. You gotta go onto like a website and check it, like Google, and
Yeah.
it'll tell you like a little synopsis of who the character is, and it's either gonna say he or she. It can't be both. So I guess it could be in 2021. Huh? Hold on, let me mute my mic. I gotta get something done. I ain't gonna lie, Kyle. You had me go on one, dog. When you said that Black Panther part, you said that King T'Challa thing. I was like, man, I've been dealing with this online. I've been on Instagram. I didn't tag Chadwick. I mean, not Chadwick, but I didn't tag the hit up Michael Jai White, and I understand they don't want. Nobody wants to disrespect Chadwick Boseman by saying I'll do it. You know what I mean? Because there's fans out there that are believing this Marvel crap, this Marvel narrative that they're pushing out there, that it'd be disrespectful to recast the role. So nobody's gonna step up and say, "Well, I'll do it." You know what I'm saying? That brother was like, when you go look at the interviews, he was like, "I'm honored to bring this character to life." It wasn't about uh him embodying the role or anything like that. It was like, okay, the dude that plays James Brown and Jackie Robinson is gonna do it. A lot of people didn't even know that he trained with Maurice Crump. Beast martial artist. Beast. One of my favorite martial artists. If you ever go look up Maurice Crump.
Man, dude, you know what I'm mad about? I don't know if you watched this show or not, but it was one of my favorite shows, Black Lightning.
I didn't watch it. I heard good things about it, all good things about it. But I never watched it. And they did the crossover and put him in the same Arrowverse. But yeah, I never watched it.
Man, the way they ended the show is just, I can't even watch the last
Oh, it's
season,
over?
man. Over for no reason.
I didn't even know it was over. Yeah, man, I didn't even know it was over.
Yeah, I thought it was a good show, but I guess not.
Yeah, I hold on real quick. Boom, bam. I had to transform in the booth again real quick. Damn, hold on real quick. Let's do this. Cause I don't really like the picture that I got for that yet. I gotta adjust it a little bit. Who I be. But I was gonna say, I was hearing about the soundtrack, the cast, some of the story, but I wasn't really up on the character of Black Lightning, even though I knew some of his powers and things like that. I didn't know where they was gonna go with the character on the show. I wasn't really that familiar with him. Um, the shows that I really like that I be on right now be like more adult content oriented in the superhero genre. For example, I came across, because I look at reactors on sometimes, um, and they have I kept seeing all these reactors responding to this new animated show called Invincible on Amazon Prime. I was like, damn, what is all this new Invincible? All the people who I look at TV and movie news, who have YouTube channels, so I can get some of my TV and movie news stuff that I've been talking about all night. So I don't only watch boxing platforms. I have, like I said, I have a wide range of interests. Believe me. And I kept seeing Invincible, so I ended up watching that. It's an adult cartoon with the superhero trope in there. But I watch. Have you watched The Boys yet on Amazon Prime?
Man, is it pig pork? Is it elephant heavy? Is water wet?
Man, you already know then. So, if there was a cartoon version of The Boys in terms of adult content and the graphic aspect of it, it is this show Invincible. It's only 8 episodes, and it was surprisingly good. And they got a
Hey,
nice
Tank,
cast.
I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, right? It's crazy you mentioned The Boys, right? I'm looking at the costumes right now for The Boys. Hold on real quick, brother.
Uh-huh. Check this chat. JT, I know you at work, King. I know you at work. Getting it in. Let me check mine.
Yeah, when you mentioned The Boys, I had just clicked on it, but they don't have an A-Train outfit, man. So man, I'm kind of mad about that.
Yeah, A-Train. And you see, if you Google, you see in the comic book he was a Caucasian dude, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, in the comic book he ain't a black man. It's a white boy. Like I said, I don't got a problem when they change characters into men and women and black and white for the James Bond topic. My thing is, don't put up no picket to be in the motherfucker.
But I think
Just do something.
he didn't, all right. I think that they said they was gonna do it, and then everybody was like up in arms about it. I think that's what happened.
Nah, I think what happened, I thought it was the opposite. Like people started clamoring for, hey, we need to have a James Bond. It need to be black.
Right to the first opening.
Let me give you a pass though. I gotta give you a pass. Right here. Just take this one right here.
Bam. I'm over here right now writing ideas down for the Wire. I have to watch this other things because
Bro,
I have
when
to
we
put in
watch The
different.
Wire, it's gonna be easy to come up with the characters as far as which boxer reminds us of them.
Yeah, no doubt. And the multiple layers. There's so many different things. That's just dope when it comes to the Wire because it's been on so long. There's so many characters, um, and there's so many different nuances of characters and different ways to take it. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to see how stuff turn out. Let me see. And I'll be trying not to spoil certain.
Man, so I should be going to LA soon. Hey, Big Tank. Can you hear me? Box fan, salute to you, my brother. Yeah, man, we just.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I
Salute,
should be.
box
What part
fans.
of LA you
What it
in?
do, fam? What'd you say?
What part of LA you in?
No, I live in San Bernardino County now.
I should be in LA soon.
Okay. What you be doing out there? My brother Kyle's damn moving around. Traveling man.
I think
That's
I'm
what I'm
a.
talking about, getting that work. Yeah, I'm a.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad they don't got that A Train costume on this website, man. They got everybody but him.
Yeah, right. On from the boys, they got everybody's shit of his. He
They
got
got
one of the,
everybody
you know
but
what
A
I'm saying?
Train.
Yeah, that's.
They got Stormfront. They got Starlight. They got the Deep. They got the
She
little
got two costumes.
huh?
I said I think she got two costumes, and they probably got hers on. They probably got both the costumes on there, and ain't got A trains on there.
Yeah, man. They got both Homelander outfits on here. Both Starlights. No A Train. That's crazy. But you already know. You already know how that go.
Yeah, that's a white dude in the comic books. You know what I'm saying? But the actor probably came in, got the role, auditioned, or they probably, you know what I mean? He's from what was that show they had about football players? Oh man,
Wallace.
no, not the other one. It was on BET.
Oh,
Oh
Survivor's Remorse.
no. But
The
something popped
Game.
in my mind. The Game. There you go. The Game. He was in the Game, right? The guy that plays A Train, the actor.
No, he was on Survivor's Remorse.
Oh, okay, well, you was over here correcting me. My bad. I'm over here thinking that he was a part of that shit. Okay, so he was in something else. Okay, good correction. Um, Box fan says much respect to the Sweet Science Examiner. Yes, sir. You already know how we do it, brother. We get in the phone booth like my brother Cal Lel over here, brother from Krypton, and change suits and change names to go with the change subjects, bro. You know what I mean? But it's still me all day, every day. No matter if it's Tank the Sweet Science Examiner, Tank the TV and movie Maven, it's still Tank. You already know. Uh, there's a show that is based off of one of my favorite and probably my only favorite book novel that I have so far. I've only read one novel. Like Reggie Owens always would always point out before we started doing our book reads, he had never read a book from cover to cover that wasn't a textbook, right? With me, um, I didn't used to read books that didn't have to do with history or some kind of research or things like that. And the only fictional book that I had, it was semi-fictional because it used real history, but it had a fictional story that it used as the trope to put the real life history in, which was the real life history of the black people in Mexico. They just had this character who happened to be a black person that was Mexican. I mean, black person that was Mexican that found out who his roots were in Mexico, and it goes into who Gaspar Young is, what happened with Gaspar Young, and all of the historical facts that happened surrounding that great black Mexican man from Gabon, West Africa. But other than that, I haven't read no real non anything that wasn't like real, you know what I mean? But I got a hold of a particular series um, because a book series because I saw some of my favorite actors were getting ready to do a movie about it. It's called The Family Business. Have you heard of The Family Business? Anybody in the chat heard of The Family Business? Books or novels or the TV series? If you haven't, it's a real dope read in terms of the books. Um, it's a graphic novel. I had never, up until that point, read any books like that, like I was saying. So it was real cool to follow. The author of the book is also the person who's behind the show. So it's not like he had to give his ideas to someone else. And his name is Carl Weber. And the Family Business is a book and a series where all the main characters are black and brown people. You know what I'm saying? Black, it's a black family that's primarily, but they also deal with a family in California who's sometimes antagonist, protagonist, depending on where they are in the story. And they're
What show is
Mexican.
this?
It's called The Family Business. It's based off of the novel.
Me and my mother-in-law watched that like crazy.
Oh, see what I'm saying, bro? You see what I'm saying, nigga? That shit. And see, if you read the books, and that's what I'm saying, I never read any kind of books like that. Like Reggie never read any books that wasn't a textbook. I had never really read any books that didn't have to do with real history on research like that. I was always reading Conquistador Voices, the ruling race. What did we read? The Powernomics and stuff like that. But The Family Business, when I got Carl Weber's book, The Family Business, and found out that some of my favorite actors, do you know the brother who played Alvarez in Sons of Anarchy and in The Mayans? Yeah, he plays Marcus Alvarez. You know what I'm talking about? That actor? He played in
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
his name is Emilio, right? Emilio Rivera.
Yeah.
He's played in remember the Mobb Deep video?
Yeah.
He been fucking with niggas,
he was on
bro.
Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, he was on Sons of Anarchy. But I'm saying, I was trying to point out how far back he go. Emilio Rivera was in Next Day Era. Emilio Rivera was in like we said, Sons of Anarchy and Mayans. But he was in Next Day Era. He was in the Mobb Deep video. If y'all remember that shit. What song was that, bro? Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? The Mobb Deep video? The song, is it Twisted? Is that what the name? I remember it said something, "You don't get twisted, yo." Oh man, how that song go? Let me go. I gotta go check. Hold on. This is gonna bother me. Let's see. We're gonna get this right. I'm gonna show my brothers Mobb Deep they proper respects. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna sugarcoat over none of these great black hip hop groups and act like just because I've been up all night, that ain't no excuse. I'm supposed to be able to wake up from my sleep and be able to get this black history and this black art right.
Did you, man? I wish you could have been on Mark Nash show the other day, man. He had a great show the other day. Do you subscribe?
What's the name of it? What's the name of it? I think I watched it on the playback.
Yeah, Mark Nash got a hell of a channel, man.
I'm trying to tell people, bro. That brother stuff is all over the place. In a good way.
Yeah.
But which one was you talking about? Because I'll be watching, I'll be watching everybody's stuff on replay. I don't know if I watched it. If I got to look at the title.
Best hip hop groups.
Oh yeah.
Who do you have as the best hip hop?
I didn't hit them up yet, but I was hot when I didn't see one. But it's okay because I had an idea anyway. JT already know what I'm talking about. I want to do something with these with trios, with hip hop trios.
Who didn't he have on there?
Come on, bro. Where am I? I'm an LA dude, man. I'm West Coasting it. You know what I'm saying?
Dogpound?
No.
213?
No. West Side Connection.
They got booted out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
a West Coast dude.
They got
don't
booted
have my
out.
dudes just get totally disrespected.
But see, they got booted out for. Damn, I'm trying to think. They got booted out for somebody worth it though.
Nah. It's all. You know what it is? Because I look at it. I understand because people be like, man, they only got 2 albums. I get that, but the quality of the music they put out, the people that's in it, you know what I mean? I look at it like differently, you know what I'm saying? So I was doing I remember I don't know if I did it in a panel or somebody's live show or something. I did. Actually, I touched on it, but I went and got all of my like images and all that kind of stuff done for all these different trios because I was doing a rap trio, who are some of these trios, this or that, you know what I mean, kind of thing, like you do with the channel this boxer, that boxer, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having I had the Locks and West Side Connection. Oh, I did it on Fred's channel because I remember I put it in the chat. When remember a couple months ago, I did it in Fred's channel. I put it in and then everybody was like, "Oh, please, that's Locks, 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 Locks." You know what I'm saying? Because they still together, they still make music and all that kind of stuff. But I was just looking at it from like, man, because Fred did it in his way, like the way he broke it down. But I was like, man, hold on, listen. This is the way I was thinking of it. Who's the best of the best in each group? The best usually is looked at as Jadakiss in the group. Ice Cube is looked at the best in their group, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who's who? Jay, who got the biggest stature if you ask somebody in hip hop? Ice Cube or Jadakiss? Let's go bar for bar, song for song, and you can get. And I give
bars,
you.
though?
Yes, I'm talking about bars because I know I got songs that that people people never even heard of from Ice Cube that he came out with lately. Only thing people know about Ice Cube is Death Certificate, America's Most Wanted, and Predator. They don't NWA. They don't know about Raw Footage. They don't know about Laugh Now, Cry Later. People ain't up on Ice Cube in I Am the West. They don't know this. They don't know these songs.
I need Jadakiss, bro.
I know because you're comparing it with what? You see what I'm saying? You want to hear him talk about make believe drug cartels and my walls go inside and do a 360, talking about stuff that is irrelevant. And I'm gonna bring a song about Ice Cube talking about real life situations that are relevant to us and that people need to hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People like that make believe shit. They want Superman. You know what I mean? They don't want Fred Hampton. You see what I'm saying? They don't want Fred Hampton. They want Superman. There we go. They want King T'Challa. They don't want Fred Hampton. They want the make believe Wakanda where you put the X over the chest. They don't want the real shit. You see what I mean? And that's what Jadakiss is. Jadakiss is got the glitch, the glamour, the glass. He got the vibranium. But the reality of it is, we live in the era where we need the next Fred Hampton. Who's gonna be Jeff Fort out this motherfucker? Where's Jeff Fort at? Where's the Jeff Fort movie? Yeah, we already know about Malcolm X. We know about Martin Luther King. What about these other dudes like Mumia Abu-Jamal, Mutulu Shakur? Y'all always talk about Shakur. Y'all always talk about Tupac. Y'all even know where Tupac got his name from? Do y'all even know who Mutulu Shakur is? Is there any rappers out there that's talking about that? When Ice Cube says, I'm Geronimo and Hannibal with International Gangster Pool, I'm a bull in Barcelona. People don't even know who he's talking about when he says Geronimo. A lot of people don't remember who Geronimo Jajaga is. Or they call him Geronimo Pratt, the Black Panther in LA. You see what I'm saying? So when people say Jadakiss, they want that popcorn rap. You know what I mean? But if we got a chance to play songs for bar, and I can take you from the 80s to the present with Ice Cube just dropping music that is still relevant. Jadakiss is gonna be talking about fucking bitches, partying, the ice on his wrist, the cars, the drop top.
Oh, that ain't
drugs
true.
he done sold.
That ain't true. Now that ain't true, Big Tank.
How's that not true? But okay, break it down, bro.
His biggest song is Why.
Okay, I'll give you Why, and I'll talk you Why with Why Me by Ice Cube.
I'm just saying that ain't all he rap about, though. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I agree with you. That's what I said. School me, and then you gave me Why, and I countered with Why Me.
He got a few more, man. Because
I know. Throw them out there. I'm gonna counter them all. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying
I know the Caladog. I'm a Jadakiss fan. I'm a huge Locks fan. The whole group.
But bar for bar,
Styles P. Bar for bar, line for line, lyric for lyric, and I'm talking about relevant shit. relevant shit that black motherfuckers can listen to and be like, okay, we need to be on that shit. I need to listen. I need to let my son listen to that. I need my daughters to listen to this music, not music that you got to hide from your kids and be like, stay away from that.
Damn. Man, I
Shoot
gotta
them
get
up,
to this shit.
bang bang,
I
nigga
gotta get
test
to
me, I'll shoot him in the
another.
face. All that shit.
I
All
gotta
right,
get to
we get
another
it. You
post.
gangster, nigga. You from Yonkers. I got you. There's a lot of tough
Hey,
motherfuckers out
Tank, how
here.
much longer
Ice
can you
Cube got
stay
that
on?
too. Huh?
How much longer can you stay on?
Oh, I'm not sure, brother. I'm winging it at this point.
Huh?
Tone Brown, TB, what's up? Twisted, Twisted. That's a song. Yeah, Twisted. There you go. I knew it. I was right. Don't get it twisted, huh? Yeah. My brother is on that shit. Emilio Rivera, man, that's a good brother. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Emilio Rivera. Follow me on Instagram. Who be following me on Instagram? You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
He
Tank, how
when I
long can
seen
you
him.
stay on?
Oh, I'm just winging it, bro. Whatever. What you need? What you about to jump off?
Yeah, because I gotta charge this phone and I gotta go to another
Okay.
post.
Want me to put my channel in the chat? Switch it up.
Yeah, it don't matter, whatever you're trying to do.
Because or you can let me stay on this shit, huh? And then that
Yeah,
way we ain't
you
got
can
to
stay on
move
as long as
everybody.
you want. I was just saying.
Okay, yeah. Are you gonna jump back
Yeah.
on though, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Or hey, can somebody jump? I don't know. JT's in here. Somebody's in here. Somebody else jump on the panel. Give your boy some company if you can.
Let me post the
Let
link in the chat.
Kyle drop the link in the chat and put you on because I can't let nobody in or once he charge it up
Yeah,
and do his
JT,
thing.
join the panel, JT.
JT, what it do, nephew?
Yeah, man, join the
You at
panel.
work too, brother. Everybody at work. Putting you on the spot. I know Johnny was like, man, I wasn't trying to talk to nobody. Man, get on here, brother, and shoot that shit with your brother. You already know we gonna have chemistry too, because we do. This is what we do.
I'm gonna come right back. Take me walk around this John.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Jump in, JT, so we can let you in. There's somebody. I'll just go into let me see what we got. What we got. But yeah, Twisted. I'll go into what I was getting when I brought it up. TB, you're looking out on the Twisted song. So I was bringing that up because
All right, we back, man. We back live. we back live, man. Waiting on Big Tank to come back. But man, yeah, man, we trying to hit this 10-hour mark, man. We got 30 minutes, man. We're gonna hit this 10-hour mark. Yeah, man, we're going.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Been down and out for too long. Nigga, I'm too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.